This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it. You look very beautiful. Well, first tell me your name and tell me where you're from.
My name is Ashley Goodsky. I'm here. I'm a member of the Boys Fort Reservation.
And tell me a little bit about the regalia making that you do, and what your specialty is, and how you got into it, and maybe who taught you.
I wouldn't say I have a specialty. I just kind of go with the flow. I kind of started beading when I was very young, and I learned from my grandma Arlene, who has been making regalia and beading items for as long as I could remember. So I just she showed me like how to work the needle, and I just kind of went from there. So,
what do you like to make?
well, I think I kind of took in a liking to beading. I had hand sewn my son's first regalia, traditional regalia, when he was like 4, and I saw it in a dream. I saw my grandma showed me. She laid it out, and my grandma has been passed away since 2009. And I had a dream that she showed me this regalia for my son, and so that's kind of where I got the motivation to continue making what I had seen. So, and then he wore it when I finished it, and everything that I did just kind of came together. So,
tell me what it looked like, the regalia that you made for your son.
The flowers, I guess, were. See, the colors that were in there were black, like yellow fringe, yellow flowers, white flowers, blue, and then green. The yellow was what brought everything out the most. That's what I enjoyed the most, and my son loved it because he saw me make it, and he was there with me the whole time. I had him helping me measure things. I had him pick out colors. I had him feel things, and I just kind of helped me envision how I saw him wearing it. So I really didn't know what I was making until after I got done handling the objects and watching the expressions on his face and what he liked and what he didn't like. I guess I didn't have a plan. I just really went with it.
That's really, I think that's really what strikes me about regalia making, is that it's a really personal process. I mean, you're making something that you just said it was in a dream, and then your son was touching the materials, and that's a really beautiful, I think that's a really beautiful way to make something for somebody to wear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was funny too because I went through 3 sewing machines, and finally I had to just sew it by hand. And that was the only way I completed it, was by hand sewing it. I couldn't use sewing machines. Like, my machines broke down where I couldn't use them. So finally I just started sewing by hand, and that's just really how it all came together. Well, now he grew out of it, so I passed it down to my nephew, who is just now starting to walk. So I was able to resize it. Yeah, I was still good enough to where I could resize it and just reuse the beaded design. So my nephew, who is now coming into their circle, he can wear it now.
Beautiful. And have you made any other regalia for any of the other family members, or for yourself?
Well, no, like right now I am making a T-shaped pattern dress for my daughter, who is just now starting to walk. I haven't really sewn like that with a sewing machine, so this is definitely my first time beading or sewing that kind of technique anyways. So it takes patience, and like I said, I don't know what I'm doing, so I really am going with the flow, and you can see it in my work. But they say practice takes perfect, so I just got to keep going along and just be proud of what I'm making. I'm not embarrassed by all. They say nothing's perfect, so that's what I go with.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to a series about outdoor activities, from ricing to survival skills from a Boys Fort perspective.
Guneb. That's my Indian name, my real name, and my other name is Jean Goodsky. And I'm from Orr.
Did you go out wild ricing as a kid?
Oh, yes.
Tell me what was that? What was the first time? When was the first time you went out ricing?
Probably I was about 12 years old when I went out.
Mm-hmm.
I was over at my grandpa's house there, and this guy came in and he says, I'm looking for a partner. He says, and there's nobody around. Then he looked at me and he says, how about you? I said, yeah. Then he asked everybody else. Yeah, he's good. He's a pretty strong paddler.
Mm-hmm.
So I went out with him.
What was that like?
Oh, it was good. We got about 200 pounds, something like that, about 4 sacks. And to my surprise, he gave me half. At that time, they had a wild rice plant right outside a village, about a mile out. It was King's wild rice plant. And we'd turn in our rice there, and they bought it right there. So, man, for a 12-year-old, I'd finished out to probably about 70%.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I had the big bucks.
How much was rice then? How much was rice then? Pound.
Probably a pound was about $5, but that was some good,
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of money. I mean, good wages then.
So you paddled at first, and
Yeah.
then I learned from a couple of other people that learning how to be and being the knocker is a really coveted, a very important position. Did you eventually move up the ladder?
Yeah, I did.
How would you say your knocking your skills were in that area?
Good. Yeah,
Some people say you gotta have a rhythm to it.
yeah. That's the main thing. Gotta have a rhythm.
What about knowing when the rice is ripe, versus when it's still green?
The green rice is a light colored green, and the ripe rice is a little darker, brownish green.
So when you
And
no, go ahead, finish. Sorry.
and when it's really ripe, then the blades of the grass are starting to die out, and then the leaves on the trees are starting to turn color the fall, autumn colors. So that's how we knew when.
What was one year harvest that you remember that was really good or just really memorable?
It was all good back in the day.
What's back in the day? Tell me what.
Well, when I was probably about 50s, this lake here looked like a field. There was just one little strip of water. When I was before I started ricing, what they call jigging the rice.
Yeah, I've heard that term.
We have a wooden kettle about that big, and it's about that deep. And my dad dug a hole, probably about that deep, just so that kettle will fit. Had leather moccasins. They lace up to about here.
Mm-hmm.
And we put heavy socks on. And that was our job.
So you'd walk on the rice?
No, just kind of move your feet like that. It's like knocking.
Mm-hmm.
The polar looks for that green, that dark green. Moves the canoe all over the place. He's always looking.
Mm-hmm. So that the polar is kind of the scout, kind of moves.
It was better when you could see where the girls were.
So now before you said that the lake looked like a carpet, but now what does it look like now to you?
80% water.
Why do you think it's changed so much?
Today, the people don't make offerings. The medicine man would make the offering of the rice before anybody would take a bite, and after they made the offering, then we'd have a good feast. Man, I still remember that thing. Mm-hmm. Many different varieties. They even had some people even brought, which was really good, white rice and raisins. That was good.
Mm-hmm. So people don't necessarily do that anymore.
They don't do that hardly anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's probably what my spiritual explanation of the lake is, because they say, well, if they don't want to give us back, then we'll take it.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Boys Fort Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen. Kathy Black Brewer and Bob Trench are producers on the film Dodging Bullets. Kathy is an enrolled member of the Blackfeet Nation in Montana, where some of the film was shot. Bob lives here in the Twin Cities. Both were united in their passion about the issues facing Native American people, which are portrayed in this film.
The film is about historical trauma in Indian country. Historical trauma, as we know, has been researched in Indian country, in Black communities, and in the Jewish populations in the world. And we worked with Indian country because I'm from Minnesota. I'm a prairie plains guy and have a lot of friends here that are very connected to Indian country. We take the viewer of the film on a trip. We start them at the beginning and kind of, hey, here's what's going on today in Indian country, and then we go back to first contact. We go through treaty rights. We go through current day issues. It bridges up to current day issues with the mascot situation, with suicide. And then we end on a very positive note on resilience. And it creates a good timeline, especially for non-natives, to be able to watch this film and see it, because it creates some of the things they know about, but they may still think Columbus was a good guy. They may not even know about the boarding school era. So it's really important to bring those issues in front of them to get to the end of the film and talk about resilience and survival.
And I'd like to capitalize on that. So often we hear people say they just need to get over it. Well, I think first we need to recognize, and we need to educate, and then we can begin to move forward. And that's what Bob has done in this film.
Bob and Kathy wanted to capture the resiliency of the people they interviewed, along with some of the challenges they faced.
With Indian people, it's been our culture that has sustained us, and that's a huge resiliency piece for us. And resiliency is about still being here, still managing the day-to-day stuff, even though that it may not look as healthy as we want it to be. But it's being able to get up and go to school, and it's be able to get up and have a job, and it's be able to honor and know and embrace who you are.
When I started working on the film, I used to call it survivorship. And as I worked in Indian country and started to talk to people and become friends with people in Indian country, I learned that term is actually resilience. Resilience is a much better term than survivorship.
Because we don't want to just survive. We want to thrive. You know, and we want to be better than we've ever been before, not just hanging on.
Bob Trench didn't want to use any stock footage. Instead, he relied on leaders in the community to talk about how historical trauma plays out today in real time.
The film is all based on storytelling, and storytelling, of course, is very, very important in Indian country. Clyde Bellicourt comes on. He's one of the founders of AIM. He comes on and he talks about first contact and really lays out the message good. So you're listening to real people today talking to you about issues in the past. You're not sitting and watching a Ken Burns film with pictures going by and voiceovers in the background. You're actually seeing real people, and not just in interview sessions being filmed, but actually people talking to other people in front of groups and crowds. it creates a lot of realism to the film.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
Welcome to KBFT's live community powwow broadcast, a live broadcast series piece that took place during the Nett Lake and Lake Vermilion powwows in 2021.
Akoe gui wize sindego o jibwe mung bi shonen do dam mi ema nagacho nang indung chiba kwaba igining inda nungum minoa indeji gikenemigo Ricky Defoe mino gishkat nungum nimigo chiwendam gai shayan oma asabe kone sagai gining nimi iding nungum migo sago. Just wanted to say I'm glad to be here at the Nett Lake powwow. My name is Gui Zans in Ojibwe, and I belong to the Lynx clan. I reside in Sawyer. I'm from Fond du Lac, belong to their band there, and I'm also known as Ricky Defoe in English. Since I come into the powwow circle, it seems like it's only been 25 or 30 years, but I've been around the big drum and things and the drum. And earlier on, so I was had the foundation was around the big drum and the use of tobacco in the songs and our language and things as a boy in Sawyer. And then as time moved on and I grew older, and then I got familiarized with the powwow trail. And I think much of the same things, this holistic approach to not only being in relationship with one another here in a community setting, the sound of the drum, the prayers that go up, the offering of the tobacco, all this holistic way of relating to the worldview, I think is really something special, because there's so much healing that needs to take place, and in the circle really some miraculous things happen. So this is my experience. I mean, people get relief from everyday's burdens and troubles and oppression, and they can relax here and laugh with friends and eat and dance and listen to some beautiful music and be around beautiful people. We have a good day to do that today, so these are much needed. I think there's, to be in balance, I think is what it's all about. Not only to be in balance, but to be in harmony with not only in family, but the community, and also the natural world, the animals, the birds, the flyers, the walkers, the crawlers, and the swimmers. And then we have to be centered, and I think the powwow does that in a social setting, so there's no pressure on an individual to know everything there is about a ceremony and things.
Harvey Jordan. I live and work in Red Lake, Minnesota. The significance of the powwow to Anishinaabe people is that we're all intrinsically connected. Like everything that you see, like the sky, Mother Earth, the lake, the water, the stars, the sun, the moon, everything is all connected. The four-leggeds, and the ones that swim in the water, the ones that live underneath the earth too, like animals that hibernate and stuff like that. So the powwow is like a celebration of life. Set up a drum and sing and dance, put on your regalia. What I was told is that when you do these kind of things, you're supposed to do it with that heart and that mindset, And that's basically what I try to do, I came here to help out a traditional drum,
My name is Gordon Jourdain. I grew up in the community of Lac La Croix, and I currently live in northern Minnesota. Well, traditionally we have we would use different. At least where I come from, and I mentioned earlier, I grew up in Lac La Croix, and it was an extremely traditional place, and I didn't realize how traditional it was because I just took it for granted that everybody grew up this way, and unfortunately for contemporary reasons our modern Anishinaabe probably have really long memories about what that is, and unfortunately some of us tend to lose those kinds of teachings. But traditionally there would be like a sema, of course, and bagichigan. The thing is bagichiganan, anokajigan, and gegu mijim. Those four things were essential at the time to give to people that came to the communities, and you treated them with better than any other hierarchy of governance long time ago. Anishinaabe were very, very respectful of one another. One of my uncles, and he's still alive today, taught me the word biwide. Why that name is used for people that come and visit the communities from outlying communities. They come, even though they're strangers, they're called biwide because they carry a piece of the Creator's heart.
Thank you for listening to KBFT Live Community Broadcast Powwow Series, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
My dad's name was William Smith. I remember him in 1954. He was a woodsman for Shooty. He used to go to work at Shooty's. I was the oldest of 6 kids. My mom, she was from Tower. And I remember we used to have to stay home, and my grandpa and grandma would take care of us. And those were hard days growing up here, but we made it. I mean, we survived that kind of stuff. I remember about JFK and then.
The assassination?
Yeah.
What do you remember about that?
I was in the Biwabik High School, and they'd come over that intercom thing, and we were in gym class, and everybody was crying out in the halls, and I was wondering what was going on, and they said the president was shot. I liked him because of what he was doing for us and stuff.
What do you remember about the Beatles arriving?
I don't remember when they arrived either, but I liked their music and stuff because at that time I was in a foster home, and we couldn't do this rock and roll stuff because we grew up in a church. They didn't like it. Said it was bad, and I don't know, from foster homes. They didn't let us do nothing but make us work. Mostly grew up on a farm, on the farms. And I wishing that my dad didn't die that time. We all sent away in the foster homes after he passed. He drowned in that little lake over there by Pat Doyle. I was only 10 and I still remember that. All alcohol related stuff. Well, before us kids left Net Lake, I remember watching. Our first television was at Bronken Vice, because I used to go play with Patsy. She'd say, let's go watch cartoons. On what? Or they had a black and white television. And we'd get stuck to that TV and Bronk would chase us out. Go play! But that was something. Because we never had that down here. We had kerosene lamps and no radio. So where I grew up at, we couldn't get into that stuff.
Where was the foster home? Was that by Wabick?
By Wabick. It was called that Christian home there, Storybook Lodge. I was there for, about 8 years. Me and my sister Lucille. And then Marge Day and Irene Day, religious stuff. I never forgot my Indian, what I learned here. It's my grandpa and grandma were always talking Indian to us. I still remember to understand, but I can't talk it.
What about the start of the Vietnam War? What do you remember about that?
I just remember stuff like from in school. When I come home for visits here, friends and stuff, Mavis and Mattel. Yeah, Mike and them are in the service. They went to Vietnam, and then I'd have a lot of questions like, well, how long are they gone? And it's weird the way I grew up. So I encourage my kids now to try to learn about their culture and stuff. And I'm glad they didn't have to go foster homes and stuff. Take care, themselves and stuff. Don't go through what I went through and all this stuff. I was scared when we went on that trip. First time I went on a plane, I was so scared. But it turned out.
Made it back, huh?
Yeah.
What do you remember about 1969?
1969, that was when my son was born, Donnie.
A good year then, huh?
Oh yeah, my second son.
Were you in the village here then?
Yeah, we lived over in where Bronk and Vi used to live.
What was it like around then?
It was different from when I used to live here.
Somebody had mentioned them bringing in electricity and water. Was that around that time or was that before?
Well, when I was growing up, we never had water and stuff or television and all that stuff.
Do anything stick out in your mind in the community of a historical event that changed things here? What do you think made a big impact on the community?
That brand new school. You see, the kids now are smarter. The ones that went into ore and then now they're more educated and stuff.
How do you feel like when they paved the roads, all the roads used to be dirt and paved the roads, do you think that had any impact on the community?
Oh yeah. Then the street lights. It used to be pitch black around here. Years ago. I made sure I was inside after dark. Because one time I was going to, so they had an old outhouse, and there was Callie, the one they called Callie. She was standing right there by the toilet. Oh, scared me. I went screaming inside, and I think I scared that horse, and he went the other way back home. That would be a treat when my dad would come home from work on a weekend. Go down here and shop. Get some pies.
A weekend treat.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. What kind of pie was your favorite?
Apple.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we meet with Josh Danderand, bassist and songwriter for the 5-piece indie rock band, The Moonlight Community.
This is Josh Danderand for the Moonlight Community. The Moonlight Community is originally from St. Cloud, Minnesota. We met there when we were all going to college. I, at the time, was going to school for music education. We have 2 albums out right now. Our first one was called The Gateway, and our second one is called Anin. And both albums very much show the versatility in our band, in our writers, and in our music in general. If you were to try to categorize it in one simple genre, I would probably say rock, maybe alternative. But it also just depends on the song. We have a song called Dreams from the new album Anin.
Me formulating the plan is just half of the battle.
Just half of the battle.
Then one day I'll be big like Cobain in Seattle.
Cobain in Seattle.
If you're feeling you're up in the creek with no paddle.
That's hip hop. And it was our first one ever, and it's a crowd favorite. We have some beautiful slow ballads like Save Yourself, our second single from Anin.
Save yourself from the certain doom that's ahead of you. Save yourself from the burning fire that will bring you down. Save yourself.
We have some heavy metal. We have one song called No from The Gateway that's heavy. We have one song called Stars from Anin that's heavy. We have a 50s style sock hop song called Marble Eyes that's on Anin. We have a techno song called Galaxy on Anin. You name it, and we've either done it or we intend to do it. We almost want to be a band that could replace the shuffle program on your Spotify or iTunes. We'd love it if you just wanted to listen to whatever, right? You're vacuuming or you're doing dishes, and you want to listen to lots of different varieties of music. We'd love to be the band that you just plug our name in and you get everything you want. And with the different backgrounds that we have as individual musicians, we're becoming very good at succeeding in that goal. We all listen to all different types of music, and you can hear it in the individual songwriter's influence. And also, when it comes to writing, we don't think of genres. I think we think more of what's happening in our life the day that the song gets written. We write about things at face value sometimes, like falling in love or something, or getting your heart broken. We also write about things that need to be interpreted by the listener. Purpose of life, meaning, where are we? Why are we? So just like in the genre, musically, our topics and our lyrics, we try to incorporate all different types of meanings and stuff behind our lyrics.
I am lost in this world. I can't seem to find my way. Every right turn curves left into the wrong. And now I guess I'll just move along.
If someone out there is listening and they want to start doing something creative, whether they're writing poetry, starting a band, trying to get their physical artwork out there, man, just go for it. Always go for it. There's really no downside to it. The worst thing that could happen is people say they don't like it, but whatever. That's not a big deal because other people will say that they do like it. I've found a lot of time that negativity only comes from people who want you to not be happy. So when you realize that, then actually nothing should ever really upset you or bring you down or stop you from creating, because if they're being negative, it's just because they're not very happy with the fact that you're happy. So once you realize that, it becomes pretty easy to not care about any negativity and then love the positivity, and just ride with it. And, when it comes down to it, if you're creating something, it's yours anyway, right? Of course you want to share it with others and you want to bring joy or whatever emotion you're trying to emote with your art. The first thing is you gotta love it, and it's something you created and that you're proud of, and that's awesome.
Forgot.
But I love playing with my bandmates, James, Matt, AJ, and Dante. When we're playing a live show and we're just nailing it and we're jumping all over the stage and swinging our guitars and just rocking out, there's just nothing better. Close your eyes, absorb all that sound and all those lights, just knowing that your best friends are right there on stage with you doing what you're doing and you're clicking. That's a great reward right there. Also, when you write a song and then you bring it to your band and it becomes a full band song and then you record it and then you get to listen to it, that's a pretty good reward too. Challenges during COVID. Well, this one has an asterisk by it. This one's a little different because this one has definitely been challenging because we can't play anywhere. We were supposed to play 5 festivals this summer. We ended up playing 0, of course. And, we tried our best during the pandemic to give things to our fans and to potential fans. And, of course, it's all positive. And it's been tough because in those platforms of social media, everyone is generally very much lured in by negativity. So if you're trying to lure people in with positivity, it doesn't really work. But having said that, if we happen to run across someone in face-to-face, which isn't often, they usually show extreme interest in us. So who knows? Maybe it's a challenge. Maybe it's an opportunity to go more grassroots. And when this whole thing's over, maybe we'll do more flyers and billboards. I don't think we'll do a billboard, but you know what I mean. Old school marketing, old school word of mouth, because that does seem to attract more positive outcomes than what social media has become.
Where can we find your music?
If you're looking for Moonlight Community, you can find us anywhere that you look for music. We're on Spotify, we're on iTunes, we're on Apple Music, we're on Google Play, we're on Amazon Music, YouTube Music, of course Facebook, and honestly, I think the best way to find us is our website because it's a one-stop shop, and that is just themoonlightcommunity.com. Pretty cool little website, and it has everything you'd ever need to know about us. The overall message of the Moonlight Community is to be yourself. I think when you take every song we've ever written, and if you put them into like a word generator, it would probably come out as community, which is, I guess we have an appropriate band name then. We have crazy background stories. We have a veteran in our band. We have a cancer survivor in our band. We have a diabetic in our band. We have people who have grieved with close personal deaths in our band. We're kind of a soap opera of sorts. And because of that, our biggest goal is to give whatever we can to whoever we can, whoever needs it. And because of all the crazy things that have happened to us as individuals, we have a really good door to go through that a lot of other people have gone through as well. We've lived lives that other people are living right now. We can relate, and we can be advice givers, or just good listeners, or just a band that makes music that makes people happy. So we're gonna always be this way, and we love meeting people. We love working with people, and maybe one day you'll come see us at a show and we'll hang out, have some fun, dance.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Boys Fort Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
My name is Michael Connor from Boys Fort. When I was 12, I heard actual footsteps coming up the stairway in my mom's house. And realized that when I got to the door, there was nobody there, and the lights were off downstairs. And after that, there was about 4 or 5 years, my little brother Marty, I come around a corner, and there he was yelling down the stairs, "Who's down there?" And I asked him who he was talking to, and he said he heard footsteps coming up the stairways, just like I heard before. But then again, though, nobody was down there. I know there's been a few incidents where my niece had seen somebody at the end of the hallway when she was very young. I think she was like 5 or 6 years old. She says there's a man down there, so. And that's not the first time, though. Me and my brother Vern also heard somebody coming down the hallway. I thought it was my dad, but my dad was in his room sleeping. Footsteps, and the doors were locked and everything, so there was no way that anybody else could be in there. I do believe, I believe that we live in a spiritual world. My son had me come over to his house in Palmquist. He has a half-brother that was, I think he was 2.5, and he was seeing something that we couldn't see. He was looking past us like it was moving around in the room. And then he'd look at us like, "You guys don't see that." But yeah, we live in a spiritual world. I believe in things like that. So on the northeast side, I was appraising timber sale. And it just felt like somebody was looking at me on a ridgetop. That funny feeling that you get on the back, the hairs on your neck stand up and everything. Made me stop in the field. And then I went to the tree line, and then I just walked on the tree line and headed back to the truck. It was in the evening time. It was getting dark. And then I shot a deer on West Boundary. And I knew I had 3 extra shells. I knew I hit it. And I could see drops of blood. So I knew where it was, where I left off. And so I went back there, and then I could see that blood trail. And I started walking up on him. And the deer stood up. I was behind the deer probably about maybe 60 feet. I had a scope on the gun, so I raised that gun and I zeroed in on that deer. He was looking at me. But we both heard something on my right side, probably about 200, 300 feet away. The deer was looking in that direction. I was looking in that direction. And I knew whatever it was, there was more than 2. And it seemed like whatever they were kind of communicating.
scared the heck out of me, so I shot the deer hoping that sound would echo, and it just went silent. And then I gutted the deer and I dragged it back to the truck as fast as I could. And I kept looking back just to make sure nothing else was behind us.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Cultural Crossings, a project that highlights the voices of Net Lake youth.
My name is Abby Rose Zapata. Having a healthy and happy family is the most important thing in the world to me. We spend a lot of time together and laugh as much as we can. We look after each other. We eat together. We play together. We're one happy, needed family.
Cultural Crossings is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project with help from In Progress, an organization that works with youth to help them develop their artistic talents. This project is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Ojibwe people from Net Lake originally came from the greater Algonquin tribes of the northern East Coast region of the United States. Their migration took place around the 1300s from a prophetic dream an elder had of a food that grows on the water. The Anishinaabe began a journey in search of this mysterious food. The elder led his people by a vision of a Migas shell in the sky. Traveling through the Great Lakes and making several stops along the way, the Anishinaabe reached their destination through an inlet that is known as Lost River, where they heard children laughing and playing. They saw an island in the middle of the lake, and on this island they saw a giant spirit. His shirt looked like a net or a spider web. The spirit war-whooped and disappeared. Then the people looked all around and saw all the food on the water. It was wild rice, or monomen, and the lake was full of it. The old man's dream was fulfilled, and that's the story of how the Ojibwe came to Net Lake and how the lake had got its name from the Anishinaabe, Zabikune Zagayagan. It was from the shirt the spirit was wearing. Net Lake has always been the largest wild rice lake in the world and is still home to the Ojibwe people. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a Boys Fort perspective.
My name is Arlene Duff, and I live in Togo, Minnesota, and run sled dogs, and that's what I'm hoping to share up here. I got my first 2 lead dogs in 2007, but I've been watching sled dog races since I was probably 12, 13 years old. Always wanted to do it. John Bear Race is my goal for next year, but I've done the smaller races. I started out with sprint dogs, sprint racing, so I did some races in Wisconsin, did fairly well, 3rd place in my first race. I've done the one-time White Oaks Classic over in Deer River, and then I did North Holmes. That race is no longer going, but yeah, smaller races, 30-mile races. I'm kind of a recreational musher. Don't compete. I just enjoy being out in the woods with the dogs. This is a full-time job on top of my full-time job. Pretty much just taking care of the dogs is a lot in terms of food, and you scoop twice a day, you feed twice a day, and then you get your training miles in. But I love doing it. It doesn't feel like work. I think just being out in the woods, being out in nature with the dogs, all the dogs, every single dog has a different personality, just like people, so getting to know the dogs. I have a lot of dogs that, quite frankly, didn't make other people's racing teams, or they're really shy, or, I get dogs that other people don't really want to work with, and that's why I love working with them. I've gotten a few dogs that were abused, and healing them heals me. So that's the highlight for me, really, is the relationship with the dogs, each one. And then the teamwork. You know, they all have to work together. I'm not going to go down that trail without them. And, you know, I pretty much am the coach on the runners, really. So yeah, I would say enjoy your dogs. Do the training. It's well worth, you know, all the little work that you do in advance before ever putting them really in a team on running them. Once you have the connection, that dog will do anything for you. Literally, the dogs would die for you out on the trail. Start small. It's an awesome sport to be involved in. If you never do a race, it's an incredible. Just to be outdoors in nature, and the connection with animals, of course, is powerful. I was hooked the first time I got on the runners of a sled. I thought, oh, here we go, and have no regrets whatsoever.
Well, in closing, I want to put some business your way. So if people are interested in hiring you for dog sled rides, where could we find you?
AMDBAPR@paulbunyan.net.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your interview, and we're looking forward to the event tomorrow. Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Boys Fort Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Charles Holmes, Ned Lake, Minnesota.
Can you tell me a little bit about the films that you saw?
Yeah, it was very good last night. I enjoyed them all. My kids said they were kind of scary, but overall they were really good shows, films.
Is there anything in particular that you noticed about the films?
Well, there's one part in there, like workers going to an elder's house, brought back memories, tears, and one of the workers were helping her singing to the elder, and that just brought tears to my eyes because flashbacks from my daughter doing it to her grandpa. So that was very moving for me. And all the other ones were good, I liked, but they had different language, words for the animals what we have here, so it was different.
If you were to create a film or make a film, what would it be about? Have you ever thought about that?
No one ever thought about making films. But then that one of them, they used Superman. That one, the theme for him. But then I was thinking, if we did make something like that, we should use the natives, the chiefs or somebody, so it's right in our culture. Mm-hmm. But then this program, it does everybody, so maybe that's why they did it that way. It's just not natives only.
What is your favorite movie of all time?
Well, favorite movies, I like the action, tear-jerkers. I can't think of, right offhand, I don't know what they are. I just know what the scenes, a couple of them are. Oh. Walk in a Cloud might be one. And Powell Highway, Smoke Signals, I like those ones. And
Dances with Wolves? No, just kidding.
Well, that's on there, yeah. We watched that a few times. I like it. And
is there anything else you want to add about the film festival, about movies in general?
No, I wish I would have came more frequent if we didn't have different appointments to miss them, because we heard the other ones were really good, and we were just dreaded missing it. And I'm glad we got this one in, the last one there, and it was really moving.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Ojibwe people from Net Lake originally came from the greater Algonquin tribes of the northern East Coast region of the United States. Their migration took place around the 1300s from a prophetic dream an elder had of a food that grows on the water. The Anishinaabe began a journey in search of this mysterious food. The elder led his people by a vision of a Migas shell in the sky. Traveling through the Great Lakes and making several stops along the way, the Anishinaabe reached their destination through an inlet that is known as Lost River, where they heard children laughing and playing. They saw an island in the middle of the lake, and on this island they saw a giant spirit. His shirt looked like a net or a spider web. The spirit war-whooped and disappeared. Then the people looked all around and saw all the food on the water. It was wild rice, or monomen, and the lake was full of it. The old man's dream was fulfilled, and that's the story of how the Ojibwe came to Net Lake and how the lake had got its name from the Anishinaabe, Zabikune Zagayagan. It was from the shirt the spirit was wearing. Net Lake has always been the largest wild rice lake in the world and is still home to the Ojibwe people. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Darren Landgren is an artist specializing in metals who is from the Net Lake Indian Reservation in Minnesota.
Bonjour, Waskane Benesi Indigenous. Darren Landgren is my English name. I am from Net Lake, Minnesota, and I currently reside here in Net Lake, Minnesota. My interest in artwork started at a young age where I was drawing in notebooks and just creating little, I guess they were like little army scenes in a, paper and pencil notebook. And then in high school, Mrs. Reed introduced me to painting and a bunch of different types of artwork. And shop class, Bruce Black, we made cabinets and little shelves and stuff like that. So that got me into the woodwork side of my art career. And then down in Lake Superior Community College, I took a model class. I thought it was our sculpture class. And I thought it was going to be like carving out of marble and stuff. But it was actually using almost any kind of medium and creating a sculpture from metal to clay or wood or anything around the house. Got me interested in building artistic sculptures. I do all different kinds of artwork, from making regalia to metal artwork and cedar feather boxes and different types of woodwork. I've made roaches, bustles. I've done a little bit of sewing and beadwork. What I really like to do is create metal artwork, metal sculptures. Right now I'm working on a metal dream catcher made out of rebar and a big, it's about 10 feet long circle that I have bent the rebar around to create a metal dream catcher. I'm also working on cedar feather boxes, or I guess you don't just have to stick feathers in there, you can put anything you want, but they're kind of a rustic looking cedar box. I'm also working on cedar feather boxes with a metal feather inlay, which I'm also going to develop into different maybe clans like Bear Clan, Fisher Clan, metal cutouts to go on the top of these cedar boxes. They're kind of rustic looking. I take a Dremel and I drag it across the cedar to kind of engrave in it so it looks old and weathered.
Who are your influences?
I'd say one of my main influencers is Dave Aho, my welding mentor. He's made many artistic sculptures, from aluminum twisted metal art sculptures to these giant shears he made for somebody out in, I believe, Hollywood. And he taught me how to weld, and I take my inspiration from there and I use my culture to develop these things for people. And my grandfather, he was a carpenter and he did a lot of woodwork, and I look kind of towards him to building these boxes out of wood. That's where I learned how to my woodcraft skills from. If you're looking to get into becoming an artist or a musician, I'd just say go for it and practice your hardest, experiment in different things, and you'll eventually find out what you're good in, and then just keep going from there. Just try it out. If you don't know what you're good at until you try it. And then once you find something you like, I'd stick to that. And if it's not fun for you, don't do it. I'd say the hardest thing about being an artist is you gotta have really good problem solving skills, and if you don't, then you have to reach out and create relationships with different people and bounce ideas off of them to figure out how to do your art or what kind of art you're most interested in. There's tons out there. The greatest part of being an artist is seeing people and how they appreciate your art and how they think it's amazing, because honestly, when I get done with my piece of artwork, I can see all the flaws in it, and I almost don't even like it anymore when I get finished, but people think it's beautiful. So, and that's one of the hardest parts of me creating my own art. I get done with a project and I can see every flaw and detail in it, and I don't think it's good enough, but other people think that it's wonderful and eye-catching.
Where can we find you and your art?
If you're looking to purchase some of my dream catchers or feather boxes, they'll be out here probably end of May at benacicraft.com or benacicraft on Facebook. That's BINESI craft. So just check it out or add me on Facebook. You can also call me at 218-994-1788 and I can work out something with if you need a custom artwork done, metal or wood. I haven't really been in business. I've sold a couple things here and there, but I'm working on creating a product line of feather boxes and different metal dream catchers, large and small. So I'd like to try to sell on Facebook, and I'm creating a website right now.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
I enjoy listening to KBFT radio. It has lots of culture and Native American news that pertain to me and my community, and it's got a very different mix of music than the regular old hits that are playing on the radio all the time. Also like listening to the Benner Show, and Chaz's Deep End's got some good stuff on it.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
My name is Roxanne. I grew up in Nett Lake.
Would you mind telling me about what you're gonna make? Can you tell me about what you're gonna be sewing here? What kind of dress are you gonna make?
I'm not sure. Just a dancing dress. Jingles. You can have a jingle dress on.
No, it's a fancy dress.
Fancy dress. Okay. Do you mind if I record you and if I ask you a couple questions?
We're gonna be busy here.
Before you get busy. Well, tell me about the dress that you're gonna make.
Well, I'm trying to make a fancy dress for my granddaughter.
And tell me, can you describe what a fancy dress would look like?
It's just like young girls fancy, where they use a shawl and they just dance fancy. Mm-hmm. That's my first time making a dress, so we're just trying to figure it out here.
Yeah. Tell me about the material. Why did you pick? Can you describe what it looks like?
I didn't pick the material, and this material ain't going to be big enough for what I want to make.
Oh, okay.
So, but this is my first time making one. Otherwise, we could just make probably a simple dress. Mm-hmm. I don't know how a simple dress is, so that's why I'm up here.
And what drew you to the regalia class?
Just to learn how to make stuff, because I do dance traditional, but I just make my own stuff. But I wanted to learn how to make a fancy dress for my granddaughter, because she was jingle dressed before. So I want to learn how to make the yoke, the leggings, and everything for the dress.
So you don't think you're going to use this fabric?
It's going to be too small for what we got to put on here. Mm-hmm. Make a mini dress? No.
I don't think so.
Make a mini skirt?
I don't know if that would go. I don't know if that'd fly in the powwow arena. But you have to have it folded like this, right?
Yeah, you have to cut it out like this, and it says cut 2. This ain't going to be enough material for what I want to make.
Yeah, beautiful. I do like that fabric. It's
I
pretty.
know it's nice, but they picked out the material.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, so I just told them kind of what colors I wanted,
Mhm.
and so I just got 2 pieces, so I don't know.
How long have you been dancing?
Probably just a couple of years. I just wanted to dance traditional. So I just got a skirt and I make my own ribbon shirts and so.
What? Tell me about making ribbon shirts. What is that like? Does that take a long time? And what? Even putting the ribbons on.
No, it don't take long. It depends on what kind of ribbon shirt you make. I just buy the rings. There's little plastic rings that you can buy, and you buy the ribbon, like maybe so long, whatever, and then you just tie them on the rings and sew them onto your shirt. You could just go buy a regular shirt.
Oh, and then you just
tack them on, yeah.
Thank you for your time. It's really pretty.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Minnesota Chippewa tribe flag was created in 1934 because of the Reorganization Act. All 7 tribes in Minnesota utilized this flag. When the different tribes became established, it was necessary for each to have a flag of their own. The director of the Boys Fort Reservation at the time, Fred McDougall, set up a community contest to design a seal for the band. Unfortunately, no one participated, and McDougall went on to create it himself, recognizing the great importance to represent the tribe for years to come. In the middle of the flag lies the Boys Fort seal. There's a circle. In the circle, there are 4 directions, making 4 quadrants. In the upper left quarter, there are trees, representing what the name Boys Fort means, strong woods. The lower left quarter is brown, which represents the Mother Earth. In the upper right quadrant represents our sacred spirit island on Nett Lake. In the lower right quadrant is blue and has waves representing the lakes of Boys Fort. In the top half of the seal you can see 2 spirit ducks flying in the sky. That is to represent the most common wildlife found in Nett Lake. Directly in the middle there's a huge green rice stalk, and that is what Nett Lake is known for, its wild rice. Beyond the stalk of rice is an orange sun in a raising or setting position. McDougall tried to include everything that represented the Anishinaabe people and the land of the reservation. The Boys Fort Band officially adopted the seal and the flag in a council meeting in the 1970s. The seal and the flag is still utilized today and proudly represents the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we meet with Jonathan Thunder, a painter and digital media artist from the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe in Minnesota.
Bonjour, my name is Jonathan Thunder. I'm originally from the Red Lake Nation, and I grew up in the Twin Cities, and I now currently live and work in Duluth, Minnesota. I work primarily as a visual artist. My main focuses are filmmaking, painting, and illustration. My mediums vary from project to project. Throughout a typical year, I work with galleries, museums, other artists, public art organizations, film festivals, and TV producers. I work in the digital world quite a bit. An example of that would be my most recent project was to design 4 digital billboards that are displaying along Hennepin Avenue in Minneapolis. The billboards were commissioned by the Hennepin Theater Trust and Native American Community Development Institute. Both of those organizations commonly initiate and oversee public art installations amongst many other awesome things. I themed the billboards to represent the indigenous community as it is currently in the Twin Cities region and all over really. The billboards are part of a 2-year project that will carry the message of we are still here. We being indigenous tribal communities. I'm also showing bodies of paintings at the Muskegon Museum of Art, at the Grand Valley State University Art Gallery, the Kruk Gallery in Superior, Wisconsin, and the Joseph Neese Gallery in downtown Duluth. I also work with an organization in Central Hillside called ACO, where you can find some prints of my work. Recently, in the last few years, I got into installations. The installations are a mix of animated imagery and sound design displayed in a gallery space with physical objects that support the concept or story that I'm sharing with the viewer. An example would be my installation at the Tweed Museum in Duluth, where I animated and projected 3 Ojibwe legends onto a large glass display case, which created sort of an aquarium effect with the animated world living inside the aquarium. This type of animated imagery that was featured in this exhibit is something I developed while jumping back and forth from canvas painting to making short films. I thought it would be interesting to make sort of a digital canvas that acted somewhat like a story or short film, or a glimpse of a story, or like a peek inside of a vignette or a happening. Overall, if you look at my paintings, if you look at my animations and digital illustrations, I like to keep the common thread of storytelling. And the story I like to tell ultimately is my own story, as I see the world and I see indigenous events happening and unfolding in real time and in modern times. In '99, I went to school in Santa Fe, New Mexico to study painting at the Institute of American Indian Arts. After that, I moved back to Minneapolis and studied animation and visual effects in 2002. During my time there as a student, I started my exhibiting career around Minneapolis just by walking around with a bag full of bad photographs of my paintings and just trying to meet anybody who I thought might maybe show my work. And during that time, I also got one of my first mural gigs, which was in St. Paul at the American Indian Magnet School. And I graduated in 2005 and went to work for a video production house on 15th and Nicollet. While I was there, I worked as the lead animation artist, making commercials for television and streaming the web. After work, I would go home and work on my own projects and enter those into exhibits and film screenings and just try to promote my own business and my own work. It was like working 2 jobs as an artist. One was for them and one was for me. And in 2011, I parted ways with the company and began my independent career as an artist and filmmaker. And I have been doing that ever since. Recently, I was given an international award for visual artists from the Pollock Krasner Foundation in New York, New York. That award came at the beginning of 2020, right before the pandemic started. And I felt pretty blessed to get that. It helped me out in a lot of ways. My main influences come from life as I see it. I see life as being pretty surreal at times, so that irony and dark comedy tend to come through in my imagery and stories. One of the things I would have to say to any artist just starting out or someone who is interested in the arts as a career would be to stay true to your voice, but find what that voice is through education and take some training or mentorship in the art form that you want to pursue. And find your community, whether that's writers or filmmakers, painters, sculptors, musicians. One of the greatest challenges of being an artist for me was putting myself out there. My first exhibit was very intimidating, and so was the second. But I learned to make it work, and that meant shaking a lot of hands and talking to a lot of people I didn't know and talking to them about what my work is about. I would say the greatest reward of being an artist for me is the community that comes with it. Through my art, I'm able to tell my story, and my stories that people from my community can relate to. I use my art to frame tribal perspective, language, and concepts that make me an active member of my tribe. And it's quite the gift. During this year of the pandemic, I've had probably the same challenges that most others have had. Although I did find quite a bit of time to spend in the studio, the exhibit and film festival scene changed. So, like other artists, I was adapting to an all virtual or online format. I had to buy a couple things like a mic and a ring light. My studio's private, so there was no trouble staying home and staying safe, as they say. My parents are both in their late 60s, so I spent a lot of time worrying about them. Then in November, they both caught the coronavirus, and it was pretty scary, but they pulled through, and that was probably one of the hardest times of this year for me. I think it was pretty great to see through all of this how creative anybody and everybody can be by finding ways to continue to showcase films, exhibits, and support the arts, including all the artists I watch step up their online game and meet the pandemic challenges in the best way possible. A good place to check out what I'm up to is on my website at thunderfineart.com. I keep it pretty up to speed, although right now I'm having some kind of trouble with the menu on mobile formats. I'm not sure why, but I'll figure it out. From there, I have links to my Instagram, Etsy, and galleries you can find me at. Yeah, I hope all the listeners keep your heads up, and I know this year has been tough for everyone, but you're not doing it alone. Miigwech for inviting me on for this interview on KBFT. I always appreciate your support of Indigenous artists from all over Indian country. So Miigwech, Gigwabamin, Minawa.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
The following audio contains two excerpts from an interview conducted by KBFT Radio's Chaz Wagner, who interviewed Mr. Steve Wood from the Northern Cree Singers.
How your career in music began, and how did the drum group start?
Actually, my music career probably started when I was a small child in the community of Saddle Lake. My father used to run some of the ceremonies that would happen in the community, such as the powwows, the round dances, and we'd have different visitors. And back then, we didn't have television in the house. When visitors would come over, as is our nature as First Nations people, we share things with them, and usually food. So what would happen is my mother would prepare food for the visitors, and everyone would eat. And then later on in the night, my father would pull out the drum, and the men would sit around the drum and sing. And sometimes, if there was other children there, we'd all dance, and the whole night would come alive. So I think that's when it started, way back when. And then with Northern Cree, well, as we got older with my brothers, we grew up, like I said, around singing. My father was a singer. With Northern Cree, we just happened to be around the drum. And there's a whole story to that about going to a hand game tournament. My dad was a devout hand game player as he got older. We played hand games too, which is our traditional game. And we had traveled to a place called Lapwai, Idaho to play hand games, to meet up with one of my brothers down there. We didn't do so well the very first night, and it was a traditional powwow happening there along with the hand games. So we ended up, my brother who had lived around there, Earl, managed to get us a drum, and we set up for the weekend, and the arena director came over and asked what our drum group was. Well, on our drum, it said right there in these faded lettering, something like sort of like a rough paint job. It said Northern Cree. I said, and my brother Randy said, we'll be this Northern Cree. And away we went. The rest is history. Who would have known it would have went to the places that it's gone to? Unbelievable. Like we're very fortunate to have had our drum take us to the many places it has, to have taken us to places where we've met countless individuals from various backgrounds. Very fortunate. And amazingly enough, like 30 plus years, or let's try about 40 plus years, close, eh? We're still going pretty strong. We got some projects coming up. In fact, this year, we've been just at home like everybody else for the past year, but we got some good stuff coming out this summer.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have an impressive background and an impressive, 8 Grammy nominations. How did that come to be?
Well, actually, it's 9 Grammy nominations. It just came unexpectedly. It wasn't something like we didn't go to start singing. Like I said, back when we were little kids, we didn't think about anything like Grammy Awards or singing on that stage. It was just stuff that we grew up with. Who knew? Nobody knew.
Right.
That would happen. The drum, I always say, is matausu. That means it's powerful. Like it can take you to places you never even dreamed of. Because for us, like the first time that we got to go, that we were nominated was like a real shock. And we weren't even too sure what to expect. We weren't even too sure if we were going to go. And then we got these all of these tickets to these different events and whatnot. And lo and behold, a bunch of us were going. And we went down there. And the only time that I'd ever seen any of these music awards was on television. And of course, when I seen them, what were people wearing? They were all wearing penguin suits and these tuxedos and whatnot. So what did we do? Well, we went out and we got tuxedos and black shoes and whatnot. That first time, nobody spoke to us. We were invisible. We just blended right in. Nobody talked to us and whatnot. And those, LA is pretty warm all year round. Anyway, it was pretty warm outside, and those suits were really uncomfortable. And the shoes were terrible, man. Walk around in those shoes all day. They were terrible. So the next time that we went, and the guys were asking me, are you gonna dress up? And I said, I'm not dressing in that all day. What are you going to wear? I said, I'm just going to wear a beaded vest and a few other things, maybe a ribbon shirt. The rest of them did the same thing. The very first party that we went to, that second time that we went, we were out on the patio of this, I can't remember what they call it, some kind of a huge building. And we were out on the patio and some of the guys were having a cigarette because people were smoking out there. This young lady walked up to the biggest guy in our group and was just asking where he got his shirt from because he was wearing a ribbon shirt that was actually made by some of the local ladies from our community. And here it was a lady by the name of Britney Spears. And she just came out right up to us. Like from then on in, every time we go, we dress like us, like our people. And we're very proud to do so.
And here's the second excerpt from that interview.
Nanahi tamwen, good listening skills, obedience to your parents, to your grandparents and your teachers. Just stay to it, to have respect for self, respect for others, respect for everything around you. Tapatemwen, to do that with humility in a humble way. Sagituin, to have love for everyone around you. Wiatagusuin, to create happiness in your life. Nanaskumwen, not to forget to give thanks for everything that is given to you and the happiness that is created. Sitoskatuin, to support one another. Witsituin, to help one another. And a number of other teachings, but we try to put those forward. And I myself as an educator, I always tell young people, especially young First Nations people, no matter what tribe you are or where you might be in a location that is not, you don't have the easiness to a lot of the things that people have within cities or within urban areas. We say to you, if you believe in yourself, where you come from, who you are, your culture, your identity, more important, your language, it will take you to places you never even dreamed of. We know that for a fact.
Awesome words. And thanks again for talking to us today.
Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest. brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds.
Austin Marcus is underneath the bucket and he ties it. 3 seconds left. Here comes Goggle Eye. Another miracle maybe. And he makes it
On
in!
Thursday, March 23rd, 2017, Boys Fort band member from Nett Lake, Minnesota, Cade Goggle Eye, led the Northwoods Grizzlies to a second-place seat in the Class 1A Division semifinals at the Minnesota State High School Boys Basketball Tournament. This was largely due to his miraculous buzzer-beating win over Central Minnesota Christian. The Blue Jays tied the close game 51-51 with a layup and only 4 seconds remaining. With no timeouts, the Grizzlies attacked ferociously. Goggle Eye, the sophomore guard, banked a three-pointer from midcourt just as the buzzer sounded, giving the high school team located in Cook a 54-51 victory over the number 3 ranked Central Minnesota Christian High School in the Williams Arena in Minneapolis. The Grizzlies moved on to the final championship game against Minneapolis North, who were ranked number 1 in the state. The Northwoods Grizzlies team took home the second place trophy that year, thanks to Cade Goggle Eye's unbelievable shot. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Native Fest, celebrating the arts, food, and writing of Minnesota's first people.
Bonjour. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming tonight. Tonight we've got a very special guest, Dr. Anton Troyer. He's professor of Ojibwe over at Bemidji State University. He's also a very accomplished author and authority on all kinds of things, Ojibwe, language, culture. Again, thanks so much for coming out. This is being put on by KBFT. Please welcome Anton Troyer.
Miigwech. So a lot of things make up identity. Human beings are really complicated, and different people will talk about different things that matter more to them. But all of these things impact it. Like race matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. My father's actually not Native. But if I started saying, yeah, for white guys like me, it's really hard to da-da-da-da-da, someone's going, huh? Because I can't really get around the way that I look in the mirror. So race matters for how we get othered, how we see ourselves. So what's on the inside is going to matter more. Place matters too. I don't know how many of you have been up to Panema on the Red Lake Reservation. That's where Tom Stillday's from. You can tell you're in a different place because, among other things, people bury their dead in the front yard. There are all these spirit houses where everybody's relatives are buried. So you can't really mow your grass. But when you step out the door to your house, there's mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, generation upon generation, and older than America. Boy, that does something. Place does matter. And especially in Indian country, or for some of our other enclaves, Amish or something like that, place matters really a lot. Language matters. Language really does make a difference. And embedded in language is a totally different way of looking at the world. And we're going to take a look at a couple examples of that just to help bring that home. Customs matter, like not just the ceremony you go to once a year, but the everyday things. Economy, and that doesn't just mean money, but like how do we get our food? Is it from the lake or is it from the grocery store or whatever? That's part of who we are too. But also politics, like one of the things that's distinct about Native people is we have these distinct governments, and we've maintained those over time. It's another part of our identity. But if you think about it, all of these things, these are some of the major markers of identity. They're all being challenged. We're on a path in this country where everybody's multiracial. As that happens, there are good and bad things that happen from that. But it does provide a challenge to the way that we identify ourselves today. Place, too. Some people move away. They go to the cities. They look for a job. And then they're back on the weekends. But that's just not the same. It's happening here too. Bois Fort's pretty rural. People got to hunt for jobs outside of the tribal program jobs. And it's not always easy for everybody. Language too. Not everybody's a speaker. In fact, a place like Bois Fort, you can count them up on fingers and toes. That's not healthy, where the language is 100 years from now. Treaty 3's in language crisis. Lac La Croix is kind of a special pocket of strength, but even there, as soon as they built the road and put in satellite dishes, the kids start watching SpongeBob in English, and next thing you know, they start talking to each other in English. Customs too, let's just face it, most of us buy our groceries in the grocery store. We're not really getting it from the lakes. Most of us are operating integrated into the mainstream world, not in a distinct native enclave where we're only doing native things. The schools where our kids are being educated are run in the English language. They're dominated by English culture, and they're taught primarily by non-native people. So that is, aside from the hand that rocks the cradle, the most important thing in kind of shaping the next generation, the way people are going to think, speak, and act, and so forth. And our political systems too, although distinct and still here, think about it, like most of the programs and most of the jobs are funded through government grant programs where non-native people write the rules and make all the decisions about who's going to get the money and who's not. That's really different from a nation that keeps its own army, that has a Secretary of State for dealing with the other nations. That's different from having a reservation business committee and applying for grants from Uncle Sam. So yes, we have sovereignty, but we've diminished it in some ways, externally, through no fault of our own. But internally, we sometimes enable that because we spend all our energy squabbling for the scraps from Uncle Sam's table instead of really thinking about how differently can we make this. All those markers of identity put us in a bit of crisis. Change can be really healthy. It can be good. And let's face it, some of the problems we have around here, dang, we need things to change. But change can be good or bad. Nations rise and nations decline. Communities strengthen and communities weaken. And we need to think about what directions do we want to go and then how do we script a path to get there. We cannot afford to be just passive observers of what happens because so far that has not worked out very well.
Native Fest is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project, made possible by a grant from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota. Online at kbft.org.
You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Bois Fort band members, past and present. Fred McDougall remembers what it was like leading Minnesota's Indian Affairs Commission in the 1970s.
We had to make some pretty sweeping legislative changes to that body to make it exactly what it is today, and that's all elected tribal chairmen on there. There was a time when they were all appointed by the governor and Senate and all sorts of dumb ways. Most of the people that served on the State Indian Affairs Commission or in a tribal were not elected officials. They were just political appointees. That was bad. It didn't serve the interests of tribal government. I went to work down there, and that's when we started to change it. Actually, had to legislatively change the commission to make tribal chiefs acceptable on there. After the tribal chiefs said, if we don't change it, we're pulling out, and we don't want nothing to do with this Indian Affairs Commission. Don't even talk to us.
McDougall is from Bois Fort, and in addition to serving as one of the first commissioners, he also served as the director of the Minnesota Chippewa tribes. And he designed the Bois Fort logo. He remembers when casinos started on the reservations and some of the benefits they had.
There's no doubt that the casinos have contributed to the economic well-being of every reservation. Every reservation is, can point to casino gaming, gaming revenues as being able to just move the progress forward. It's a case of what came first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing.
McDougall said before gaming, economic development came from the federal government.
That's when, but prior to that, any money that came into the reservation, are you ready for this, was funneled in by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You might have called the reservations at the time, sorry to say this, but we're pretty much on welfare. You know, federal government decided to put us all on these reservations and give us annuities and no economic development, and so we got all of these different sorts of support programs from the state, HUD, you know, or state, from the state, from the feds, HUD, and all, you know, all those other things. Well, roads and the whole thing that was all Bureau of Indian Affairs. Employment, there was hardly any employment on the reservation except for those who worked for those federal bureaucracies on the res. They ran the whole res. That's where the money came from.
He says casinos gave the tribes self-determination, their own revenue, beyond what the BIA was providing.
We grew with them, with the res and the tribal governments as they grew and got bigger and better and more knowledgeable, had more resources.
He says life is much better in places like Bois Forte because of gaming. He says they fought for their rights, and that's something that resonates with him today. For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. The Family History Series is brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Elder Times, a program where we learn about the history of Net Lake through the voices in our community. Today we'll be talking with Ron Boucher. This will be part 1 of 3 interviews.
My name is Ron Boucher. I was born and raised in Net Lake, on a Net Lake reservation. I was born at my great-grandmother's house, Rosie Strong. But back then they had a lady, Miss John, her name was, and she took us me and my mother to the Little Fork Hospital, and that's on my birth record right now, is Little Fork. But I wish my grandmother Strong's name was on there yet. I'm the first great-great-grandchild of George Strong and Rosie Strong, and also on my dad's side, I'm the first great-grandchild too of the Joe Boucher and Mary Boucher. So it's an honor to I guess, to be one of the first great-grandchildren there. So, but anyway, I was asked to talk a little bit about when I was growing up on a reservation. I grew up down on a ball diamond where the old powwow grounds are now. There was a house up there. It used to belong to Tony Harding, and right below the hill was my little life. It was Strongville, they called it. My great-uncle Herbert and my great-uncle Johnny and my great-uncle Louis and Herbert and my great-auntie Annie, they all lived down there. And Spuddy and my great-grandmother lived in that house down there. And so it was a big thing for us to go down there all the time and learn, play with everybody down there. Down around Strongville, or Squeaky and Roger Strong and Glig and Norman and Lulu and Herbie and all them boys and strong boys, Gayo, Kenny. So that's where I grew up. I grew up with those guys. Language was we spoke language. They spoke language to us a lot, to me and Reggie when we were growing up. But today, I struggle with it today because I never really, after I got into become a teenager, I never really spoke language after that. But I always remember speaking it when we were little with my grandmother and my aunts and my great uncles. We grew up around that lake there. Me and my mom, my dad, and my older brother, my uncle Justin, who was like a brother to me. My mom and dad raised him ever since he was 4 years old, and then he lived out on an island with us at Burnside Lake. He lived with us all these years till he graduated high school. Off and on, once in a while he'd get mad at my mom and he'd go live with our aunt Annie down at Strongville. But we all grew up cutting wood, hauling water. I remember during the times when it was time to wash clothes, we'd have to haul a lot of water to fill up the tubs and stuff for my mother, and rinse water, and then it was a big chore that we had every day after school to chop wood, and so we all lived up there in that little house. My mom, my dad, my older brother, and my two younger brothers, Jim and Elmer Bazug. So they were just a little. Jim was just a tiny baby then, and so was Elmer. He was pretty tiny, small yet. But I remember, when we were growing up, we did a lot of things together. All of us guys, we hunted, we played army back in them woods. We walked all over in them woods, and out to Joy's field. We had trails. We had little campsites out there. We'd stop and make tea. Those were the fun days, and we'd go always out in the canoe. We'd go explore around the lake shores and walk up on the shores and look for things, and it was pretty good back in them days. Really didn't have nothing to worry about, because it was, I don't know, seemed like we were free, back in them days. Like nowadays, you gotta answer to something, or you can't do this unless you have a piece of paper saying you can, But back in them days, it seemed, like I said, free to us, And my great grandmother always taught us a lot, to me and Reggie. I grew up pretty close to Reggie Strong when I was growing up, and Lulu and Herb. Those guys were pretty close to me, and so we did a lot together. We hunted. A lot of crazy things back home, back down in Strongville, and the horses. My grandmother had horses, and I remember we used to ride them horses, and we used to take care of them horses for her. Cut hay, and then it always used to be fun when we'd go in the winter time. We'd go cut wood, and we used to get them horses and them sleigh on the sleigh, and then we'd go out and cut wood, and that used to be fun. And my dad would make coffee and stuff out in the woods, and Justin and all of them, Squeak and all them guys would come help, and we used to always have and we'd all ride back with a big sleigh full of wood and unload some at Grandma's, and we'd take some up to our house, and then it was cutting wood for us. And anyway, it was pretty good. I always think of that now that I'm 59 years old. I always think back of those days, and days that they make me laugh, and then some are sad, and sometimes I miss those people that are gone now before us, that I grew up with, and I always think of them. When I get a chance, I go put food out for them, and hopefully they get it, but anyway, I'll tell a little story about my grandmother, my great grandmother Rosie. Me and Reggie learned a good lesson from her years ago, and we used to go up to her down to when we go down being Strongville down there. My Auntie Annie Strong would call us in and tell us that Grandma would want to see us, and so we'd go up and visit. We'd go up her stairs, and then we'd walk back there and go visit with her. And back then we knew how to talk Indian and understand Indian, both I and Reggie, and that's all we did down here was Indian. Seemed like Squeaky and Glig and Clara and Karen, all of them. They spoke the language, and except when we were joking around about stuff, but we'd go. Me and Reg would go up to my great grandma's room, and she'd always give us 4 things, each of us, and she'd tie it up in a little cloth. It was a marble, a piece of a piece of maple syrup candy, and then a nickel, and then some tobacco. And she'd fold that up and tie it up, and she'd give us each one, and then she'd explain what to us or what we put in there. And anyway, one was for playing, one was to buy something, one was to eat, and then one was to pray. And that's one thing I never forgot, even as young as I was. Because she used to do that to us every month and go up to her place, and then it was a good lesson, that she taught us, and I always think of that. I always think of that today. You know, that back then, you know, those little 4 things, you know, meant we had everything. You know, and nowadays, you know, we can't get enough. You know, we gotta have this. Our kids gotta have that. They gotta have, our grandkids gotta have this and that, and cost $80, $90 for a pair of shoes to get them to when they play basketball. You know, nowadays, but back then, you know, those material things like that didn't mean a whole lot to us. But those little 4 items in that little bag seemed like meant the world to us, and it was given to us by our great-grandmother.
You have been listening to Elder Times, brought to you by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and KBFT 89.9 FM, Bois Forte Tribal Community Radio.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we meet with Josh Danderand, bassist and songwriter for the 5-piece indie rock band, The Moonlight Community.
This is Josh Danderand for The Moonlight Community. The Moonlight Community is originally from St. Cloud, Minnesota. We met there when we were all going to college. I, at the time, was going to school for music education. We have 2 albums out right now. Our first one was called The Gateway, and our second one is called Anin. And both albums very much show the versatility in our band, in our writers, and in our music in general. If you were to try to categorize it in one simple genre, I would probably say rock, maybe alternative. But it also just depends on the song. We have a song called Dreams from the new album Anin.
Me formulating the plan is just half of the battle. Just half of the battle. Then one day I'll be big like Cobain in Seattle. Cobain in Seattle. If you're feeling you're up in the creek with no paddle.
That's hip hop, and it was our first one ever, and it's a crowd favorite. We have some beautiful slow ballads, like Save Yourself, our second single from Anin.
Save yourself from the certain doom that's ahead of you. Save yourself from the burning fire that will bring you down. Save yourself.
We have some heavy metal. We have one song called No from The Gateway that's heavy. We have one song called Stars from Anin that's heavy. We have a 50s style sock hop song called Marble Eyes that's on Anin. We have a techno song called Galaxy on Anin. You name it, and we've either done it or we intend to do it. We almost want to be a band that could replace the shuffle program on your Spotify or iTunes. We'd love it if you just wanted to listen to whatever, right? You're vacuuming or you're doing dishes, and you want to listen to lots of different varieties of music. We'd love to be the band that you just plug our name in and you get everything you want. And with the different backgrounds that we have as individual musicians, we're becoming very good at succeeding in that goal. We all listen to all different types of music, and you can hear it in the individual songwriter's influence. And also, when it comes to writing, we don't think of genres. I think we think more of what's happening in our life the day that the song gets written. We write about things at face value sometimes, like falling in love or something, or getting your heart broken. We also write about things that need to be interpreted by the listener. Purpose of life, meaning, where are we? Why are we? So just like in the genre, musically, our topics and our lyrics, we try to incorporate all different types of meanings and stuff behind our lyrics.
I am lost in this world. I can't seem to find my way. Every right turn curves left into the wrong. And now I guess I'll just move along.
If someone out there is listening and they want to start doing something creative, whether they're writing poetry, starting a band, trying to get their physical artwork out there, man, just go for it. Always go for it. There's really no downside to it. The worst thing that could happen is people say they don't like it, but whatever. That's not a big deal because other people will say that they do like it. I've found a lot of time that negativity only comes from people who want you to not be happy. So when you realize that, then actually nothing should ever really upset you or bring you down or stop you from creating, because if they're being negative, it's just because they're not very happy with the fact that you're happy. So once you realize that, it becomes pretty easy to not care about any negativity and then love the positivity, and just ride with it. And, when it comes down to it, if you're creating something, it's yours anyway, right? Of course you want to share it with others and you want to bring joy or whatever emotion you're trying to emote with your art. The first thing is you gotta love it, and it's something you created and that you're proud of, and that's awesome.
Forgot.
But I love playing with my bandmates, James, Matt, AJ, and Dante. When we're playing a live show and we're just nailing it and we're jumping all over the stage and swinging our guitars and just rocking out, there's just nothing better. Close your eyes, absorb all that sound and all those lights, just knowing that your best friends are right there on stage with you doing what you're doing and you're clicking. That's a great reward right there. Also, when you write a song and then you bring it to your band and it becomes a full band song and then you record it and then you get to listen to it, that's a pretty good reward too. Challenges during COVID. Well, this one has an asterisk by it. This one's a little different because this one has definitely been challenging because we can't play anywhere. We were supposed to play 5 festivals this summer. We ended up playing 0, of course. And, we tried our best during the pandemic to give things to our fans and to potential fans. And, of course, it's all positive. And it's been tough because in those platforms of social media, everyone is generally very much lured in by negativity. So if you're trying to lure people in with positivity, it doesn't really work. But having said that, if we happen to run across someone in face-to-face, which isn't often, they usually show a extreme interest in us. So who knows? Maybe it's a challenge. Maybe it's an opportunity to go more grassroots. And when this whole thing's over, maybe we'll do more flyers and billboards. I don't think we'll do a billboard, but you know what I mean. Old school marketing, old school word of mouth, because that does seem to attract more positive outcomes than what social media has become.
Where can we find your music?
If you're looking for Moonlight Community, you can find us anywhere that you look for music. We're on Spotify, we're on iTunes, we're on Apple Music, we're on Google Play, we're on Amazon Music, YouTube Music, of course Facebook, and honestly, I think the best way to find us is our website, because it's a one-stop shop, and that is just themoonlightcommunity.com. Pretty cool little website, and it has everything you'd ever need to know about us. You know, the overall message of the Moonlight Community is to be yourself. I think when you take every song we've ever written, and if you put them into like a word generator, it would probably come out as community, which is, I guess we have an appropriate band name then. We have crazy background stories. We have a veteran in our band. We have a cancer survivor in our band. We have a diabetic in our band. We have people who have grieved with close personal deaths in our band. We're kind of a soap opera of sorts. And because of that, our biggest goal is to give whatever we can to whoever we can, whoever needs it. And because of all the crazy things that have happened to us as individuals, we have a really good door to go through that a lot of other people have gone through as well. We've lived lives that other people are living right now. We can relate, and we can be advice givers, or just good listeners, or just a band that makes music that makes people happy. So we're gonna always be this way, and we love meeting people. We love working with people, and maybe one day you'll come see us at a show, and we'll hang out, have some fun, dance.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
Tell me your name and tell me where you're from.
Roberta Reibel, I'm from Leech Lake.
And tell me, now you have these incredible earrings. I am a huge admirer of earrings. And in fact, a couple of years ago, I started not buying earrings from Target or anywhere else. I only buy them from the people that make them. And tell me who made your earrings, and can you describe them for me?
My mom made my earrings, and she also makes all my kids' regalia. They go on the powwow circuit, and they go dancing. They go competition in the competitions, as well as the traditional powwows. And there are certain ways that each usually elders that teach us, that do the beadwork and meetings, but I don't actually do them myself. But the ones I'm wearing in particular, they're black and white, and they have the rhinestone banding. She actually has a whole lot of friends all over that do sell the stuff to make. And she comes up with her own creations.
How long has she been? She's sitting right here. Tell me how long she's been making earrings or beading.
I would say for years. For years. She's, I don't know, it actually depends on the person too. Some do sell their beadwork for profit, some don't. And she is actually one that doesn't really sell for profit. She actually does gift them if she needs to, and for family members and close friends, things like that.
And who taught your mom how to bead?
I actually don't know. That would be her question, I guess. She watched her mom do it and picked up and learned, and she has friends that do it as well, and they share kind of some of their designs and things. And there's no, or tutorials. There's actually no certain way it is to be done. Everybody has their own way of doing it. So that's what makes them so unique.
Yeah, and is yours kind of a modern style beadwork?
Yep, there's actually all different types of beadwork. And you can use bugle beads. There's the smaller beads. Depends on how they're cut and everything like that. There's different sizes, so it depends on, I guess, the preference of the person who's wearing them.
Yeah. Well, they look beautiful on you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Lake Vermilion boarding school on the Boys Fort Reservation started in the late 1890s. The school started as a missionary school for the church, but soon became a tool to erase Native culture and identity. Many Native American children were taken from their families to be assimilated into European culture and never heard from again. Parents who resisted sending their children off were severely punished. Schools were, quote, a way to conquer the Indians. The boarding school era in America started in the late 1870s with the first school opened in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Approximately 100 schools were open on and off Indian reservations across America and were funded by the government. Lake Vermilion was the primary boarding school in the Northland. In 1934, the boarding school era ended with the Indian Organization Act, which began the process of shutting down the schools. Lake Vermilion was one of the last boarding schools shut down and lingered on into the 1950s. Today, many of our elders were affected from this boarding school that was on our reservation. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
My name is Jackie Wilson. I was Jackie King, part of the King family in Net Lake. I was raised there. My dad loved to hunt and fish, so we grew up on a lot of wild game and stuff like that. And so I learned how to pluck ducks and clean fish, and I hated skinning rabbits. One funny story is my dad went hunting ducks, and he was gone for a really long time, and he came back with these army duffel bags full of ducks, because we had big chest freezers, right? Because we literally lived on this food, right? So my mom and I was like in 7th or 8th grade, so my mom and I stayed up all night plucking and singeing and cleaning ducks. And once we got a whole bunch, I said, hey, should we count the ducks? She's like, okay. So we started counting the ducks, and we had 99 ducks. And we got done just in time for me to shower and go jump on the school bus. And she said, you don't have to go to school, because we literally did it all night long. And when we were done counting the ducks, I said, there's 99 of them. I said, do you think he thought he got 100 ducks? And she said, don't tell him.
Tell me what one of the reasons why you wanted to be on the tribal council in the first place.
Because people asked me to, and I think I kind of, what I've learned through the years is I have the ability to take an issue or a problem like pieces of a puzzle and see the whole puzzle as well as the pieces. And so I think people may have seen something like that in me early on. Previously, I had run the tribe's employment and training program for quite a while. The economic development wasn't that good on the reservation. It's such an isolated area, and so I could get people jobs, and I could get people to apply for the jobs and accept the jobs, but I had a hard time with them staying on the job, and it was a lot of services that they needed around it, It was possibly, there were so many pieces, that go into that, so much history, the historical trauma, the welfare dependent, and it's not a put down to people. It was a way of life. They didn't consider anything else possibly, and so it was hard to help them change that culture, and so I guess that was part of it. Was I wanted to help make that change for the community. When the welfare system changed from an entitlement to a work first philosophy, I was really involved in projects like that. In fact, we kind of thought they stole our idea because we had gotten small funding to assist families. We did post-placement counseling and things like that. That's when I was working for another agency. We were doing things like that. We got funding to do that, to help people stay on the job and help them feel comfortable and feel like they could accomplish. I respect people that stay home with their kids, but sometimes economics doesn't allow for that. And so, and they have to go out and work, and so when that happens, then I want them to be as successful as possible. So now I run the Bois Forte Urban Office. We've been open for a few years now. We're the newest, I think, in the Twin Cities. There's quite a few other urban offices, and when I opened it, I asked the council, what do you want? What do you want this office to do? And they kind of said, well, that's why we hired you, because we figured you would know what they need down there. I said, okay. So my first thing was to develop a budget, because I need to know what I had to work with, right? Yeah. And then so I called like a bunch of different agencies, and because I'd been down here for quite a while, and I asked them, what is it that you can't provide or you wish you could provide for your clients? Because it didn't make sense to me to build a budget on things that I could already find someplace else for our tribal members. I never know what I'm going to be doing from one day to the next, and Helen Wilkie used to laugh about that, because sometimes the chairman in blizzards, like days like today, the Chairman Lisi wasn't able to make it to a meeting, and he was supposed to give the welcome speech. She'd call me up and she'd say, remember when you told me that you never know what you're going to be doing? Yeah. Or, I'm over at the state capitol in Rotunda thing, talking with a bunch of women against violence stuff. And that's amazing. It's, or I'm helping somebody find a lawyer because their landlord is just, it never know. You never know one day. I have I feel like, good relationships with a lot of our community members down here, and it's not always just our tribal members. There's such a blend of tribal members down here, and that one of the tribes, they say we are all related. I really feel that.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen. This is a conversation with Kathy Blackbrower and Bob Trench, two of the filmmakers who made Dodging Bullets, a documentary about historical trauma in Indian country. Bob explains how the film's storytelling unfolded over the course of 4 years.
And since we had a long window of 4 years to do a film, we were able to plan and find out who was speaking at different events and to film them at events so that they're talking to audiences and there can be questions and answers or audience reactions. A good example is Keith Ellison talks about treaty rights at the mascot protest down at the University of Minnesota. He's got a crowd of about 500 people in front of him. You see the reactions on the crowd and you see the realism that's actually going on. So we were able to plan that out.
The film is broken into different segments, highlighting treaty rights and members of the Native American community in Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Well, Doreen Day briefly we filmed her singing down at the Dakota nightclub. and she's singing the morning song. So it was just a wonderful opportunity because music is very important to community. Music is very important to people. So we brought in a lot of live music that we filmed. The treaty rights section came off very wonderful. We were able to go up and film at Cheap Hole in the Day Lake, and we were able to film Leonard Thompson discussing past histories, how kids are suffering from trauma today, and what we're trying to do to overcome that, to get our rights back, to get our land back, to be able to hunt, fish, and gather on the lands.
Kathy invited Bob and his crew to the Blackfeet Reservation in Montana to meet a woman who endured a lot of trauma at a young age. She was in treatment for her drug use when another tragedy struck.
When Bob and his film crew came to Montana, it got very personal in the sense that we interviewed a young girl, and she was had just finished 8th grade. And because of the different things she had go on in her life, she was willing to sit down with us and talk to us about what was happening. And she was sitting in her home where her brother had been shot and killed. The bullet holes were still in the walls. Grandma, who is raising her, was in the kitchen listening to the conversation, but did not want to be part of it because we asked her. And she began to talk about what had gone on in her life and the trauma and the reason there was trauma in her life. And it really speaks to the historical trauma and the generational ways in which people tried to handle it, and oftentimes in not healthy ways. And so it became very personal, and I think it touched Bob and his film crew deeply. Bob has still stayed in contact with this young woman to see how she was doing.
The film strikes a delicate balance between portraying some of the hardships people face in Indian country with the determination and pride people also have about their community.
For me, they were so sensitive to the fact that they were not Native people and that they were on Native people land and that they were talking to Native people. They were so gracious and so willing to learn with what was going on around them. They were very welcomed in the community, because you could tell, and Indian folks say that they can smell somebody that is just trying to jump on. That's not sincere, that's not genuine, but they knew that Bob and his crew were very genuine, and that would show Native people in a very positive light.
Mm-hmm. But one thing I learned from the very beginning was that if you do go into Indian country to work on a film, you don't do it without the help of Indian country, and you don't do it without people from Indian country working with you. And that was one of the very first missions that we started off with, is instead of being a non-native director, going onto reservations and doing a hit and run of filming, lines at liquor stores at 8 in the morning, we were not going to do that. Yeah. We wanted to go in and find out the truth, but not make it a poverty porn film. We don't want to show boarded up houses. We wanted to show how people were actually living and show the negatives that are going on that are caused by trauma, but also the positives that are going on, because there's a lot of good things happening in Indian country. And so many non-natives believe, those Indians, they got their casino money grubbers, or they're just the poor people on the side of the street begging for money. And those are the stories you hear about, but you don't hear the real truth, which is the 99% of the other people living in Indian country and doing well and living a good way of life.
Bob not only showed Browning and the heart of the Blackfeet Reservation, but he also showed the beautiful country that surrounds us, because he said it well, and it's so symbolic that, of course, we have heartbreak and we see some of the bad things represented on the street. But if you look around and you get to know people, you see the beauty.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
Eugene Goodsky. I grew up in my earlier years was Sugar Bush near Orr. Teenager, I moved to Net Lake.
What are some of the people you looked up to growing up?
Elders. I was always hanging out with guys in the next generation up, like my dad's generation. I used to do everything with them, my father-in-law especially. I did a lot of work, hard work. I'd go hunting. I'd sling the deer over my shoulders, but I really learned a lot from them, everything about what you need to know for survival. And I used to help the elders, the older medicine men. I knew a lot of the plants, so that's what they would send me out to go look for a certain plant for the medicine they were going to use. So that's how I learned herbal medicine now today. I was probably about 8 years old. I used to come up here to Net Lake. I used to ride on the bus on the weekends with my aunt Martha Adams, my mother's youngest sister. And I used to come and stay with my grandpa. So in time, I became interested in all living beings, animals, birds, and the plants. I used to check out books from the library. I went to school at Orr. I always check books out about birds, animals, and fish, everything, all living beings.
So you consider your job at Nut Lake or at Boys Fort as a medicine man?
No, I wouldn't say medicine man. There's a difference between a medicine man and a spiritual leader and a spiritual advisor. A medicine man and a spiritual leader, they talk to the spirits and they can hear. They get replies back. They can communicate back and forth
with
the spirit.
Okay.
But it's like myself, I'm a spiritual advisor. They can hear me and my requests, but I can't hear them.
So you do kind of both, though, but you feel that your main job is spiritual advisor.
Yeah.
But you also have some medicinal knowledge that you use to help people.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. A lot of people say that you're a leader in this community. Do you think of yourself as such? Why or why not?
I never thought of it as being a leader, but anywhere, anything that I do, no matter what, powwow especially, I'm there. People always come to me for direction, what to do, what should we do in a situation like this, or not only powwows, but any other thing. People always come to me, especially dreams or something like that.
Who do you consider a leader?
Well, the leaders are all the ones that are department heads and the tribal council members. And I'm right there with the tribal council members as their, again, advisor, spiritual advisor. They come to me for questions, or I do a lot of the invocations, opening their meetings, and I'm really glad that they did this, that they're doing this rather. A long time ago when I was a kid, I remember this one old man. He used to walk around. He was hurrying around with tobacco. He'd be passing out tobacco. Kiwi kumigo, kiwi kumigo. They're asking you to come, which it means they're having a meeting. And it was usually down at there was a dance hall. It was a round hall, they call it. Before they'd start their their meetings, they would smoke the pipe. So that's where I'm glad today that we're doing the same thing. I just have them put tobacco in a napkin, and I talk about the tobacco that's being offered for the meeting. I ask for directions for them to make the wise decisions that they need to make. I ask for the people to have a meeting and not quarrel, not get angry, to have a peaceful meeting.
What do you think some of the challenges Bois Forte residents face?
The biggest thing is alcohol and drugs. Younger people graduating from high school, and there wasn't my day. I was one of them that dropped out of school in the 10th grade. My father passed away, and my mom was having a hard time making ends meet, so me and my brother went to work. We're working at the sawmill, and we were able to fend for ourselves. The girls were able to fend for themselves because they were working. And Mom turned to the worst.
So the challenges the residents or that you faced and the family faced are similar to challenges still today then?
Similar, yeah, today. But there's more help out there today than there was in my day. They didn't have treatment programs, but the people that were really serious about quitting is they turned to the traditional ways of.
Well, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say about leaders?
Everybody has their job, and everybody just knows what they're doing, and it's a lot different today than when it was yesterday.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to a segment about language immersion, honoring Ojibwe culture and heritage. In January, Bois Forte hosted a free Ojibwe language immersion event at the Tribal Government Center in Net Lake. It featured singing, hand drumming, storytelling, outdoor winter games, language classes, and a traditional dinner. The 3-day event exposed people to culture and tradition while creating a sense of community. Billy Blackwell was one of the storytellers at the event. He told the crowd about his Ojibwe upbringing.
Anishtana, bonjour, Nishana Bedok, Asabi Gane, Sagai Ganing, Ishkonigaming Oma, Nochko Gego, Ishinikani Guyan, Gichu Nagaming, Dunchiba, Wing Ego Ninimenwendan, Bishain Oma, Chimiquena Nawa. Kay Kidawat Mewashak Kieranzi Bananak Bindamuya Banana Koma Sabigane Sagaiganing Iwi Wikwachitun Tabaja Motakozian Windamuawa Gegi Nawin Aning Gashawebak Mewasha Kawanda Shanishana Kamiga Sanoon Uu Sichigang Nungo. I said I am from Gitche Unagaming Grand Portage. Waban, early in the morning, a quid early morning cloud is one of my many, many, many Indian names. And of course, when Mr. Blackwell talks, you're going to hear some very, very valuable stories. Why? Because when you hear these stories, it is your job to try to remember them, to carry them on. Now, did I grow up with the language in a traditional way? No. But when I reached 17, I started having visions and dreams. I lived in the woods with no electricity, running water for a while with the old people. And they wouldn't talk English to me. I was so frustrated, so mad, crying. And then about 5 years later, I was so glad, because it caught on finally to my mind. As a kid, I only knew 6, 7 Indian words that my mother taught me. But she didn't speak it either. Our grandmother did. But I learned. There's so much knowledge. You cannot believe. The elders told me knowledge never ends. Kagige bimadaziwen means everlasting knowledge. When you die, you're going to learn a lot more. My computer mind, when I hear things, I think of different things. When I say that word kagige, everlasting, right away I thought, gee, where did I used to stay in Nett Lake with Nasi Benner? Why? I didn't know at that time, but there was a reason for it. I can't remember if his name was Kagige Benes or Kagige Gijik. I think it was Everlasting Thunder, Kagige Benes. And he would talk to me all night. Nishnabemon. I could get about half of it. And he could speak English, not a heck of a lot. And I said, I think I know what you're telling me. He said, there's a dream I had. He said, I am to pass this on through you to the people of Nett Lake. He told me that in the language. So I went down to Albert Strong's, which was right down where you saw them on the film where the boats go. And he was married, his second marriage, to Ruth Boji Strong. And she was Nitanishnabemo. She spoke the language very fluently. And I said, Ruth, Nasi's telling me something about something that everybody is supposed to know about Nett Lake. Could you go talk to him? I gave her tobacco. She said, sure. That was about 1972 or 3 or somewhere in there. I was like 22, 23 years old. So she said, he had a dream. He is to tell the story of Nett Lake that you heard Jesse Drift talking about, that you heard her talking about. And so she went over and she did it all. Now, when you hear Mr. Billy Blackwell, you never know what's going to happen. Not very many people here tonight. Well, maybe there's a reason for that, the weather, everything. So, all of a sudden in a place called Cass Lake, there was a program. And a guy moved from out west. He'd gone all around. He went to Indian college. He was a tremendous basketball player. He grew up very poor in a place called Ball Club, Bagadawaning. His mother was a direct descendant of Chief Buffalo. So I used to drive all the way to stay with him on Sundays to practice basketball, because I was a great athlete in my younger days. I was semi-pro football. I went to Class AA in track. And I played on the state Indian basketball championships with this guy. So I went and told him through his program, and I said, you know, Nett Lake is an unbelievable place. There's less problems there than almost anywhere back at those times. I said, an old man talked about the story of Nett Lake. And this lady interpreted it, and he said, "We'll fund it."
Gabe DeRogie, who is from Lake of the Woods, and Daryl Kingbird both taught language classes.
So I'm from Lake of the Woods area.
What's your name?
Elaine Ross. And I'm actually from the same community that Gabe DeRogie is from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I work for an organization. It's called AKRC, and my co-workers were coming here, and they said, they told me, "See, Elaine, this is good. This would be good for you. You could help you learn the language more, or want to speak it, and you should go." So I said, "Okay, I'll come." And what I'm finding, I kind of gave myself a little test that I told myself last year that I would, in 4 years, I'd become able to speak the language. And what I'm finding when I hang out with my coworkers, because they're fluent speakers, that I'm picking up more and more words, that I'm picking up understanding more. So I think being around speakers is probably the best way of grasping the language. So I'm really glad I came here.
Probably will snow tonight. So if I said Tazok Pantabekat, it would make sense, right? Because there's a vowel change there that takes place, right? Tazok Pantabekat. The bekat means it is night. The bekat is when it's going to be night. The bekak. Make sense? Tazok pan the bekak. It will snow tonight. We need it yogana which ma the bekak. What did I say? We is what? A future tense marker, right? We, ni mi it yog. Nime is to dance. Wog is the pluralization of dancing, right? We ni mi it yog. So they are going to dance. Kana budge. Kana budge is I think, I'm guessing, I'm not certain. Kana budge. You guys know that word, right? We name it yo kana budge Oma tibikuk. Oma is here. Tibikuk tonight. We need to make you're gonna watch Ma to cook. I think so, right? How would you say 8 p.m. in Anishinaabe? 8 p.m. Nishwasa tiba iganet. Nishwasa tiba igan. Wapi agamachinim. That's when I'll start to dance, she said. I'll start dancing right here. Plural, right? Min. If you say min at the end of your sentence, that means it's plural and you're including yourself, right? Gamachi ni min. We are all going to start dancing. I think we're getting some teams. There's one here, 2, 3, 5. There's a 4-man team right over here. And a 1-man team right here. Right? Ano yung cousin? Spencer. Spencer in the casa oil and they got wasted. This guy that's eating here, his name is Spencer. We go casa. He's going to take on everyone single-handedly. That's what I said. Yeah. He wants that Yeti cup real bad. How would you say cup? Kwachigun. Some places they would say Onaganes. Right? Plural, how do you say it? Naganesan? Sun. S-A-N.
Daryl Kingbird also sang a traditional song using a hand drum. Participants learned and played moccasin games.
My name is Gary Proudchief. I'm from the Boys Fort Reservation. I'm up here today to teach moccasin games.
My name is Bojo Indikas Jonathan Johnson. I'm here to teach the moccasin game.
Well, I got asked to come up and teach moccasin games. We do that pretty frequently in the Red Lake Reservation. That's where my kids are half from, and I got a lot of friends that are from there, and I live pretty close by there, so that's where I learned the game. It was from Red Lake. And pretty much, yeah, I just came up here and taught a family member and taught a little guy. He's maybe about 13, 14. And it's pretty much like a warrior's game, a man's game. And I was taught that like it brings healing to like those who struggle and those to like, I don't know how you put it, like abusing drugs or alcohol. So that kind of helps with the game, kind of helps and steer them into the right path. And so pretty much what I got for that.
So how did the boxing game go today? It went pretty well. As today we taught a couple of people, showed a couple of people a couple of things, and it went pretty well.
How long have you been playing?
I've been playing for about 5 years, probably going on to 7.
About the same, 6 years.
Cool. Who taught you guys how to play?
It was me, my friend Mike Barrett, Jack Johnson, Deion Peer. We all kind of got bored like one day, and my friend Mike Barrett, well, he's been playing long before us, and he learned from Todd Smith up in Red Lake, and so he kind of taught us the game. Then as we were just going along, we were kind of getting teachings from the older guys who've been playing way before we started when they were kids, and then so that when we started playing almost every day, they kind of seen that we were taking it serious, and they kind of you know what I mean, came out of the light and taught us the old ways and the old rules of the game. And ever since then, with about maybe 3 to 4 years, we got about pretty much about 50 people up there that play now, when it was just us 6 playing up there every day up on the reservation in Red Lake.
KBFT and Boys Fort are proud to host events like this and will continue to do so. This language segment was made possible by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Ruth Porter. I'm a high school special ed teacher slash Ojibwe teacher. I work with high school kids during the school year. I do a lot of beading and sewing, like after school on the weekends. This was my first quilt class. I was a little nervous because quilt tips tend to fly, and I like that these ladies that were at the class tonight, like, they've done some crafting before, so they were a little more cautious with quills. It all started, my mom ran the Ojibwe Arts program in the 80s, and the older ladies in the village used to gather there. And at that time, I didn't have the fine motor to like do everything they could, but I'd stand around and watch them, and they'd explain what they were doing, and they'd make florals and old time, like the rosettes and the pie-out stitch and stuff. So I would just sit there and watch them. And then as I got older, like, my mom bought me books. Gene would bring us books, and he'd bring the ladies from the community to the school so that they'd teach us how to bead. And growing up, like, I had my older cousins, they could bead. And then my older cousin Loretta had that quilt, she had her own shop in Orr, so I'd do some stuff with her. Well, for the class tonight, I pre-beaded the outline of the flower, because that alone can take a new beader or a regular advanced beader a good half an hour. So I thought I should pre-bead some things so that they could just work only with the quills. Well, I explained to them where I got the quills at first, and then also how to like size up their quill to the flower. And you can use meat containers like in the bottom, because I like to stick my quill one end in the meat container, like the styrofoam, so the quill tip don't go flying. Otherwise I use foam plates. So I showed them how to cut them, and then they just kind of went on their own. And like the inside of the quill, like, I tend to use a long needle, so I'm able to like do the quill, like the full quill through the needle. They did all complete their flowers.
Tina Sadie-Wasser. I'm from Nut Lake, but I live in Port Orchard, Washington. So you've been listening to the radio quite often since we've been up here. I had a little idea because I worked with them before with the quilts, but Ruth showed us how to get the tips, stick it in a styrofoam, and then cut them. So that's what I was afraid of, losing those tips.
Stephanie Wordier. It's time-consuming, but the end result is always very unique. The quills, and I'm actually really happy since this is my first attempt at doing it this way. I mean, I've used quills in my beadwork before, but not like this, and actually I'm pretty happy with the result. It almost looks like pansies.
You can find out more about upcoming artists in the Native Art Festival by checking out KBFT on social media and online at kbft.org. Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
I'm sitting here with Rose Behrens. Tell us a little bit about where you grew up and, just kind of in, I guess, through your grade school and your high school days.
Okay, well, I grew up at Nut Lake, and I went from the 1st through the 6th grade at Nut Lake, and then the 7th through the 9th grade in Orr. We didn't have any electricity until I was about summer. I was 6 or maybe 7. We didn't have any running water. We hauled all of our water, and I think it was a company that came in, some electrical company that came in, and there were some guys that were staying in little trailers up where the Baptist church is now, and they were the ones who worked on the houses and put electricity in the houses. And the first time I saw a light being turned on in our house, I was totally amazed and spent a lot of time flipping that switch up and down. My mom got so mad at me, and the light bulbs burnt out right away when you did that. So
What about what area of the village did you?
I lived down, when you come down that main road in the village, and there's that big T there, and there's those big oak trees. That's where I lived.
Oh, right there.
Right there. And there was, right up from there was a little, they called it the pump house for the school, because that old school was across the road, and up on the top of the hill was where Mr. Wurr lived.
Okay.
And I always remember one summer, everybody had smudges in the village because nobody used spray or anything. They'd make a smudge in an old pail and then make all that smoke and drive all the mosquitoes away. And one evening I decided to make a smudge because I was monkeying around outside, and I kicked my smudge bucket over and caught the grass on fire, and the fire went raging up the hill, and all the firefighters from the village came, and I burnt down the pump house. And Dale Lacey teased me about that for years. But so that's where we lived.
What do you remember about, let's say, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and how did that affect your life or
Well,
the community?
That was like around 1960, in the early 1960s, and I was just a really young teenager then and had no interest in anything that was on the news if it wasn't Ed Sullivan or so that probably went right by me, and I didn't think about it. I probably heard about it but didn't really think about it much. But the next one that you have on your list, the Beatles, because I was 12 years old, had a huge impact on me because I really like music. And all the kids up at Nut Lake had transistor radios, and we used to listen to a station out of somewhere in Illinois, and they played rock and roll all evening. Well, rock and roll at that time.
Is that like WLS?
WLS is the station, yeah. Everybody knows that station. When the Beatles first came here, the type of music and the style that they used when they sang was so different than anything we had ever heard before. I mean, it was different than Elvis Presley or anybody. We wanted to hear them and we wanted to see them, and it not only had an impact on me, but every one of the kids that I hung around with, all of us.
What about the day the music died?
Buddy Holly, when there was that plane crash, all of us girls were crying. I mean, we loved his music. Frankie Vilburn, old Frank, he had some of his albums, and I had a really old phonograph that, I don't know, my dad got for me from some rummage sale somewhere, and it played those great big, big LPs. And I used to go and see Frankie, and he'd borrow me his Buddy Holly albums, and he'd say, "But you got to bring it back by this evening." And so I'd go home and I'd listen to that all afternoon, and so yeah, it was I think we all felt really a loss because of that, because we were so into his music. It was like we knew him. So yeah, there was a whole bunch of us girls that were crying around the village.
Yeah. And that was just shortly after they performed in Duluth, right?
Yep.
Next up is the JFK assassination. That happened probably about a year later.
Yep, that was 1963, I think. I remember when we were in home ec class, and they came and they announced on the intercom at the school about his assassination, and the whole school just got really quiet. Everybody was really in shock. No one had ever expected anything like that to happen to him, and everyone felt really bad. I remember hearing my parents talking about it when I went home, and they said that what a good man he was, and how much good he could have done for the country, and it was a loss a great loss for the United States.
Back growing up, what about the atomic bomb? I mean, that was obviously back in the war, but
Well, I first learned about the atomic bomb when I was going to school. I don't know what other kids thought, but I remember when I looked at that picture, I thought how terrible it was that mankind had actually developed something that could kill so many things and so many people and just destroy such a huge area. I mean, they not only killed those people, they killed everything in there, the plants, the trees, the air wasn't breathable. It scared me. It really frightened me, because I thought if they can do that over there, they can do that anywhere. And if we can do it in the United States, other countries are going to develop those too. And if there's ever another war, it won't be that old guns and pistol war like there used to be in the old days. It'll be an atomic war. It'll be that type of war, and they'll kill everything. I remember thinking that when I was like 13 years old, 13, 14 years old, and it made me look at things different and maybe appreciate things a little bit more.
what about television? What do you remember about the first television?
First television I saw was over at Bronk and Vi's house. They had the first television, and I used to go over there every Saturday morning, and I didn't know how to read, and Patsy could read because she was 2 grades ahead of me. And I'd sit there and I'd say, Patsy, read me what they're saying, because they didn't talk. They had little captions on the bottom, and a little small black and white TV. And I'd say, Patsy, read me that. And she used to say, you better learn how to read, she said, because I'm getting really sick of reading this stuff to you. And I thought it was wonderful. A lot of times it was really snowy. And then when we got electricity at our house, I think it was a couple years later, we got a television. But he only got 1 or 2 channels, and it was really snowy. It was black and white, and I remember my dad going up on the roof, and my mom standing by the window, and he'd holler at her, is it good now? Is it good now? And she'd be saying, no, it's snowy, it's getting worse, or it's getting better.
What about further on down the 60s and the start of, well, I guess during the 60s, the start of the Vietnam War, and that kind of how that felt growing up in the village?
I do believe that we moved out of the village when I was 14 or 15, and I didn't really hear much about that war. I didn't really pay much attention, but when we moved from Eveleth back up this way, further back up north, when I moved back to the village and talked to different people about what happened to them when they came home, I remember Jean Goodsky telling me that they stopped at the Minneapolis airport and people had signs up calling them baby killers and throwing rotten food and stuff at them. That wasn't how they were treated when they got home. As a matter of fact, I went to a meeting about 3 years ago, and was with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Army National Guard, and the man from the National Guard asked me what the Indian people did and how they treated the Vietnam veterans when they came home. And I said they had ceremonies and they had powwows, and they really, really appreciated what they did and what they gave up for us. And he said, that just makes me ashamed, he said, of being a white person, because we didn't treat them that way. He said we treated them terrible. The Vietnam War lasted a long time, and I believe that it had an effect on every one of us. I believe that the civil rights movement was the very beginning of forcing people to look at us differently. I thought growing up at Nett Lake and going to the Nett Lake School was just a real wonderful part of my life. I didn't have any brothers or sisters till Laura Lee was born when I was 13, but I had the whole village. All the kids in the village were my brothers and sisters, and it was a lot different than if I'd have been living in town or out in an urban area. Growing up in Nett Lake was a really cool place to be. It was real volatile sometimes, but it was a good place to grow up, a good place to live.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Nett Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Michael Lyons is an artist, musician, and puppeteer from Bemidji, Minnesota. He is most famous for his Ojibwe podcast, Buju Nanabuju, where he utilizes Ojibwe-speaking puppets as well as music to teach Ojibwe language and culture.
I am Nanabuju, and with me in the studio today, once again, the lovely and the talented Natasha Ikadon Buju Ini Mushane. Say hello, my sweetheart.
Hello, everybody.
And today, our artist profile interview. Sweetie, who did you interview for the artist profile interview?
Well, Nanabuju, I had the distinct privilege. No, I interviewed Michael Lyons.
Oh,
And Michael Lyons is an Ojibwe cartoonist, musician, puppeteer, and podcast YouTube creator, I guess. So I sat down with Michael, and we got to the bottom of a lot of really interesting things.
Oh, all right. Well, there you have it, folks. This is the artist profile interview with cartoonist, musician, and podcast. What's the name of his podcast?
His podcast is called Buju Nanabuju. Nanabuju?
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I really like it.
Yeah, me too. It's my favorite one.
All right, well, here you go. Michael Lyons for today's, what do we call this? KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Radio Artist Profile Interview. Take it away.
All right. Well, hey, Michael, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm really happy to be here.
So tell me, Michael, first of all, where are you from originally?
Well, I grew up in a really small town called LaPorte, Minnesota.
Oh,
which is about 25 miles south of Bemidji.
Yeah.
And it's just off of the Leech Lake Reservation.
Okay. In sort of like central Minnesota?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And, see, how long have you been in the business?
Well, in a way, I got my start in the business of comic strips when I was in college in the early 90s.
Oh,
I had a comic strip called Coffee House 5, which ran a number of years in college newspapers.
Oh, cool. And did those teach Ojibwe too?
No, I didn't have an Ojibwe comic strip until I started doing the Ojibberish comics. And that's really what led to the Buju Nanabuju podcast.
Oh, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. About 3.5 years ago, I started the Buju Nanabuju podcast on Facebook and YouTube. And it was basically what some people would describe as a puppet podcast. And we would always teach an Ojibwe word of the day. And then sometimes we'd write songs in Ojibwe.
Yeah.
And now, since the start of the year, it's become a live stream, hour-long program every morning at 8 o'clock. And we teach Ojibwe language. Sometimes we do prayers in Ojibwe. And, there's a lot of comedy and basically just talking with regular viewers and stuff. It's really fun.
Oh, what? All right, cool. And let's see, what would you say to someone who might want to get into art or music?
I would say if you have the calling, most artists and musicians will talk about a time when they were kids where something got lit up in their imagination, or they felt some sort of call to become something. There's a lot of sort of Cinderella stories from rock stars who had a dream to make it, and then they made it. I think that's probably why we talk about Kiss a lot on the podcast, because they were like a major influence in my life. not just because I love their music and I learned how to play guitar, but also because I would draw Kiss a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul Stanley, the lead singer of Kiss, always had a message of believing in yourself. And so now that I have my own show and I write songs and I get to be creative and do what I like to tell kids that, yeah, if you have the desire for it, this is probably your path. And it may take a long time to realize your art, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah.
And if you're truly committed to being an artist, a musician, or a cartoonist, or a puppeteer, or whatever, a YouTube creator, you won't be happy until you're doing it anyway. So being an artist is sort of a blessing and a curse.
Mm-hmm.
So, what has been one of your greatest challenges, like during this last year, during the COVID pandemic?
You know, honestly, the COVID pandemic has been great for our show. You know, it's given me time. I'm not working anywhere else.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, when the schools closed up, we were visiting a lot of schools. We were going on tour and visiting different reservations and different schools and bringing our podcast out to the public. And when the schools closed up, we lost out on a lot of gigs. But at the same time, because we were at home so much, we got a lot of work done.
Yeah.
And it's actually been really great for us. So I was fine with it.
All right, great. So finally, is there anything else you'd like to add to the show?
Yeah, I just want to tell people, check out our YouTube live stream, 8 o'clock, Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo podcast. I know you're always there at Nana Boozhoo. And we have a regular group called the Boozhoo Crew, which are, we've started kind of a fun community.
Yeah.
And it's a great place to, you know, have a cup of muckade mush kiki wabu, a cup of black medicine water, and learn a little Ojibwe and hear some Ojibwe stories.
Well, all right. Well, there you go. Thank you so much for being on the show, Michael.
Hey, it was totally my my honor.
All right. Well, back to you, Nana Boozhoo.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. Well, there you have it, folks. Michael Lyons, cartoonist, musician, and the creator of the Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo podcast. I am Nana Boozhoo. Miigwech Bizin Dawieg. Thank you for listening to Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo, the podcast about Ojibwe language and culture. I will see you again. Gigawabamin. Minowa. Hawa. Nicely done there, sweetie.
Ah, thanks.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Boozhoo, Karen Drift Indigenous Sabikune Zagi Gun and Dunjaba. I like that John, what's his name? Jonathan Thunder. He had more, seemed like it was for the things kids were interested, like them Lego Batman and stuff. And the kids were really, I was watching how they were all, you know, eyes and ears. And I was thinking that's a good way to learn, you know, but it would be good if we could learn that in our own dialect around here, the kids would really, really, I think, learn their language like that through talk, talking, like through hearing. There was another one film I watched where the animals were talking to each other, and the kids were really interested in that, just listening. That's really a good idea there to have them films around, showing. I would like to put my voice on like a little things like maybe one of these talking bears or something that you can put your voice in and just like bring it into for the babies to learn, and that would be good to put our dialect, voice for dialect, and the voice of the elders, and even kids that can speak the language partly, that would be good for them to do. I'd be willing to help as much as I could, because I want to help, because we're losing our language, and a film would be good with just a family with children talking, and like maybe around a table or wherever, and like I said, animals, little animals talking back and forth, and just kind of make up a story,
What was your favorite film from this program?
The lady talking Indian to telling them the story about the fox and the bear, and just the language all the way through, and that was, I got to listen and I could understand what she was saying, and I never hear that no more. I think the Indian movie that I seen was that Braveheart, about the Sioux, about that's the best film I've ever seen. And there's another one, Hiawatha, Heart Warrior. We went and watched her movie, and I got interested in it right away. It's about an hour long, and them two are what I think would be my favorite movies. Well, I'm just glad there's some people up here yet that are interested in the language and the films and stuff, And if it wasn't for them, there would be nothing. There would be nothing like that around here. Showing films and having things about the culture and the language, and the radio station is the only place.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
Lorraine Villebrun. I've lived most of my life on the reservation. I moved off twice but came back. And worked here all my life. I worked first for the Operation Mainstream program, then secretary for the RTC. And then I worked 5 years for the community Kamad building. See, I forgot to mention that Kamad's coming in here too, helping people. And then at the school for 26 years. So I worked most of my life here. And the Beatles came in with a blast. And kids were always all talking about them and watching them on Bandstand and TV, different programs on TV. I remember some of the channels that my parents used to watch now.
What was it about the Beatles? Was it the sound or their...
I liked their music and the rhythm of their music, because it was good to dance to.
Did you guys follow their haircuts? Or?
Some of them did, but not too many.
It's more about the sound and...
More or less, yeah. They liked the music and the sound. Anything that was good to dance to, that's what they played a lot.
So you watched them on Bandstand. The dances you had mentioned before, was that the kind of music they would play at the dances?
Yep, that and waltzes, mostly fast dances. They liked those twist dances, and they danced almost every dance at them teenage dances. Those were fun.
The JFK assassination.
JFK really hit a lot of people hard because everybody liked him, and then when that happened, it was a shock, because, who would do such a thing to a president? And my mom always said it had to be somebody crazy to do something like that. There was a lot we didn't know about the people off the res, though. We had to kind of guess what was going on.
Kind of sheltered here.
Yeah, very sheltered, which was nice. Because when, kids could walk around the village back and forth, play here and there, and never had to worry about somebody stealing them or grabbing them and hauling them away. Because every time a strange car came into town, the officer that was here would go and stop them and ask them what they wanted. And this was the end of the road, so they might as well go back where they came from. And so our kids were, the whole village was like a big family. Everybody watched each other's kids when they were out and about. It was kind of nice.
What do you remember about the atomic bomb?
Yeah, I remember them talking about that a lot, because my dad said they had bombs of some kind in where he was at in some other country. He was serving his service when he was I think he was in the army, and he was telling us kids about those bombs and how scary they are. And that's what I was telling you about, all those planes flying over the village around that time, and we thought we were going to get bombed. That was scary.
Like the world shook?
Yeah, it's like the whole earth just quivered. So they had to be big planes to cause that vibration feel. But that was the one and only time we ever seen them. There was 2 or 3 maybe here and there, but not like that.
First time television.
That was kind of exciting. We went from that old battery-operated radio to a TV. So our poor old radio just got pushed aside. But it was fun when we had it. It was fascinating to see people doing stuff, and we could see them. Like the different channels my mom and I used to watch, or programs, was that fights, boxing matches, and the different music shows. They used to watch Lawrence Welk when he was on TV. Lawrence Welk, and there was another we used to watch. The kids used to watch Bandstand, Sesame Street. There was 2 or 3 of them, but we watched that one where they were teaching us letters and numbers. They were even teaching kind of basic math and subtraction. It was kind of interesting. We were all pretty good in math when we got to school.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll was just about as good as the Beatles and stuff coming on. I think Elvis Presley's the one that got that going, and we all liked his music. So there was a lot of Elvis Presley songs played at our dances and stuff, along with the Beatles. Yeah, there was a big reaction. The people tried to get him off TV. They said that wasn't appropriate dancing for children. But we didn't dance like him. We did our own dance, but we liked his music. None of them jiggled their legs and all that kind of stuff the way he did, but we all liked his music. So we did our own dance.
Well, okay, with rock and roll, the day the music died, Big Bopper and Buddy Holly.
Oh yeah, that was, everyone was really felt bad about that. They were shocked at how quick they left us. But Buddy Holly, he was another good rock and roll singer.
With his big glasses.
Yeah, big thick glasses. But he was famous for his singing and his glasses.
Started the Vietnam War.
Yeah, I remember all the talk and the fear of that. And that's just when my brother Chan went in, and we didn't want him to go. But he had gone in before it started. And then as soon as he got done with his boot camp and got ready to go in with his group somewhere, they sent him to Vietnam. And we were really worried about him there. Thank God he did come home, but he really told us some horror stories too about those people, just like my dad did about the Jews. And he told some horror stories about being. It wasn't like that all the time, but you never knew when they were going to strike.
The Manson murders.
Yeah, those were totally unbelievable. Most of the people here couldn't imagine somebody doing that to somebody else. And then come on the TV, act like they didn't do nothing. But there was a lot of talk about that. Then I always thought to myself, I was glad I lived on a reservation. We don't have to worry about people doing that kind of stuff.
1969.
1969 was a good year, I think. I remember. I think that's when I first started working. And that's where they were doing a lot of, what would you say, revamping the whole village. And they were building houses at that time. Because Tiny was working on that housing, working on a housing program, Namakin, I think they called it.
Okay.
And that they were here for a couple of years and got those houses all built.
Wounded Knee Uprising.
I thought it was a shame that they were on them people's reservations, bothering them. Like they took enough away from the Indians as it was. Why don't you leave them alone and let them live their lives? People started wondering if they were going to start bothering us again too, because we were dark-skinned.
Talked about before, having a big impact on the village. You had mentioned bringing electricity in.
Oh yeah. And it was really nice because before they had electricity, we had no light. It was just, at night, it was black, dark, unless there was a full moon. And then that's only, once or twice a month when it's big enough to shine. So when they did get electricity, the more the people that got it, the brighter the village looked, because each time somebody got electricity, they had a yard light. And I think that was one of the biggest things. We still had people coming and people wanting to see the reservation. And they'd come to the Net Lake, and us kids would be walking on a road. And they'd say, "Where are all the Indians?" We'd look at them. "What's an Indian?"
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Minnesota Chippewa tribe flag was created in 1934 Because of the Reorganization Act, all 7 tribes in Minnesota utilized this flag. When the different tribes became established, it was necessary for each to have a flag of their own. The director of the Bois Forte Reservation at the time, Fred McDougall, set up a community contest to design a seal for the band. Unfortunately, no one participated, and McDougall went on to create it himself, recognizing the great importance to represent the tribe for years to come. In the middle of the flag lies the Bois Forte seal. There's a circle. In the circle, there are 4 directions, making 4 quadrants. In the upper left quarter, there are trees, representing what the name Bois Forte means, strong woods. The lower left quarter is brown, which represents the Mother Earth. In the upper right quadrant represents our sacred spirit island on Net Lake. In the lower right quadrant is blue and has waves representing the lakes of Bois Forte. In the top half of the seal you can see 2 spirit ducks flying in the sky. That is to represent the most common wildlife found in Net Lake. Directly in the middle there's a huge green rice stalk, and that is what Net Lake is known for. It's wild rice. Beyond the stalk of rice is an orange sun in a rising or setting position. McDougall tried to include everything that represented the Anishinaabe people and the land of the reservation. The Bois Forte Band officially adopted the seal and the flag in a council meeting in the 1970s. The seal and the flag is still utilized today and proudly represents the Bois Forte Band of Chippewa. Bois Forte 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Deshaun Goodsky is a lifelong resident of Net Lake. He knows a lot about families, and he's experienced his fair share of things relating to the unexplained. In this story, Goodsky talks about seeing people walk around the village, but they leave no tracks.
There was to be, like I told you about Jijaku or something. Mm-hmm. They used to slide out the rocks over here in this island, Spirit Island. As a matter of fact, Gary Donald and Bill Tibbetts caught one. And they put him in a cage and he died. He got away, I don't know how. But there's sightings of people walking across the snow, walking across the lake, but no tracks. But same thing happened to my mom and dad. They used to see people coming out of the woods and they'd be walking to town. Never see no tracks. Some of the tracks that go into the snow is there in Panema.
What about here?
I never heard of, I used to hear of ghost stories. People go through the wood but no tracks. They didn't know I have no tracks. Rita Smith, she's married to that Cuban down there by Loretta Porter's house, that big blue house. She's got that little house up on the hill up there. And they hear wolves back there every night. There's a great big spring back there. There's like a little lake back there, a little swimming pool. We've never seen none of that, huh? I used to track all over back there. Gary Donald settlement is right past, almost to Noski's house, right in back of King's plant, rice plant. Yeah, don't let yourself ignore your traditions, your beliefs, because of somebody else's hatred or somebody else's jealousy. Don't let that happen to you.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
The Native Music Fest series is a collection of interviews and songs featuring Native musicians, writers, storytellers, and songwriters. The songs and interviews were recorded live during the Native Music Fest series at Net Lake's KBFT radio studio.
Buju Anishinabeg, Anamikiani Quad Indigenous Cause, Neme and Dodim, Misquagami Wizagi Gun and Dunjaba. What's up? My name is Thomas X. I'm from the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe, repping Res Rap Records. So right now I'm on tour with Annie Humphrey and the Long Hairs Collectives for the Beast and the Garden tour, spreading awareness about the No Line 3 movement here in Minnesota, and just spreading more of Annie's good music and good medicine. I've been working on 2 projects. I have an album titled Knox, Native American History X, and I'm also working on an EP called Nibi, or Nibe, which means water in Ojibwe. That EP will be entirely about bringing awareness to the water and the fight to keep our water clean and the history of the water in Minnesota here with the Ojibwe tribes. So I've been working on those 2 projects. Me and Baby Shell just threw the Motherland Block Party 3 in Red Lake in August, which was a huge success. We had over 600 people register at the block party. And then later that night, we had Busy Bone of Bone Thugs and Harmony perform in Red Lake, just down the road from the block party, and over 700 people came to that. It was a free show, so that was really cool. I've been doing a lot of community organizing. As far as music, working on the album, the EP, doing shows in the region. And me and Brendan Strong and Alex Amen are all working on a project with Russell and Herder Incorporated. They're a nonprofit organization out of Minneapolis. So we're doing some video projects with them that include music and a message about opiate addiction. So still working on a lot of things. I dropped Welcome to the Res last November. It's on SoundCloud and Bandcamp for free. It'll be on all the other major music streaming websites soon, but you can download it for free right now from my Bandcamp. And just been, I've kind of taken a little bit of a hiatus from rap. I've been writing a lot of poetry, just chilling with the fam and organizing stuff in Red Lake. But yeah, that's what I got going on with music right now. So Res Rap, Baby Shell is working on a ton of music. He's got like 4 different projects he's working on. One's gonna drop very soon. He's been doing his shows as usual. Me and him are DJing every other Thursday in Bemidji starting on the 28th. So come check out our DJ sets at Fozzie's Barbecue Restaurant and Bar. Big Moberg and Garlic Brown have collaborated together. They're doing live performances now as Mo Brown, like Big Moberg, Garlic Brown. So it's like they kind of got like a new like funky style of live performance, and it's dope, man. It's really cool to see GB up on stage doing his producer thing. And Mo, he raps, but he's picked up the synthesizer. I think that's what it's called, the synthesizer instrument. So he plays the keys nowadays. So that's what they've been up to. Them two, along with Maniac, Zach, and Demo, are all working on a Insepticons album, which will be coming out soon with Corey Medina. The Niji Jardin, he's working on an EP with Mike the Martyr Beats. And newly signed artist Sake Red is working on another album. He just dropped the album Wants, not too long ago. DJ AO is still rocking a lot of shows, DJ sets. Me and him are going to be getting up on some music. Left Field still working on music and doing his thing. So the whole Res Rap camp is staying busy, man. We're still pumping on music and repping hard for the Res.
But you spent a lot of time out in Standing Rock, and you're now pretty active with Line 3. What are the similarities?
So the similarities with the No Dapple movement and the No Line 3 movement is the fact that it's a fight to save the water and to keep the water healthy. And we got people of all ethnicities coming together to stand up for the most important resource, which is our water, because nothing on our planet can survive without it. So that's the biggest similarity. Another one is of how we're doing it. There's a lot of nonviolent direct action going on. We're standing in prayer, and we're bringing more awareness to our political leaders in the area. We're getting more people involved. The tribes are working together this time in Minnesota. So, yeah, man, it's all about the health of our Mother Earth, man. Just like keeping the people informed that, this new tar sand pipeline, it's just simply not needed, because we're stepping into the era of transition from fossil fuels to renewable energies, and stopping this tar sand pipeline oil is part of that fight. So No Line 3 is a lot like No Dapple as far as us coming together to stand for the health of our water and Mother Earth. Just want to say Gitchy McGwitch to the boys, Fort Rez, Chaz, everybody at the radio station, everybody here on the tribe, and all the people that came out for another show. It's my third time here, so it's always an honor to come out here and rock with my Nijis and Niji Quays. Keep on keeping on, and Minnow be my dizzy win. I hope.
The Native Music Fest series is a collection of interviews and songs featuring Native musicians, writers, storytellers, and songwriters. The interviews and songs were recorded live during the Native Music Fest series at NetLeg's KBFT's radio studio. This Native Fest series was brought to you by NetLeg Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Nate Lutkers from Park Rapids, Minnesota, is a one-of-a-kind artist you might find at a local festival or pub, painting live bands performing on stage, a passion he developed for his love of music. Nate, what got you into doing these amazing band paintings?
The thing I started out doing just for myself has been the live band paintings, the musicians. I start out going out to karaoke or open mics and just painting some of my friends just for fun, because it's something that I love. I love music. I love going out and experiencing that and just being part of it. I used to play in a band in high school, and ever since then I just want to be back on stage, and in this way I kind of feel like I can still be part of the music, and those are really cool too. When I'm painting there, it's all about the moment. I'm trying to capture that, like the whole performance, the feeling, everything, just into a single piece. And most of the time I'll just stop painting as soon as the show's over, and that's it. I don't go back, and I don't fix the little imperfections, or if they're missing a finger or a face here and there, doesn't matter. I want people to be reminded that things don't have to be perfect to be beautiful. And in the digital age, it's nice to look at art and know it's been created by the human hand. Like I said, I absolutely love music, probably just as much as the visual arts. And painting live music puts me right there on stage, like in my head. There have been rare moments, as of the late, not early on, but more towards the late now, when I felt that I was inside the music. And I know that's really hard to explain, or actually, to get across to you guys, but it's different than feeling like the music inside of yourself. It's like I understand everything that's going on, and like how the music's working, how the band dynamics are going, the environment, the people. I can feel everything, and it all just makes sense. I feel completely at ease, and at the moment of being inside of it. I guess it's like being in the womb, per se, huh?
How would you describe your art?
That kind of depends on what or whom I'm creating it for. I'm usually working on ideas for my Paint with Nate classes. Most of those tend to be landscapes. They're usually places I've seen, or things that you think that people have possibly experienced in these parts of the woods. Sometimes it's from a photo, or maybe it's a combination of any of those things. If it's for me, then it might be some abstract expression of my inner weirdness. A lot of times I'll be slapping or scraping or gluing, or even burning anything into a canvas or on a board, just trying to, just whatever I feel like doing in the moment. Other times I'll get a commission, do a portrait, sometimes a caricature, landscapes, murals. I've done some murals, variety, just odds and ends, anything and everything that I can do as an artist, because you can't really pigeonhole yourself. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, and just do one thing nowadays.
How long have you been creating your art?
For a number of years. I used to work at restaurant jobs for 20 years, and then I decided that I was dying inside because I wasn't doing any artwork. So then I started, taking little caricature gigs, drawing the big heads and the little bodies, doing caricatures. And I'd also, I've been offering a lot of community ed art classes, especially to kindergarten through 6th grade and I call those classes Create with Nate. And, they don't offer an art program in the elementary school in Park Rapids here, so I figured they got to have something. Art is so important for kids and for adults too. But I'd say, I really started taking it seriously within the last 4 years or so. And then I started doing my Paint with Nate classes, which are, sip and paint classes. I used to call them paint and sips, but then someone came to class one time and thought that I was bringing some sips, thought I was bringing some beer or some wine with me. And so I changed it to Paint with Nate. It's got a nice ring to it, and it's not false advertising. You're painting with me. The band paintings I started out doing a couple years ago when I was at Muskie Days, and I was hired there to do caricatures. And I was drawing caricatures, drawing funny faces for kids and for some drunk adults. But then business was getting a little slow at the time. And I'm one that I can't sit still. I can't just sit around doing nothing. So I got up and I went to my truck and I was like, I got a board in there. I knew that. I had a board. And then I also knew that I had some paints. I didn't have all the colors. I maybe had like 1 or 2 brushes. And I went and got a cup from the gas station, this drinking cup. And I sat up in front of the stage and just started painting the band on a piece of wood. And people really liked it. And then I got some more wood, and I painted some more. And people liked it so much that people offered money to buy them. So I was like, well, this is cool. But, I didn't do it for the money. I got into it because I just loved doing it. And then I just kept going to, visit my friends playing, like I said, open mics at different locations. And I'd just show up.
Who are your influences?
My main influences, my kids motivate me, of course, and my wife, of course. My wife motivates like any other wife would motivate the husband. And then my instructor, his name is Zimmy Guan. He teaches painting in Moorhead State, and he came from China, and he just, like, every once in a while when I'm painting, I can hear him whispering some of those weird things that he'd tell me. They didn't make sense at the time, but now they make sense. For some odd reason, they make sense. For example, he told me one time that abstract painting is like an elephant. You can hold the tail and you can hold the trunk, but you can never hold the whole elephant. It didn't make sense at the time, but now I can understand that you can't control it all. You can't control the paint. Let the paint do its work that it's supposed to do, and trust it, and it trusts you, and yeah, it's all good. It comes out just fine. Maybe Bob Ross too. Bob Ross, just because he's Bob Ross. And then, of course, music. Music has been huge in my life, and it motivates me. No matter what I'm doing, I got music playing when I'm doing art.
What is the greatest thing about being an artist?
I think it's the knowledge, or just knowing that you've made something that didn't exist in this world before you were here. That's profound. That is awesome. I teach this to all my classes, but I truly believe that we're all artists. I tell them that anything you do is an art form. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise, especially yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. Most people are their own worst critic. Just believe you are an artist. Everybody's an artist. That's what makes human beings awesome, is that they're all artists.
What are some of the challenges you faced during the COVID pandemic?
This summer, I could still do some classes. It was harder because I had to, spread everybody out and, make sure that masked up and everything was sanitized and all that stuff. But we made it work. It was just the hardest part was, figuring out how to adapt it, how to deliver and facilitate it. And every class was, a different configuration with, a lot of times I do resorts and painting classes that way. So a lot of times I got to figure out who was in what cabin, with who. So I keep those people together and everybody else separate. Then the live band painting, bands, they're not playing as much right now, other than online. I've done some online festivals and things like that, which is really odd. It's kind of cool, actually, in a way that it's probably something I never would have done if it wasn't for this pandemic going on. I mean, you got to look at the positive of every negative here, but it's really cool. Like I watch them on my computer screen, and then I got a camera behind me, and I paint them, and then they transpose me painting because I got a camera behind me, transposed onto what they're playing, and it's just really cool. I don't know how they technically do that because I'm not the tech savvy kind of guy, but it is really neat to see this happen. And I've been meeting people that I never would have met. I mean, I haven't met them yet. I've talked to them online. I've never met them, but it's really kind of opening up doors that way. So,
where can we find more information on you?
Mostly right now, it's just Facebook and Instagram right now, but mostly Facebook. Facebook is where I put majority of, like, even the classes. If I have a class coming up, I'll put that on there because there are classes for public as well as private parties and things like that.
Do you have encouraging words for future artists?
No matter what happens, and this is the most important thing, I'll tell you all. Do not drink the paint water. Okay? Don't drink the paint water. Don't. And that usually gets people, it's more like an icebreaker. People are like getting all tensed up, and I kind of draw it out for a while, and then I tell them that don't drink the paint water, and they start laughing. And it really calms them down, but it's become more of a metaphor nowadays with, like, don't believe what everybody's telling you. I mean, there's so much going on right now that you need to really not just fact check, but even sometimes the facts are not even true. So make sure that you guys are keeping your head straight on things, and it's okay to have some unknown too. That's the other thing I've come to terms with during this pandemic is it's okay to not know what's going to happen. It's okay, or everything will be okay, you guys. It'll be all right. I was going to say thank you guys, KBFT Radio, Chaz, you're awesome, you rock. Thank you for supporting local and regional artists in Minnesota. You guys rock. Thank you so much from the bottom of all of our hearts.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Danielle Paradas is a Nett Lake resident. She works the night shift, and periodically she'll step outside to enjoy a cigarette while waiting for the hours to go by. One night, she said she saw what looked like a UFO right in front of her.
Okay, bonjour, this is Danny Paradas. I live on the Lake Vermilion Reservation. Chaz asked me to tell a ghost story. It's not exactly about ghosts, but it is about a UFO sighting. I was working late for the housing department on a Sunday. I think I had a deadline that Monday for something I had to get done. And so the government center is right next to Nett Lake, of course, and Spirit Island out there. And anyways, when I do work late, I smoke. So I went outside to go have a cigarette, and up in the sky, it looked like there was a plane coming kind of towards the government center from across the lake. There were lots of clouds, and so when I was coming through the clouds, I'm like, that's a really low-flying plane. late at night. It was just weird. So I was just watching it, and then it stopped right almost as soon as it was kind of breaking through more of the clouds and like very, very close in terms of like how close it was to the ground. Well, anyways, it was just stopped and it was hovering, and then all of a sudden I could see more of like its structure, and it was more of a triangle shape. I know UFOs are thought to be like saucers, but this one was a triangle, and I just stared at it just like whoa, and it started moving like I don't even know how to describe it, like clockwise, not spinning like a saucer, but it was spinning like vertically, like up and down. And as it was spinning around in the sky, it started shooting red beams of light that went through the air pretty fast and would just kind of dissipate in kind of all directions. And I was just staring at this, and I had two boys at home down on Pineview East with a babysitter. I called the babysitter to make sure I was not going crazy, that there was something. When she answered, I said, hey, can you look towards Net Lake? Tell me what you see. Is there anything in the sky? And she goes, oh my God, what is that? And I said I didn't know. And we both kind of just stayed on the phone together, talking about what it could have been. We're like, UFO. After the phone call, I was done with my cigarette. I put the cigarette out. I head back in to get my work done. It was still there. I come back out about an hour later. It is still in the sky. I drive home, get inside. My babysitter goes home. We stare at it, and never quite figured out what exactly it was other than a UFO. I started Googling like spinning, flying objects or whatever. But I never really found anything exactly like what I had seen. All right, that is my spooky ghost / pseudoscience Halloween story.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to a segment about language immersion, honoring Ojibwe culture and heritage. In January, Bois Forte hosted a free Ojibwe language immersion event at the Tribal Government Center in Net Lake. It featured singing, hand drumming, storytelling, outdoor winter games, language classes, and a traditional dinner. The 3-day event exposed people to culture and tradition while creating a sense of community. Billy Blackwell was one of the storytellers at the event. He told the crowd about his Ojibwe upbringing.
Anishtana, bonjour, Ishana Bedok, Asabigane, Sagai Ganing, Ishkunigaming Oma, Nochko Gego, Ishinikani Guyan, Gichu Nagaming, Dunchiba, Wing Gego Ninimenuendan, Bishain Oma, Chimiquena Nawa. Kai Kidawat Mewasha Kieranzi Bananak Minamuya Banana Koma Sabigane Sagaiganing Iwi Kuchitun Tabajamo Takozian Windamuawa Gegi Nawin Aninga Shawebak Mewasha Kainda Shanishana Kamiga Sanoon Uu Zichigang Nungo. I said I am from Gitche Unagaming Grand Portage. Waban, early in the morning, a quid early morning cloud is one of my many Indian names. And of course, when Mr. Blackwell talks, you're going to hear some very valuable stories. Why? Because when you hear these stories, it is your job to try to remember them, to carry them on. Now, did I grow up with the language in a traditional way? No. But when I reached 17, I started having visions and dreams. I lived in the woods with no electricity, running water for a while with the old people. And they wouldn't talk English to me. I was so frustrated, so mad, crying. And then about 5 years later, I was so glad, because it caught on finally to my mind. As a kid, I only knew 6, 7 Indian words that my mother taught me. But she didn't speak it either, our grandmother did. But I learned. There's so much knowledge. You cannot believe. The elders told me knowledge never ends. Kagige bimadaziwen means everlasting knowledge. When you die, you're going to learn a lot more. My computer mind, when I hear things, I think of different things. When I say that word kagige, everlasting, right away I thought, gee, where did I used to stay in Nett Lake with Nasi Benner? Why? I didn't know at that time, but there was a reason for it. I can't remember if his name was Kagige Benes or Kagige Gijik. I think it was Everlasting Thunder, Kagige Benes. And he would talk to me all night. Nishnabemon. I could get about half of it. And he could speak English, not a heck of a lot. And I said, I think I know what you're telling me. He said, there's a dream I had. He said, I am to pass this on through you to the people of Nett Lake. He told me that in the language. So I went down to Albert Strong's, which was right down where you saw them on the film where the boats go. And he was married, his second marriage, to Ruth Boji Strong. And she was Nitanishnabemo. She spoke the language very fluently. And I said, Ruth, Nasi's telling me something about something that everybody is supposed to know about Nett Lake. Could you go talk to him? I gave her tobacco. She said, sure. That was about 1972 or 3 or somewhere in there. I was like 22, 23 years old. So she said, he had a dream. He is to tell the story of Nett Lake that you heard Jesse Drift talking about, that you heard her talking about. And so she went over and she did it all. Now, when you hear Mr. Billy Blackwell, you never know what's going to happen. Not very many people here tonight. Well, maybe there's a reason for that, the weather, everything. So, all of a sudden in a place called Cass Lake, there was a program. And a guy moved from out west. He'd gone all around. He went to Indian college. He was a tremendous basketball player. He grew up very poor in a place called Ball Club, Bagadawani. His mother was a direct descendant of Chief Buffalo. So I used to drive all the way to stay with him on Sundays to practice basketball, because I was a great athlete in my younger days. I was semi-pro football. I went to Class AA in track. And I played on the state Indian basketball championships with this guy. So I went and told him through his program, and I said, you know, Nett Lake is an unbelievable place. There's less problems there than almost anywhere back at those times. I said, an old man talked about the story of Net Lake, and this lady interpreted it, and he said, "We'll fund it."
Gabe DeRogie, who is from Lake of the Woods, and Daryl Kingbird both taught language classes.
So I'm from Lake of the Woods area.
What's your name?
Elaine Ross, and I'm actually from the same community that Gabe DeRogie's from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I work for an organization. It's called AKRC, and my co-workers were coming here, and they said, they told me, "See, Elaine, this is good. This would be good for you. You could help you learn the language more, or want to speak it, and you should go." So I said, "Okay, I'll come." And what I'm finding, I kind of gave myself a little test that I told myself last year that I would, in 4 years, I'd become able to speak the language. And what I'm finding when I hang out with my coworkers, because they're fluent speakers, that I'm picking up more and more words, that I'm picking up understanding more. So I think being around speakers is probably the best way of grasping the language. So I'm really glad I came here.
Probably will snow tonight. So if I said Tazok Pantabekat, it would make sense, right? Because there's a vowel change there that takes place, right? The Tazok Pantabekat. The bekat means it is night. The bekat is when it's going to be night. The bekak. Make sense? The zukpan, the bekak. It will snow tonight. We need meet you in which ma the bekak. What did I say? We is what? A future tense marker, right? We, ni mi it diwag. Nime is to dance. Wag is the pluralization of dancing, right? We, ni mi it diwag. So they are going to dance. Kana budge. Kana budge is I think, I'm guessing, I'm not certain. Kana budge. You guys know that word, right? We name it yo kana budge. Oma tibikak. Oma is here. Tibikak tonight. We need to make you gonna watch Ma to cook. I think so, right? How would you say 8 p.m. in Anishinaabe? 8 p.m. Nishwasa tiba iganet. Nishwasa tiba igan. Wapi agamachinim. That's when I'll start to dance, she said. I'll start dancing right here. Plural, right? Min. If you say min at the end of your sentence, that means it's plural and you're including yourself, right? Gamachi ni min. We are all going to start dancing. I think we're getting some teams. There's one here.
2, 3, 4, 5. There's a 4-man team right over here. And a 1-man team right here. Right? Ano yung cousin? Spencer. Spencer Shinikazo Oy, Wisnet. This guy that's eating here, his name is Spencer. We Kazo. He's going to take on everyone single-handedly. That's what I said. Yeah. He wants that Yeti cup real bad. How would you say cup? Kwachigun. Some places they would say Onaganes. Right? Plural, how do you say it? Naganesan? Sun. S-A-N.
Daryl Kingbird also sang a traditional song using a hand drum. Participants learned and played moccasin games.
My name is Gary Proudchief. I'm from the Boys Fort Reservation. I'm up here today to teach moccasin games.
My name is Bojo Inikas Jonathan Johnson. I'm here to teach the moccasin game.
Well, I got asked to come up and teach moccasin games. We do that pretty frequently in the Red Lake Reservation. That's where my kids are half from, and I got a lot of friends that are from there, and I live pretty close by there, so that's where I learned the game. It was from Red Lake. And pretty much, yeah, I just came up here and taught a family member and taught a little guy. He's maybe about 13, 14. And it's pretty much like a warrior's game, a man's game. And I was taught that like it brings healing to like those who struggle and those to like, I don't know how you put it, like abusing drugs or alcohol. So that kind of helps with the game, kind of helps and steer them into the right path. And so yeah, pretty much what I got for that.
So how did the boxing game go today? It went pretty well. As today we taught a couple of people, showed a couple of people a couple of things, and it went pretty well.
How long have you been playing?
I've been playing for about 5 years, probably going on to 7.
About the same, 6 years.
Cool. Who taught you guys how to play?
It was me, my friend Mike Barrett, Jack Johnson, Deion Peter. We all kind of got bored like one day, and my friend Mike Barrett, he's been playing long before us, and he learned from Todd Smith up in Red Lake, and so he kind of taught us the game. And then as we were just going along, we were kind of getting teachings from the older guys who've been playing way before we started when they were kids, and then so that when we started playing almost every day, they kind of seen that we were taking it serious, and they kind of you know what I mean, came out of the light and taught us the old ways and the old rules of the game. And ever since then, with about maybe 3 to 4 years, we got about pretty much about 50 people up there that play now, when it was just us 6 playing up there every day up on the reservation in Red Lake.
KBFT and Boys Fort are proud to host events like this and will continue to do so. This language segment was made possible by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a Boys Fort perspective.
My name is Stanley James Day. I was born here in Nett Lake. I lived here until I was 11, and then my family moved to near Virginia, Sand Lake area. And so I lived there until I was 15. I was incarcerated in reform school, and they wouldn't let me go home, so that my sister and her family were living in Washington State, and they were glad to take me in. And I lived out there for 14 years. I raced with my dad when I was 12 years old. He was the knocker, but he taught me how to use a paddle rather than a pole. We made a lot of rice that way. And he taught me how to rice in the rice that was ripe, because a lot of young people, they go into the green rice, and then if you hit green rice with a knocking stick, it breaks the stalk, and then it's done. It doesn't produce anymore. You're thinking you're getting a lot of volume, but if it's green and hasn't matured, the kernel, it turns to dust when we parch it. That's the first process of finishing the rice, is parching it. What that does is it toasts the hulls, and then it's spun in high speed, and it's called thrashing. And then we call it, the old days we had a birch bark basket, we fanned it and let the breeze take away the husks. But now there's machines that do that. I had to learn to do exactly what he said, Parents were strict back then. They didn't tell you 3 times. And then through the years, I learned that he was right. There's ways to tell if rice is in the stage to harvest.
Mm-hmm. How do you know?
By the leaves. The tips will start turning brown, and then it turns brown down. And when it gets maybe like halfway down, they'll fold over. In the old days, they would rice in that first. Everybody knew this. Some people hit it really hard and they break stalks, and they're ruining the rice. If you knocked it the right way, you can keep ricing there, because it'll ripen from the top down. You take what's ripe, and then in a day or two you could come back and do it again, and you could stay there for as long as you want to if there's ample rice there.
So you paddled, your dad was the knocker, and then when did you start knocking rice? Because that seems like it's a coveted position, like to be able to knock the rice.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of skill.
I think when I was 21, but my grandmother, she wanted you to paddle behind her, but she would, it looked like a carpet. She'd start filling it in the front, and it would just come back. Wow. Now that's an art form there. That's years and years of.
Did your dad learn from her?
I really don't know, but probably, or his dad.
What time would y'all start ricing?
Well, you were allowed on the lake usually by 9, 9 or 10, and then off the lake by 3. But that's just recently. Now, back in the older times, you could stay pretty much all day, or as long as you had the strength. Yeah, and the rice was so good then, a lot of people would fill up their canoe and come in and have some lunch and go out again and fill it up.
So when you, as a kid, when you brought in the rice, for lunch or whatever, what happened? What was your role then? What did you have to do?
Well, we'd parch it, and usually that's in the evening. It was a social event, people would come and visit and stand by the fire, and it was good times then in the village. It's not so good now. I think part of it is the assimilation of the culture. We picked up bad habits. We don't follow. There's 7 sacred teachings that we're not following. And so there's a lot of strife in the village, and sometimes it's really hard for me to live here. There's a lot of jealousy. The breakdown is almost at the point of no return, I think. What I would like to do is start with having a monthly feast, and then bring in speakers that can teach us the old ways, because that's the only way we're going to survive as a culture.
When just going back to the ricing, this year's crop is really
very, very poor. I think it's a climate change. There's more turbulence, in the and the upper atmosphere, and
Mm-hmm.
that we're breaking away from the things that keep us alive on this planet.
Now, do you still go out and rice?
I do, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to go out and rice this year?
No.
No, how come?
I have plenty. We used to hoard our rice, and we used to mix it in with brown rice, so it lasted.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that ricing does it hold a spiritual meaning or have a spiritual value to you?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm traditional,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe in the spiritual way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What do Maribel was saying that sometime before the harvest, there will be a prayer or something.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Is that something that happens when you go ricing, or?
Well, they do it for the community,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't always have to be a part of it, but it's good to know that it's being done.
Mm-hmm.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices of our elders. Today we'll be talking with Hank Masabi.
Well, I was born here, but my mother took me out to the res when I was just a baby. Went out to the range, Bemidji and Bagley, and then she left me with a great aunt, and I never knew my father. I didn't know who he was, or I hadn't seen him until I was 16. I first met him when I was 16. But my mother had left me with an aunt, a grand aunt. I wouldn't go to school. I wouldn't do nothing because my mother's gone, my father's gone. I'm by myself, and I was angry. Mm-hmm. So they put me in foster homes, and I was in something like 16 different foster homes throughout my whole life. And I could never stay in one place because I could never attach, or
Mm-hmm.
I never attach to anybody or feel anything for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd run away, and I'd do things to get in trouble, and wouldn't go to school. It wasn't a good life. And then they put me eventually. That was around 6 years old that I remember, and then when I was 10, they put me into Pipestone down in southern Minnesota, and I was down there for a year and a half. And then they brought me up here and put me in another foster home. Mm-hmm. So most of my life has been foster homes. Mm-hmm. And I've never attached to anybody. So my daughter was like 16 years old. Mm-hmm. And she wanted to know where I came from, where I was born. Uh-huh. So we came up here, and of course that's been, she's 52 years old now, so it's been quite a while ago. Uh-huh. And we came up here, and it wasn't as progressive as it is now. Mm-hmm. It was pretty wild and woolly down at the time. Okay. I don't know if I've never lived on the reservation other than that I have now. But, we came up here, there weren't that many buildings, and the buildings didn't look that well, Mm-hmm. So she wasn't really impressed. I never really thought about moving up here. I never thought about living on a reservation until about 2 years ago. My youngest daughter, started a job up here. And she told me about it, and I says, well, I don't think so. I says, I don't want to live out on a reservation. But she says, Dad, you should. She says, there's a lot of benefits to living on a reservation. So we talked about it. I came up here and talked to Leila Goodsky, and she says, well, it's a nice place, it's a nice apartment, nice surroundings and all that. And I said, okay, I'll take a look at it. So I came over and I looked at this apartment. And when I saw the wood floor and the view out the back, I says, okay, I'll take it. Just like that. I gave her the down payment and everything right there. I decided this is where I want to live. And so that was 2 years ago, and I love it here. I would never leave here. I would never leave here. And now I've become involved in the elders, and I'm concerned about some of the things around the reservation. I'd like to do something about some of the things around the reservation, whatever I can, I'm not a politician, I'm not a public speaker, but I like to write letters, so that's how I get my ideas and everything across.
Do you have anything else you'd like to share?
I remember when the Wounded Knee. Remember when they had the Wounded Knee out in South Dakota or North Dakota or wherever it was? I was going to go out there with a friend of mine, George Mango. He was going to go out there and bring them supplies. I said, well, let's go. And I was married at the time. And of course, my wife didn't want me to go out there. So I never did go. But I guess George went. But I was for the American Indian movement. And I still do believe in their goals. I've never, even as a young boy, I remember I was with this one family. They were farmers, and I was working on a farm, and they're religious. Every Sunday they're going into church, so they'd bring me to church. I would be in a cellar or the basement or what with all the rest of the kids, but I got to the point of where I started believing in the Bible and all this, and I wanted to really learn. They had this contest of you get a nice white Bible if you attended all your classes and learned all the teachings and everything. And I really put my best foot forward, to get that. I wanted that Bible so bad. And I like these old people. They're farmers. They're older, and they didn't understand me. And I rebelled against them. But I remember this time. It was winter, and it was just colder, and so they couldn't get their car started. So they couldn't make it to church. So they called for the bus to come pick me up. Bus never picked me up, so I didn't make it to that one time. I couldn't make it to the church on one Sunday, so I didn't get that book, and that just destroyed me. So religion has never been, as far as a white man religion. I don't believe in the Bible, and I believe in God, but I don't believe in the Bible. I think it's just a made-up story. That's because of one thing happened to me, and it's just stuck in my mind.
Okay.
But I do believe in Mother Earth and all her amenities, all the amenities of the Great Spirit. Those things I believe in. Yeah, so I've learned to appreciate everything out here. That's why I like it up here. Is everything is here that I've always wanted my whole life. The view, the lake, all the woods around here. It's quiet. And nobody bothers me. I can grow my plants. I can have my garden. I build my deck and my patio. Nobody said anything, or if they did, they came out one time. I think it was who was in housing before? Can't remember his name. He's a young guy. Used to be in housing.
John A.
No, he's running for first district now. Or first district. But I hope I can be of some help, and and some of my ideas. I hope I can get some of them across, and maybe I can make a difference.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Bonjour. Odea Ogichida Indigenous Cause. Yeah, my name is Heart Warrior from Net Lake. I'm living in Net Lake, and our family hails out of the Boundary Waters Canoe area. Yeah, I like those little films about using the language to tell the stories, and I think it's good to talk about the culture. And if they had people had a steady diet of that, they'd learn the language better, I think. Well, it's like going to the movies and eating popcorn and drinking pop or tea or whatever, and enjoying a movie. You know, what I'd like to see is when movies come up, that if people would view the movie together and then discuss it. Well, I've got one that would be a really interesting story, and it's one that's never been told, and it's history. It has to do with the founding of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the Mitcheffs, the Métis, who were created 13 generations ago from me, and it was the only bloodless credit to Manifest Destiny, where Native people and Scottish people came together and created a new nation. Anyway, so what it is, you know, when the Ojibwe advanced west, they pushed the Dakota out of here and defeated them in battle, more or less, to get them out of here. And the Dakota, one group had been beaten pretty bad, and so they were pushed west, and then they went a little north, and they ran into the Métis, which in Canada they're called Métis, but they call themselves Mitcheffs. Meanwhile, while all that's going on between the Dakota and the Ojibwe, when the Dakota went west and north, smarting from defeat, they ran into a bunch of Cree and they killed all the men, which left a whole bunch of women and children without men. Well, they fled into the tundra below Hudson Bay and hid out for a while, and then they came out. Meanwhile, back in Scotland, the English were advancing into Scotland, and the Scots did not want to be like English, because the English were cutthroat thieves and murderers and Christians, and they were trying to get a hold of the Scots and reprogram them into being like them, and the Scots didn't want to. And so they sent a bunch of their chieftains across, which is later became Canada. They traveled through there, and they camped on one side of the Red River when the women and children of the Cree band came out and camped on the other side of the Red River. They got there at the same time. And so there were all these women who hadn't seen men in a long time, and all these men who hadn't seen women in a long time. And so I'd like to write a movie about what happens when they see each other. Got a favorite film. I've got some different favorite films. Yeah, Song of Hiawatha, that's a really good film. It's really a story of Winnebujo, and I think it's really good. Winnebujo's story, not every story about him, but in general, you know. And I used to always wonder, where did Winnebujo go? How come he disappeared? What happened, you know? And this movie kind of explains it, what happened, and why he left, and how he left. And so then I called up a medicine woman up in Canada, and I said, is this really true? Is this really what happened to Winnebujo? And she said, yeah. Because I told her what happened, you know. In the movie? Yeah. Huh. Is that, you know, when the white man brought their pots and pans and their guns and all this stuff, and he counseled them not to take that they had everything they needed and they didn't need that. And, but some of them wanted it. He said, well, if you take it, I have to leave. I'm leaving. And one guy said, well, go then. So they traded in a great spiritual teacher who was awesome for pots and pans and guns, which is kind of sad, you know. But
It could be a made-up story, too.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You never know.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
Welcome to Powwow the Songs, a look into powwow gatherings in Minnesota, their historical and traditional significance, and the integral role of the drums, the singers, and their songs. And here's your host, Terry Goodsky.
Good evening. This is Terry Goodsky. I'm sitting here with Zach Hartliv at Hunting Moon Powwow, Milwaukee, 2014. Zach, could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Bonjour, Terry. It's good to see you again, man. I give my formal introduction in Ojibwe. Bonjour, Zungi Gnu, Indigenous Cause, Megizi and Dude, Mushkazibing and Dunjaba. That means, my name is Zungi Gnu. I'm of the Megizi clan, and I come from Mushkazibing. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a youth coordinator for the Birch Hill Community House on the Bad River Reservation.
Could you tell me a little bit about, I know we kind of discussed this a little bit earlier, could you tell me a little bit about, you know, the buck and doe dance? I've interviewed a couple of people earlier, but they kind of forgot some information about it, you know?
My grandpa was a keeper of that song, Vincent Bender. He, you knew those songs that go with that. They're starting to become kind of scarce. I know a few people that still know those songs. I can catch them. I don't remember them that well myself, but it's basically just emulating that animal and the characteristics and the attitudes. So there'll be several women in the dance arena, and then you'll have an older buck and a younger buck. They'll both fight off for who gets to keep those does, so to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Could you tell me a little bit about the swan dance?
Yeah, from what I understand, you know, I hear from my elders is that, you know, we get a lot of our teachings from nature, and the swan is one of the leaders the leaders of the winged, and I hear that they bring the changing of the seasons, both, you know, spring into summer and fall into winter. So, you know, the seasons change. They're indicator species that, you know, the change is coming. So in that dance, it's a dance for the women, and it's a kind of almost like a round dance, you know, like a 2-beat song, and the women will go and emulate that animal. You know, the swans, they do the flying V, so they'll take turns going back and forth, forming that V, and also coming back together in that straight line. They'll have the leader of the dance, which will usually be an elder, and then it just goes from there to the youngest. It's almost like follow the leader dance.
What about the fish dance? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
That's that's a dance for the men. You know, that the swan dance is for the women, but fish dance is we're doing that to recognize that it's time for that species to come and do their circle of life. So we will do it usually when the fish run, to celebrate that the fish either are coming or we want them to come. You know, so with the fish dance, we'll have again an older male will lead it out, and then just kind of go down in age until, you know, the youngest one, and he'll be the tail. And they just go through the stages. You know, they go through going upstream and laying their eggs, and then through the whole spawning process. You get to see it, and it's really fun to watch.
Could you tell me, we've known each other for a long time. Could you tell me a little bit about the hand drum songs? What they represent and what the hand drum means to the Ojibwe people.
Well, I'm still learning that. Little bit of what I know of that is, more of the, what would you say, popular culture today. We use that Cree style scratch beat, and we use those round dance hand drum songs as kind of courting songs or love songs. Try and get our snag on. Hey.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your travels as a singer? And plus, as a positive role model in your community.
Yeah, I've always had this connection with the drum, starting from when I was a baby. My dad used to carry around a bass drum and just turn it upside down at night, put a pillow inside, and that would be my crib. So I always had a strong connection to the drum. I was fortunate to have this gift, and it's taken me pretty far. That my talents have allowed me to see both oceans. I got to travel from New York all the way to California, just staying with that drum. He called it our grandpa. And because of what he represents, that respect. You have to act a certain way around the drum, and that's what I try and instill in my youth that I teach. If you want to be around here, you have to act a certain way. So before we even bring the drum out, I'll talk with him, sometimes for days, before we even touch a drumstick or get to look at the drum.
Mm-hmm. Well, you kind of forgot to mention, about the fish dance and the swan dance, and the buck and doe dance. You forgot to mention that before you actually do these sort of things, you guys would have a feast, and would ask the spirits, to kind of bless us with the whatchamacallit of whatever animal that you were doing. That's one thing that you forgot to mention before you guys go into it's actually part of the ceremony, but you forgot the feast part.
Yeah. I partake a lot in the song and dance part of it. But it's a big deal.
Sorry, could you kind of tell me what the drum means to you?
I just feel at home there. That's every time I sit down, I feel that Dewey gun means like the heartbeat. So I just feel really close to that. That's my grandpa.
All right. Well, looks like could you tell me a little bit more about the drum and how it pertains to your community? What actually when the drum actually came to your community, how did it change things? The history of your community, if you could.
Well, I'm not an account on it or an elder, but from what I understand, it was a time for celebration. We had our ceremony drums. From what I understand, it was like a social to more or less arrange some get-togethers for families. We almost like setting up marriages, things like that. That we call them Nimia Ding, our celebrations. So we get together, according to season or the month. We always had something going on. I just learned that not too long ago that when we moved our powwow grounds, they were having powwow at the same time in the other community across the lake. I'm from Bad River. They were partying in Madeline Island and Red Cliff. And we'd have bonfires, and they said that you could see those fires from across the lake. And I thought, wow, that must have been a sight to see, because it was before electricity was really around, and just to see that, I think that would have been something just amazing to behold. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about your roles as a lead singer. As a person that starts off the.
Well, you have to know those songs. To be a good lead singer, first you have to be a good dancer, I think. We all start there, and we all started in the circle, kind of far back from the drum, but then we get to move a little closer. if you dance, then you start to learn the songs because you're dancing to them. Then you get a little closer to the drum, and you get to sit down and learn different beats. But then becoming that lead singer, you already know that what style of dance to sing for. You know those beats, then you learn those songs. And some singers are really fortunate to have that gift of song making. I was blessed to know quite a few great song makers, but it takes a lot of heart because you have to be that one that everybody depends on. You have to be the rock. Sometimes we go into contest powwows, and everybody's looking to you. What are we gonna sing now? So you got to be ready on your toes and just make that decision for the good of the group. Not only that, it's not just about the song. You have to take care of the singers, make sure that they're all taken care of. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. A lot of work, making sure that they're fed and everyone knows the song, and you have to trust each other.
I notice when you go to powwows, you're kind of a grass dancer. Could you explain a little bit about your style and what your outfit means to you?
Yeah, the outfit I have now was actually a gift from a lady who saw me dancing a while back. And I kind of fell off, and I just kind of went to singing. But she remembered that I danced, and she made an outfit for her husband, but it was kind of too skinny. It got too big. She she didn't want to waste an outfit, so she thought of me right away, and she wanted to gift that outfit. So she did that in that way, and I kind of picked it back up. The style I do, it's a little bit of a mix between the traditional and contemporary styles. From my understanding, the dance originated from the Omaha people, and it was actually a society of warriors that were wounded and they could not dance their traditional dances anymore because there was real hard, intricate footwork. So it's a little bit more laid back than the traditional, but that's the traditional style. And then the contemporary, there's wild moves and all kinds of cool steps that you can mix up in there. That's kind of where I got that, or I'm at with that.
Well, if there's anything that you could pass on to the younger generation, what would you say to them?
Joanne dig. That means take care of one another, because a lot of things out there, a lot of outside influences, and a lot of historical trauma that we have to deal with. That kind of brings us apart. But that's a whole nother discussion. I could go on about that for a while. But take care of each other, and take care of each other for tomorrow. Forget about what happened yesterday. Just live for today, and just love each other. Take care of each other.
All right, Zach. Well, I'd like to thank you very much, for your time and your wisdom. I'd like to wish the Bucks a very good day at Hunting Moon Powwow here. Seen the videos on Facebook and on your webpage. You guys are sounding pretty tough today. Keep the good work and keep that drum beat, hard and strong, and get those voices, rocking. Thank you.
We will. Regrets.
Powwow the Songs is produced by KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Community Radio, with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Online at kbft.org.
My name is Kevin Lisi. I was born in Minneapolis and moved to Bemidji after, in the 90s and late 90s, I moved to Lake Vermilion. I believe in our culture, and I believe that everyone has a time to do what they're supposed to do in the time that they're supposed to do it. I think that during my time, there was a need for an infrastructure. Today, I can look back and see that we have a very large government center that is going to stand there, not 10 years, not 20 years, but stand there for 100 years. I've been in gaming since before gaming was legalized here in the state of Minnesota. There was an opportunity here at Boys Fort at Fortune Bay Resort Casino for a blackjack manager. I applied for that, was lucky enough to receive that position. So I moved here in 1996. And as we moved on, I went into and applied for the position of public relations. That really opened my eyes into dealing with the other aspects outside of the gaming world. It really opened my eyes to the threats and really how fragile of an infrastructure that Indian gaming has within the state of Minnesota and federally. And there's always that threat of expansion by the state, expansion of gaming, and threats of competition. That kind of inspired me. Maybe I can help out. Maybe I can do some things, expand my horizons at the same time, work for the people of Bois Forte in a different capacity. So I decided to run for tribal chairman. And gaming is vital to tribes all across the country. Although the federal government has a responsibility, a trust responsibility to help the tribes with infrastructure, healthcare, housing, education, it's never fully funded. That is met with gaming dollars. So I think if I have to look back at some kind of legacy, it's the growth. And we've had the most expansive economic growth in Bois Forte's history, and that was done by our community. You know, we created partnerships. We created partnerships with our local county commissioners, with the state of Minnesota. The challenges today are more modern challenges. We face challenges just like the non-native community faces. I mean, we have challenges today of continued alcohol and drug abuse and opiate abuse and those things that creep into our communities that mainstream America is facing. Closer to home, we have to face the challenges here of our economy, because the economy of the outside world, the economy of our neighbors today affects us here at Bois Forte. And as we've struggled and tried to create an economic cycle here at Bois Forte by not only being solely dependent on gaming, but trying to branch out and build a portfolio of businesses. Our biggest generator of that portfolio that holds everything up and above is the Y Store convenience store, which is located conveniently on highways 169 and 77. But, you know, people have to realize that, you know, we are in the Iron Range area. This is one of the most turbulent economies here in the state of Minnesota. It's very difficult for business to survive. In fact, the state of Minnesota has what's called the IRRB, and they receive state fundings and tax dollars from payment in lieu of taxes for taconite taxes. They get funded huge amounts of money, you know, to create economic development. And I'd like to say that Bois Forte has done well overall in this economy, in this area, for our neighbors and for ourselves. The tribal leader that I looked up to was John Gijek, who was one of our tribal leaders and also a relative of mine. My mother was a Gijek, and you know, I had an opportunity to tour with the elders, Kabetogama, Lake Kabetogama forest area, and I saw an area which has grown over, but the area where my grandmother was born. And she was born in a traditional way out in the Kabetogama forest. But they also talked about the families that lived out there, you know, the Wooden Frogs, the Whiteman family, you know, our family, and everyone out there. And you could almost have a sense of what it was like at that time. Those are the people that I look up to. But in a modern day sense, when I first was elected chairman, I guess I looked at, one, what is the closest Indian nation similar to ours that has the best growth? I'm a big believer in don't reinvent the wheel. I looked around and have been familiar with Chief Philip Martin from the Choctaw of Mississippi. I brought our council and some of our commissioners down there to see how they operate. You know, a new elementary school going up. They had new housing going up. And I said, I like to set goals. And I was like, this is what we need to accomplish. This is what we need to set our mind to doing. And, you know, looking back over 12 years, I can say that, you know, we did what we were here to do. There will be challenges. I just hope that, you know, the people see the challenges that any tribal leader has, and that it's not an easy task. You talked about, you know, what it was like for a past leader and what it's like today for a modern leader. You know, we are still a close family, but the modern day politics is made sometimes negative on a federal level, is even more condensed sometimes on a tribal level because we are so close. But we can do better. We can remember those people and honor those families, honor our elders by having disagreements, but having them in a positive way so that everyone benefits in the future for Bois Forte.
Welcome to Bois Forte 90. Bois Forte history in 90 seconds. On January 20th, 2021, hours after the swearing in of the 46th President, Joe Biden, the U.S. Interior Department announced key members for the agency. One of the selected members was Bois Forte band member Robert Anderson, who was named Principal Deputy Solicitor, essentially performing all the legal duties for the agency. The solicitor's office has more than 430 attorneys and support staff who provide advice and legal services to the department's leadership, including the Interior Secretary. Anderson is a law professor and expert in American Indian law, public land, and water law. He has taught law at the University of Washington and directed its Native American Law Center for the past 20 years. Anderson has also taught at the Harvard Law School. Previously, he served as an associate solicitor for Indian Affairs and counselor to the Secretary under Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt. Anderson's new appointment will hold a strategic and powerful role in leading the United States government. Bois Forte 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
I'm Kara Drift.
You're working on some regalia. Can you tell us a little bit about that and describe what you're making?
I'm making a fancy shawl with the colors will be purple and gray. Hopefully it will be done soon.
Is this your first outfit that you're making?
Full outfit, yes. I have made just one shawl before for a breast cancer foundation.
How long ago was that?
About 2 years ago.
How many years have you been dancing?
About 10 to 12 years.
What do you like best about dancing?
Just being able to be out there and showing my support, to know that at least a few more people are dancing and keeping the tradition alive.
Does any of your regalia mean something?
I'm kind of making this. My grandpa, Lester Drift Sr., he passed away 2 years ago. I'm kind of making this in memory of him, I guess. He always wanted to make sure that we kept the tradition alive, to make sure that we were always dancing.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Bois Forte 90. Bois Forte history in 90 seconds.
Austin Marcus is underneath the bucket and he ties it. 3 seconds left. Here comes Goggle Eye. Another miracle maybe. And he makes it!
On Thursday, March 23rd, 2017, Bois Forte band member from Nett Lake, Minnesota, Cade Goggle Eye led the Northwoods Grizzlies to a second-place seat in the Class 1A Division semifinals at the Minnesota State High School Boys Basketball Tournament. This was largely due to his miraculous buzzer-beating win over Central Minnesota Christian. The Blue Jays tied the close game 51-51 with a layup, and only 4 seconds remaining with no timeouts, the Grizzlies attacked ferociously. Goggle Eye, the sophomore guard, banked a three-pointer from midcourt just as the buzzer sounded, giving the high school team located in Cook a 54-51 victory over the number 3 ranked Central Minnesota Christian High School in the Williams Arena in Minneapolis. The Grizzlies moved on to the final championship game against Minneapolis North, who were ranked number 1 in the state. The Northwoods Grizzlies team took home the second place trophy that year, thanks to Cade Goggle Eye's unbelievable shot. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Nate Lukers from Park Rapids, Minnesota. Type of art, work, that kind of depends on what or whom I'm creating it for. I'm usually working on ideas for my Paint with Nate classes. Most of those tend to be landscapes. They're usually places I've seen or things that you think that people have possibly experienced in these parts of the woods. Sometimes it's from a photo, or maybe it's a combination of any of those things. If it's for me, then it might be some abstract expression of my inner weirdness. A lot of times I'll be slapping or scraping or gluing or even burning anything into a canvas or on a board, just trying to just whatever I feel like doing in the moment. Other times I'll get a commission, do a portrait, sometimes a caricature, landscapes, murals. I've done some murals, variety, just odds and ends, anything and everything that I can do as an artist, because you can't really pigeonhole yourself. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, and just do one thing nowadays. Describe your art, your work in the most detail as you can. The thing I started out doing just for myself has been the live band paintings. The musicians. I started out going out to karaoke or open mics and just painting some of my friends, just for fun, because it's something that I love. I love music. I love going out and experiencing that and just being part of it. I used to play in a band in high school, and ever since then I just want to be back on stage, and in this way I kind of feel like I can still be part of the music, and those are really cool too. When I'm painting there, it's all about the moment. I'm trying to capture that, like the whole performance, the feeling, everything, just into a single piece. And most of the time I'll just stop painting as soon as the show's over, and that's it. I don't go back, and I don't fix the little imperfections, or if they're missing a finger or a face here and there, doesn't matter. I want people to be reminded that things don't have to be perfect to be beautiful. And in the digital age, it's nice to look at art and know it's been created by the human hand. Like I said, I absolutely love music, probably just as much as the visual arts. And painting live music puts me right there on stage, like in my head. There have been rare moments, as of the late, not early on, but more towards the late now, when I felt that I was inside the music. And I know that's really hard to explain, or actually, to get across to you guys, but it's different than feeling like the music inside of yourself. It's like I understand everything that's going on, and like how the music's working, how the band dynamics are going, the environment, the people. I can feel everything, and it all just makes sense. I feel completely at ease, and at the moment of being inside of it. Guess it's like being in the womb, per se, huh? Let's see here. What else could I tell you here? How long have I been in business? For a number of years. I used to work at restaurant jobs for 20 years, and then I decided that I was dying inside because I wasn't doing any artwork. So then I started, taking little caricature gigs, drawing the big heads and the little bodies, doing caricatures. And I'd also, I've been offering a lot of community ed art classes, especially to kindergarten through sixth grade about, and I call those classes Create with Nate. And well, they don't offer an art program in the elementary school in Park Rapids here, so I figured they got to have something. Art is so important for kids and for adults too. But I'd say, I really started taking it seriously within the last 4 years or so. And then I started doing my Paint with Nate classes, which are, sip and paint classes. I used to call them paint and sips, but then someone came to class one time and thought that I was bringing some sips, thought I was bringing some beer or some wine with me. And so I changed it to Paint with Nate. It's got a nice ring to it, and it, it's not false advertising. You're painting with me. Let's see here. Any awards? No. I tend to stay away from competitions and like juried exhibitions, things like that. It's just not my thing. I don't really feel I need affirmation for my art itself. I just love seeing, and hearing people get excited. Like when I give them a piece of artwork, or if they buy it from me, I just love seeing them light up and just loving it. I know that they're going to put it in a good home, and it's not going to sit someplace in my garage in a cardboard box somewhere. Or when I'm doing my painting classes, it's really cool to see someone light up that says, "Hey, I've never painted before in my life," and they're really scared, and they're starting out at my class, and they get done, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I can actually do this!" Like they did something that they think that they could never do, and they did it, and they're proud of it. That is really rewarding to me too. My main influences, my kids motivate me, of course, and my wife, of course. My wife motivates like any other wife would motivate the husband. And then my instructor, his name is Zimmy Guan. He teaches painting in Moorhead State, and he came from China, and he just, like, every once in a while when I'm painting, I can hear him whispering some of those weird things that he'd tell me that didn't make sense at the time, but now they make sense. For some odd reason, they make sense. For example, he told me one time that abstract painting is like an elephant. You can hold the tail and you can hold the elephant. Oh no, sorry. Let's bring that back. Cut that out. You can hold the tail and you can hold the trunk, but you can never hold the whole elephant. It didn't make sense at the time, but now I can understand that you can't control it all. You can't control the paint. Let the paint do its work that it's supposed to do, and trust it, and it trusts you, and yeah, it's all good. It comes out just fine. And, maybe Bob Ross, too. Bob Ross, just because he's Bob Ross. And then, of course, music. Music has been huge in my life, and it motivates me. No matter what I'm doing, I got music playing when I'm doing art. This is say something positive to the audience who might want to get into art or music or creativity. I teach this to all my classes, but I truly believe that we're all artists. I tell them that anything you do is an art form. So, don't let anyone tell you otherwise, especially yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. Most people are their own worst critic. Just believe you are an artist. Everybody's an artist. That's what makes human beings awesome, is that they're all artists. Greatest challenges being an artist, finding your people, or your audience, I should say. Some are luckier than others, and their audience finds them. Don't make art that you think other people will like. Create art that you are proud of first before you start making stuff that other people will like, if that makes any sense. Maybe don't make sense as an artist. That'd be good advice too. Just don't make any sense and you'll be okay. Greatest reward being an artist. It took me a while to think about this one, but I think it's the knowledge, or just knowing that you've made something that didn't exist in this world before you were here. That's profound. That is awesome. Challenges during the COVID pandemic. This summer I could still do some classes. It was harder because I had to spread everybody out and make sure that masked up and everything was sanitized and all that stuff. But we made it work. it was just the hardest part was, figuring out how to adapt it, how to deliver and facilitate it. And every class was, a different configuration with, a lot of times I do resorts and painting classes that way. So a lot of times I got to figure out who was in what cabin, with who. So I keep those people together and everybody else separate. Then the live band painting, bands, they're not playing as much right now, other than online. I've done some online festivals and things like that, which is really odd. It's kind of cool, actually, in a way that it's probably something I never would have done if it wasn't for this pandemic going on. I mean, you got to look at the positive of every negative here, but it's really cool. Like I watch them on my computer screen, and then I got a camera behind me, and I paint them, and then they transpose me painting because I got a camera behind me, transposed onto what they're playing, and it's just really cool. I don't know how they technically do that because I'm not the tech savvy kind of guy, but it is really neat to see this happen. And I've been meeting people that I never would have met. I mean, I haven't met them yet. I've talked to them online. I've never met them, but it's really kind of opening up doors that way. So we went from challenges to the good things of the COVID, huh? Which I kind of surprised that I even said that out loud. Where can you find more info on me? Mostly right now, it's just Facebook and Instagram right now. I do want to make a website. I just, procrastinate, I guess, or I've just been so busy, actually, that I haven't had time to do that, or the funds to do it. I could pay someone to do it, but I don't, as an artist, you don't make a ton of money. But mostly Facebook. Facebook is where I put majority of, like, even the classes. If I have a class coming up, I'll put that on there because there are classes for public as well as private parties and things like that. So yeah, I will get. I promise I'll get a website someday. I promise you guys that. And then there are words of encouragement. Words of encouragement. I'll tell you what I tell all my classes, just to open it up. No matter what happens, and this is the most important thing, I'll tell you all. Do not drink the paint water. Okay? Don't drink the paint water. Don't. And that usually gets people, it's more like an icebreaker. People are like getting all tensed up, and I kind of draw it out for a while, and then I tell them that don't drink the paint water, and they start laughing, and it really calms them down. But it's become more of a metaphor nowadays with, like, don't believe what everybody's telling you. I mean, there's so much going on right now that you need to really not just fact check, but even sometimes the facts are not even true. So make sure that you guys are keeping your head straight on things, and it's okay to have some unknown too. That's the other thing I've come to terms with during this pandemic is it's okay to not know what's going to happen. It's okay. Or everything will be okay, you guys. It'll be all right. Anything else you'd like to add? I was going to say thank you guys, KBFT Radio. Chaz, you're awesome. You rock. Thanks for letting me do this opportunity. KBFT Radio, you guys are, I don't know what you should say. Let's start that over. KBFT Radio, thank you for supporting local and regional artists in Minnesota. You guys rock. Thank you so much from the bottom of all of our hearts. Yeah, I'm speaking for all artists here, apparently. Let me know what else you need here, Chaz. Oh, this is Nate Lukers. You're listening to KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Radio. Chaz, thanks, man. You just let me know if you need anything else. I can keep rambling here. What else can I tell you? Maybe how I started doing the band paintings. The band paintings I started out doing a couple years ago when I was at Muskie Days, and I was hired there to do caricatures, and I was drawing caricatures, drawing funny faces for kids and for some drunk adults. But then business was getting a little slow at the time, and I'm one that I can't sit still. I can't just sit around doing nothing. So I got up And I went to my truck and I was like, I got a board in there. I knew that I had a board. And then I also knew that I had some paints. I didn't have all the colors. I maybe had like 1 or 2 brushes. And I went and got a cup from the gas station, this drinking cup. And I sat up in front of the stage and just started painting the band on a piece of wood. And people really liked it. And then I got some more wood and I painted some more. And people liked it so much that people offered money to buy them. So I was like, well, this is cool. But, I mean, I didn't do it for the money. I mean, I got into it because I just loved doing it. And then I just kept going to, visit my friends playing, like I said, open mics at different locations. And I'd just show up. I even showed up one time to our fireman's ball. They had 3 bands playing there. And that was the night before I had a art exhibition at Terrapin Station in Nevis. And I was kind of nervous about that. So there again, I didn't want to just sit there ruminating, thinking about this show that I was nervous for the next day. So I grabbed my paints and just showed up there, and they kind of looked at me like, what's this guy doing? Because I'm covered in paint, by the way. I don't know if you ever see me around, I'm covered in paint all the time because I don't really use paper towels very much. I just wipe it on myself. But I just showed up there and asked if I could paint, and they said, okay, kind of like, what's this guy talking about? And I ended up painting there, and then ended up there again. People loved it, and I've been asked to go back to different things. I've had gigs where people have seen me paint live bands, and then I've gone to go paint their wedding. I've went to wedding parties before, showed up, walked behind the groom's party or whatever, or the wedding party. They're walking into their dinner, the reception dinner, and I followed right behind them with my paint clothes on, and then they started eating. They didn't know I was supposed to be there because I got hired by someone else in the family, and I sat up right in front while they're eating and painting them, and like the guy eating the prime rib next to me kept elbowing me while I was painting. That was kind of, it's just I just love doing art in different places and the different experiences and the people I meet. Like yourself, Chaz. I mean, it's awesome. I briefly talked to you here, even after the show, but just to see all the passions that people have, that there is still passion out there and creativity. They say that it's all been done before, but it really hasn't. It hasn't been done like this before. So just keep on doing what you got to do and keep on doing you. Just do what you think is the best route. Don't always listen to everybody else. I am going on tangents here, buddy. But I don't know. What else can I say? KBFT Radio, you rock. KBFT Radio, love you guys. KBFT Radio, you're the bomb diggity. KBFT Radio, much love and respect.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Mary Villard is a self-taught visual artist from Duluth, Minnesota, who works in a variety of artistic mediums, including painting, illustrations, portraits, and murals. She's also a community organizer, curator, and an arts educator.
Bonjour, my name is Mary Villiard. I'm a visual artist based in Duluth, Minnesota. Originally from the Fond du Lac Reservation. I'm a direct descendant on my dad's side from there. And then my mom is enrolled in a Delaware Lenape tribe in Canada. So I've got direct descendant status there as well, but I don't know as much about that history or that side of my family. Yeah, and I do, like I said, visual artwork. I've kind of traversed a lot of different mediums since I started working professionally as an artist. My background, I think, at its core is originally painting, so doing acrylic painting and a little bit of oil painting. I'm really drawn to surreal, sort of dreamlike imagery, and also a little bit, I guess, into the woodland style of work. I think that's definitely been an influence, even if it's not as obvious in my work. And then I also do portraits. And I guess in more recent time, I've been trying to merge those two styles together in a way that's cohesive and explores a lot of just, I use my personal painting practice just to explore inner turmoil and inner joy and just the different thoughts that I have, which is a very vague way of putting my artwork, but yeah. And then I also do, I guess more recently I've gotten into doing murals and public art, community engaged artwork where lots of different people in the public are helping me create a piece. And then most recently I got into animation with Jonathan Thunder as kind of a mentor on that end of things. So I'm excited to kind of move from my sort of, what they would call traditional art, painting and fine art and things like that, moving from still images to moving images and keeping my style and also seeing how it changes in that way. I think like a common thread in my artwork, because I've really worked across all different mediums. I think the thing that ties all of the work I've done together is my use of color. I really love oranges and purples. I really love vibrancy and stuff that I think is in contrast to some of the more neutral shades and tones in our cities specifically, but also a little bit in the landscape.
How long have you been creating your art?
I think I had my start as an artist around the time I moved to Duluth, kind of in my late teens. I had my first art show at the American Indian Center, the American Indian Community Housing Organization, back when they had first opened their doors in the Gamaji building. And I always tell the story of we were all very new to the world of galleries and exhibitions. ACO, as their acronym is, they essentially connected with me as this young artist who'd never done a show, and I did a duo show, I guess, a show with Rocky Makes Room for Them, who's a Lakota artist who was working at ACO at the time. And, he asked me if I had enough art for a show, and I was like, totally, yeah. And I was super excited to do a show in the big city of Duluth, Minnesota, having grown up in little old Cloquet. And so I dropped off all of my artwork, 50 plus just random loose sketches and paintings that I've been working on. And I dropped them off at ACO a couple days before the actual show opening. And in my head, I figured, galleries have money. They just frame things and make things look nice for you and do the entire show for you, and you just show up. And so that's not how it works, long story short. But ACO was kind enough to frame all of those pieces of work. And from there, that was my first body of ready to hang artwork that I was able to bring to a bunch of other exhibitions. And that's kind of how I got my start. And that was back in 2012, or maybe 2013, somewhere around there. And I ended up going back and working for ACO after graduating college. And around that time, I'd made a goal that I was going to do something artistic basically every month for the rest of my life. And I kept on it. I got into probably over 150 shows after that, kind of a mix of both group and solo shows. I've done curation, and also, the deviations into public art and workshops and stuff like that. So it's been almost 10 years of being a professional, quote-unquote, artist.
Have you received any awards?
I had a big year for awards, I think, in 2019. I got a couple different community awards just for, I think, the combination of my art branching into, I guess, social justice work. I got a NAACP Take a Stand for the Revolution Award and the 20 Under 40 for the Duluth News Tribune and just a bunch of other stuff. So it was really cool being recognized that year. And that was the year I was really just starting to get into public art. With my public art, I like to do land acknowledgement stuff. I like to look at what's missing in the community and bringing it to light. And obviously in a lot of places there's not really authentic artwork that incorporates Indigenous perspectives or stories, even though that's, the larger history of all the places that we live in right now, including Duluth. And so my work as kind of an activist and artist has been to kind of open up spaces for other Native artists to just make work and be visible and hopefully create work that's going to be leave a positive impression for future generations. I really like collaborating in my work, so some of the artists I've worked with kind of frequently or as of late for murals are Michelle Defoe, who's a Red Cliff artist, and she's helping me with the Chief Buffalo project that we're trying to get finished this summer in Duluth. And then also Carla Hamilton. She's a painter, kind of an abstract painter who's been assisting me in a lot of murals.
What is the greatest thing about being an artist?
That work I get to do with the youth, I think. There was a moment I got to do a large-scale projected animation for Illuminate the Lock down in the Twin Cities, and that was with help from All My Relations and Northern Lights and a lot of other sponsors. And in that piece, I was kind of tasked with creating a moving animation that would be projected on like this 400-foot surface, of a wall right by the river. And that was a really cool collaborative opportunity. I recorded an elder, Millie Richard, and asked her to address some of the issues around murdered and missing Indigenous women, and to just speak to the issue. And also I reached out to Liz Jacala and gave her kind of the same prompt, thinking about these women and also this issue, and also just the resilience of women in our community, what kind of messaging would she want to put out there. And I combined those two pieces and then did animations sort of around what each of them shared. And that was super rewarding. I think anything collaborative is also, is really rewarding. But then there was a moment where during the projection that was on this huge surface, I'd had little mini projections that were maybe 10 foot by 10 foot pieces. And just seeing little kids engaging with the artwork. There was a little kid who was trying to chase this animation of a loon that I had drawn in the mini projection, and he just kept trying to catch the loon on the wall. And I just thought it was so cool watching a kid just be immersed in the artwork and to be playing with this character that kind of came out of my head, and also out of inspiration in life. So that's been rewarding, and I think everything's rewarding. I also think that I've always thought about maybe a career in politics or something a little bit more official for my life. But then, I stepped back and I realized that being an artist allows me to do things like influence policy and, reach the masses, and educate people on different issues and engage with the community and make change in all these different ways. And I can just do that as an artist without the hassle of looking a certain way or talking a certain way. I can just be holy and, not holy, but holy with a W, myself. And I don't have to worry about how I talk. I can just talk and ramble like this interview. And that's just part of it. And so I think that's been the most rewarding piece, is just realizing that I can do what a lot of other people are doing in their roles and do it through art.
What influences your art?
Growing up, I saw a lot of Karen Savage Blues artwork around the clinic, and I think her kind of dreamy surreal style early on was pretty influential for me. And then, more notable artists I'm influenced by are Salvador Dali, of course. It's kind of the king of the surrealists. Jonathan Thunder was also an influence growing up. So it was always really interesting to me as a kid. And I didn't really notice it until later, but it was interesting to me that so many Native artists also were kind of in that vein of doing surrealism and doing surreal artwork. and I always thought that was really cool.
Do you have encouraging words for future artists?
For anybody interested in getting into art or music or any kind of creativity, I feel like, I guess I'll offer the reminder that art is kind of like, it is a safe space. It's a space, you know, and I think there's so much that I teach in workshops sometimes with kids and sometimes adults about how, like, through art you can become really aware of your coping mechanisms or your style of dealing with stress, because sometimes the creative process, especially if you're an adult, can be really frustrating and stuff won't look like you want it to look all the time, especially if you haven't practiced very much. And I just like to remind people that, like, it's okay to be in your body in those moments and to remind yourself that that's a safe space to experience this other side of yourself. And the cool thing about it is there's no consequence if you mess up a painting. You know, there's not really a consequence to, you know, I don't know, putting too much paint on a piece. Like, there's always a way to rework things and make them into new artwork or into different artwork than you initially envisioned. So I guess I always encourage people to embrace the frustration that sometimes might come with art at first, because it usually turns out.
Where can we find more information on you?
I guess if you wanted to find more information on me, I have a really weird name. It's spelled Moira, but none of the vowels are pronounced. So, again, I'm Miri Villiard. You can find more of my stuff on art@moira.com. And then also on Facebook, you can find me posting on my personal page, and I have an actual Facebook page too for my artwork, but it's not as active. And you can also just Google me if the name thing is confusing.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
What was yours? We've done, we were done. We did the sea shop today on Canal Bay. What you got? Three-Player Society, gathering of the Sacred Pipe Sundance, American Indian Movement. My name is Yvonne Worthy-Dunn. I'm the thunder before the storm. And I like that a lot better than Clyde. We had a book called Whipple Warren, The History of the Anishinaabe Nation, the Ojibwe Nation. And another book, Back Elk Speaks. And they gave me those books to read when I was in solitary confinement and locked up. Next thing I knew, I was having dreams of an eagle, being an eagle, flying over prairie grounds and somewhere in South Dakota, and seeing these beautiful dancers, not only Indian people dancing, but the horses all painted up on their back, legs dancing. And I couldn't get enough. I wrote Black Elk Speaks over and over and over about his visions and his dreams. So we put together the first Indian Studies program in America. In every single institution, whether it be federal or state today, they have sweat lodges, they have powwows, they have traditional wild west festivals. The sweat lodges, all the things that we didn't have, that would shape our lives forever with that. I became the co-chief. As I got closer and closer to being freedom, we made a commitment to one another that we're going to organize in our communities and try to stop young people, men and women, from going into those institutions. Simply by talking and teaching them about their culture and traditions, the way of life, make them feel good. Make them feel good about themselves. When we came home, we went through a 9.5-month trial, the longest trial in the criminal history of the United States government in St. Paul, Minnesota. Had a 14-count indictment. I was facing 2 life sentences with 700 more years in prison. We had some of the best lawyers from all over the world that volunteered and came in. We proved governmental misconduct. illegal use of military forces, illegal search and seizure. And the judge called both sides, called us from the community, and the United States government called into his chambers. One of his jurors had a heart attack the day before, and he already dismissed the two alternates. And he pled with the United States Justice Department and the FBI to let him bring the jurors back to be seated. He was going to do it. It already cost him $5 million. And the judge, who wasn't he was a racist himself, he got up and he took his gavel and banged it on the desk in his chambers. He said, it's not the Indian people that are guilty here. It's the United States government. Who do you think you are that you're bringing all these military forces for the first time in history to question without presidential approval? You can tap people's lines and phones and come into my courtroom and lie everything about it. You can pay a rapist that you're using for a witness, never been to wound in knee, coerced him into saying that he was there and knew was in what bunkers. He said the rivers of justice have been muddied. The rivers of justice have been muddied in my courtroom for 9.5 months. And he banged his gavel and threw out all the charges. And it was just cartwheels when that happened. And then the old people said they're never going to abide by their treaties. They're never going to abide by their treaties. He said we have to formulate our own treaty council. So we did that. We went up to the William tribe and Standing Rock. We did that. 96 tribes. I'm not talking about tribal chairmen now, people like that. Traditional leaders, traditional chiefs came to their meeting. And they were so overwhelmed with the truth, very supportive of the American Indian movement, that they directed us to go to the United Nations.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we meet with Josh Danderand, bassist and songwriter for the 5-piece indie rock band, The Moonlight Community.
This is Josh Danderand for The Moonlight Community. The Moonlight Community is originally from St. Cloud, Minnesota. We met there when we were all going to college. I, at the time, was going to school for music education. We have 2 albums out right now. Our first one was called The Gateway, and our second one is called Anin. And both albums very much show the versatility in our band, in our writers, and in our music in general. If you were to try to categorize it in one simple genre, I would probably say rock, maybe alternative. But it also just depends on the song. We have a song called Dreams from the new album Anin.
Me formulating the plan is just half of the battle.
Just half of the battle.
Then one day I'll be big like Cobain in Seattle.
Cobain in Seattle.
If you're feeling you're up in the creek with no paddle.
That's hip hop. And it was our first one ever, and it's a crowd favorite. We have some beautiful slow ballads like Save Yourself, our second single from Anin.
Save yourself from the certain doom that's ahead of you. Save yourself from the burning fire that will bring you down. Save yourself.
We have some heavy metal. We have one song called No from The Gateway that's heavy. We have one song called Stars from Anin that's heavy. We have a 50s style sock hop song called Marble Eyes that's on Anin. We have a techno song called Galaxy on Anin. You name it, and we've either done it or we intend to do it. We almost want to be a band that could replace the shuffle program on your Spotify or iTunes. We'd love it if you just wanted to listen to whatever, right? You're vacuuming or you're doing dishes, and you want to listen to lots of different varieties of music. We'd love to be the band that you just plug our name in and you get everything you want. And with the different backgrounds that we have as individual musicians, we're becoming very good at succeeding in that goal. We all listen to all different types of music, and you can hear it in the individual songwriter's influence. And also, when it comes to writing, we don't think of genres. I think we think more of what's happening in our life the day that the song gets written. We write about things at face value sometimes, like falling in love or something, or getting your heart broken. We also write about things that need to be interpreted by the listener. Purpose of life, meaning, where are we? Why are we? So just like in the genre, musically, our topics and our lyrics, we try to incorporate all different types of meanings and stuff behind our lyrics.
I am lost in this world. I can't seem to find my way. Every right turn curves left into the wrong. And now I guess I'll just move along.
If someone out there is listening and they want to start doing something creative, whether they're writing poetry, starting a band, trying to get their physical artwork out there, man, just go for it. Always go for it. There's really no downside to it. The worst thing that could happen is people say they don't like it, but whatever. That's not a big deal because other people will say that they do like it. I've found a lot of time that negativity only comes from people who want you to not be happy. So when you realize that, then actually nothing should ever really upset you or bring you down or stop you from creating, because if they're being negative, it's just because they're not very happy with the fact that you're happy. So once you realize that, it becomes pretty easy to not care about any negativity and then love the positivity, and just ride with it. And, when it comes down to it, if you're creating something, it's yours anyway, right? Of course you want to share it with others and you want to bring joy or whatever emotion you're trying to emote with your art. The first thing is you got to love it, and it's something you created and that you're proud of, and that's awesome.
Forgot.
But I love playing with my bandmates, James, Matt, AJ, and Dante. When we're playing a live show and we're just nailing it and we're jumping all over the stage and swinging our guitars and just rocking out, there's just nothing better. Close your eyes, absorb all that sound and all those lights, just knowing that your best friends are right there on stage with you doing what you're doing and you're clicking. That's a great reward right there. Also, when you write a song and then you bring it to your band and it becomes a full band song and then you record it and then you get to listen to it, that's a pretty good reward too. Challenges during COVID. Well, this one has an asterisk by it. This one's a little different because this one has definitely been challenging because we can't play anywhere. We were supposed to play 5 festivals this summer. We ended up playing 0, of course. And, we tried our best during the pandemic to give things to our fans and to potential fans. And, of course, it's all positive. And it's been tough because in those platforms of social media, everyone is generally very much lured in by negativity. So if you're trying to lure people in with positivity, it doesn't really work. But having said that, if we happen to run across someone in face-to-face, which isn't often, they usually show a extreme interest in us. So who knows? Maybe it's a challenge. Maybe it's an opportunity to go more grassroots. And when this whole thing's over, maybe we'll do more flyers and billboards. I don't think we'll do a billboard, but you know what I mean. Old school marketing, old school word of mouth, because that does seem to attract more positive outcomes than what social media has become.
Where can we find your music?
If you're looking for Moonlight Community, you can find us anywhere that you look for music. We're on Spotify, we're on iTunes, we're on Apple Music, we're on Google Play, we're on Amazon Music, YouTube Music, of course Facebook, and honestly, I think the best way to find us is our website, because it's a one-stop shop, and that is just themoonlightcommunity.com. Pretty cool little website, and it has everything you'd ever need to know about us. The overall message of the Moonlight Community is to be yourself. I think when you take every song we've ever written, and if you put them into like a word generator, it would probably come out as community, which is, I guess we have an appropriate band name then. We have crazy background stories. We have a veteran in our band. We have a cancer survivor in our band. We have a diabetic in our band. We have people who have grieved with close personal deaths in our band. We're kind of a soap opera of sorts. And because of that, our biggest goal is to give whatever we can to whoever we can, whoever needs it. And because of all the crazy things that have happened to us as individuals, we have a really good door to go through that a lot of other people have gone through as well. We've lived lives that other people are living right now. We can relate, and we can be advice givers, or just good listeners, or just a band that makes music that makes people happy. So we're gonna always be this way, and we love meeting people. We love working with people, and maybe one day you'll come see us at a show and we'll hang out, have some fun, dance.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
Floyd Morrison. I joined the United States Marine Corps when I was 17. I got out E4. I was in the Vietnam War, and I was at the 1st Marine Division, 3rd Marine Division, 5th Marine Division, from Boys Fort, Net Lake. I went and joined the Marine Corps when I was 17 years old. I got discharged when I was 19. I actually done 2.5 years, and 13 months of that was in Vietnam. The reason I joined the military is I wasn't passing in school. I wasn't making my grades, and my folks are out in California. I was staying here with my brother, Dan, in Christmas '67, Christmas vacation. He sent me out to California to see my folks, and I got out there. My mother gave me 3 options: finish school in California, which I didn't want to go to school; try and get a job, which she said you'll need an education to get a good job; or go in the military. And being 17, I knew I needed their signature so I could get in the service. So I asked them, if I sign up for the military, will you sign for me? Yes, we will. And away I went. And that's how I joined the military. Back in them days, it was a military obligation. They had the draft. If you didn't join, the draft would probably get you. So I went ahead and joined, and I had my choice of service that I wanted to go in. But I couldn't go overseas till I was 18, so I turned 18 in August 68. In August 20th, I was in country in Vietnam. I was fairly young yet. The first day there, actually, we were they call new guys. We still had on our stateside uniforms, and they had mess hall, and we were going to chow, and I could hear these whistling noises, and see a big boom out there the fuel pods were, and I didn't know what was going on. Everybody come charging out of the mess hall, and it clicked in my mind that they're shooting at us. So after that, I knew what that sound was like, and it didn't take me long to realize that what a B-40 rocket sounded like. Get in a bunker. Down in the rear, it happened quite often. You could see them firing from the north, from that peninsula they had there. You could see them when they were firing, and you knew what was coming. But once you got out in the field, then it was a lot different out in the field. Let your hair grow long. I let my hair grow long, and they had to cut it off for me. I had to get a boot cut again. But back then, it turned me. I'm still an alcoholic, but it made me. Like I said, I was 19 when I got out, and I drank and I drank and I drank and I drank. If I wouldn't have quit drinking when I did, I'd probably be in. Yeah, it tries to make you forget things. I can close my eyes anytime and just go right back. Or if a song comes on the radio, I'll remember certain things on the song, especially 60s and 70s. They treated Vietnam veterans terrible when we got back. I got kicked off a bus in Los Angeles. I was going from the Los Angeles bus depot to the airport to fly home. That guy kicked me out of his bus. Well, first of all, the Marine Corps birthday is coming on November 10th. I'll be 246 years old. Except for all you Marines out there. And Veterans Day is just a day to honor all veterans, men and women. If I could go back in and do it again, I would. The only thing, I'd stay 20 years. It was a good experience. Like I say, I've seen some good places. I went to Bangkok and Taipei for 5 days and 4 nights. Each little country. I think Indians are patriotic, I guess you'd say. It's a thing to do. In fact, when I was in Vietnam, they put me with another Indian guy from Fond du Lac Reservation, and I still meet with him today. In fact, we try to get together and have dinner. There's 7 or 8 of us that try to get together every year. They're all brothers, I guess we call Marine Corps Brotherhood. They're all my brothers. They all got my 6. I got their 6. And it's good to see them. In fact, it's a brotherhood that no one else understands. I guess it's just there for all Marines.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Elder Times, a program where we learn about the history of Nett Lake through the voices in our community. Today we'll be talking with Ron Boucher. This will be part 1 of 3 interviews.
My name is Ron Boucher. I was born and raised in Nett Lake, on a Nett Lake reservation. I was born at my great-grandmother's house, Rosie Strong. But back then they had a lady, Miss John, her name was, and she took us me and my mother to the Little Fork Hospital, and that's on my birth record right now, is Little Fork. But I wish my grandmother Strong's name was on there yet. I'm the first great-great-grandchild of George Strong and Rosie Strong, and also on my dad's side, I'm the first great-grandchild too of the Joe Boucher and Mary Boucher. So it's an honor to be one of the first great-grandchildren there. So, but anyway, I was asked to talk a little bit about when I was growing up on a reservation. I grew up down on a ball diamond where the old powwow grounds are now. There was a house up there. It used to belong to Tony Harding, and right below the hill was my little life. It was Strongville, they called it. My great uncle Herbert and my great uncle Johnny and my great uncle Louis and Herbert and my great auntie Annie. They all lived down there. And Spuddy and my great grandmother lived in that house down there. And so it was a big thing for us to go down there all the time and learn, play with everybody down there, down around Strongville or Squeaky and Roger Strong and Galig and Norman and Lulu and Herbie and all them boys and strong boys, Gayo, Kenny. So that's where I grew up. I grew up with those guys. Language was we spoke language. They spoke language to us a lot, to me and Reggie when we were growing up. But today, I struggle with it today because I never really, after I got into become a teenager, I never really spoke language after that. But I always remember speaking it when we were little with my grandmother and my aunts and my great uncles. We grew up around that lake there. Me and my mom, my dad, and my older brother, my uncle Justin, who was like a brother to me. My mom and dad raised him ever since he was 4 years old, and then he lived out on an island with us at Burnside Lake. He lived with us all these years till he graduated high school. Off and on, once in a while he'd get mad at my mom and he'd go live with our aunt Annie down at Strongville. But we all grew up cutting wood, hauling water. I remember during the times when it was time to wash clothes, we'd have to haul a lot of water to fill up the tubs and stuff for my mother and rinse water and then it was a big chore that we had every day after school to chop wood and so we all lived up there in that little house. My mom, my dad, my older brother, and my two younger brothers, Jim and Elmer Bazug. So they were just a little. Jim was just a tiny baby then, and so was Elmer. He was pretty tiny, small yet. But I remember, when we were growing up, we did a lot of things together. All of us guys. We hunted. We played army back in them woods. We walked all over in them woods and. Out to Roy's field, we had trails, we had little campsites out there. We'd stop and make tea. Those were the fun days, and we'd go always out in the canoe. We'd go explore around the lake shores and walk up on the shores and look for things, and it was pretty good back in them days. Really didn't have nothing to worry about, because it was, seemed like we were free, back in them days. Like nowadays, you gotta answer to something, or you can't do this unless you have a piece of paper saying you can, But back in them days, it seemed, like I said, free to us, And my great grandmother always taught us a lot too. Me and Reggie. I grew up pretty close to Reggie Strong when I was growing up, and Lulu and Herb. Those guys were pretty close to me, and so we did a lot together. We hunted. A lot of crazy things back home, back down in Strongville, and the horses. My grandmother had horses, and I remember we used to ride them horses, and we used to take care of them horses for her, cut hay, and then it always used to be fun when we'd go in the winter time. We'd go cut wood, and we used to get them horses and them sleigh on the sleigh, and then we'd go out and cut wood, and that used to be fun. And my dad would make coffee and stuff out in the woods, and Justin and all of them, Squeak and all them guys would come help, and we used to always have and we'd all ride back with a big sleigh full of wood and unload some at Grandma's, and we'd take some up to our house, and then it was cutting wood for us. Anyway, it was pretty good. I always think of that. Now that I'm 59 years old, I always think back of those days, and days that they make me laugh, and then some are sad, and sometimes I miss those people that are gone now before us, that I grew up with, and I always think of them. When I get a chance, I go put food out for them, and hopefully they get it, but anyway, I'll tell a little story about my grandmother, my great-grandmother Rosie. Me and Reggie learned a good lesson from her years ago, and we used to go up to her down to when we go down Being Strongville down there. My Auntie Annie Strong would call us in and tell us that Grandma would want to see us, and so we'd go up and visit. We'd go up her stairs, and then we'd walk back there and go visit with her. And back then we knew how to talk Indian and understand Indian, both I and Reggie, and that's all we did down here was Indian. Seemed like Squeaky and Glig and Clara and Karen, all of them, they spoke the language, and except when we were joking around about stuff, but we'd go. Me and Reg would go up to my great grandma's room, and she'd always give us 4 things, each of us, and she'd tie it up in a little cloth. And, it was a marble, a piece of a piece of maple syrup candy, and then a nickel, and then some tobacco. And she'd fold that up and tie it up, and she'd give us each one, and then she'd explain to us or what we put in there. And anyway, one was for playing, one was to buy something, one was to eat, and then one was to pray. And that's one thing I never forgot, even as young as I was. Because she used to do that to us every month, and go up to her place, and then it was a good lesson, that she taught us, and I always think of that. I always think of that today. That back then, those little 4 things, meant we had everything. And nowadays, we can't get enough. We gotta have this. Our kids gotta have that. They gotta have, our grandkids gotta have this and that. And cost $80, $90 for a pair of shoes to get them to when they play basketball. Nowadays. But back then, those material things like that didn't mean a whole lot to us. But those little 4 items in that little bag seemed like meant the world to us, and it was given to us by our great-grandmother.
You have been listening to Elder Times, brought to you by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and KBFT 89.9 FM, Bois Forte Tribal Community Radio.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Bonjour, my name is Philip Savage. I'm from the Fond du Lac Reservation, and I'm here on Net Lake today to demonstrate some birch bark craft work.
Philip's many years of experience as an artist made it easy for community members to participate and take home something truly beautiful.
This is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. They're simple to make, but they look really complicated.
I've been doing birch bark art, 30 years, ever since I was a little kid, picking up little pieces, watching my dad. He was a sweetgrass basket maker, and he would use birch bark, making his baskets. So watching him, I just kind of picked up along the way and kind of developed my own style and my own niche. And I do a lot of spring bark etching. I make earrings, I make baseball hats, top hats, I make wall hangings, necklaces, anything.
I'm gonna have to come down for that.
Yeah, those are really cool. You could sell those, I think. Somebody would buy those.
I like how they turned out.
Community members didn't just take home birch bark crafts. They also left with shared knowledge from artist Philip Savage on how and when to harvest birch bark so that it's ideal for the project they might have in mind.
Well, we'll talk about harvesting the bark, and it depends on when you harvest your bark within the year to what you can do with it. So birch bark's very versatile, and depending on the time of year, it's kind of hard to get off the tree when it's cold out. But if it's in summertime, it'll pop right off the tree when it's hot enough. I like to harvest winter bark and spring bark because it leaves a layer that you can etch into. But I like it in summer bark too. That's great for baskets, canoes.
Even those familiar with birch bark crafts were surprised by Phil's unique style, which showcases the versatility and accessibility for community members to make things from a traditional medium.
My favorite part was work and making designs out of birch bark, because I never did that. The only thing I ever did was make baskets, and I never tried. And this is interesting to see all the different designs, how many other stuff you can be making out of birch bark, how different ways you can use the birch bark. But that's the first time I ever did this, and I really enjoyed it.
It's not just a craft that people learn with artist Philip Savage. He shares a little traditional knowledge about other things Anishinaabe people traditionally make from birch bark.
Birch bark's a pretty versatile medium, and there's lots of projects you could do with it, from arts and crafts to making lodges to live in.
Like about the class.
I loved it. I've never seen this done before, so it's interesting that you can actually take a tree and do something like that with it.
Yeah, you can make art without really having to go to the store and buy materials.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
This event is the first in a series of upcoming events as restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic are gradually lifted. Attendees were glad to be out and about, talking, laughing, and sharing stories while learning a new skill.
Yeah, because I wanted to do this last year, but then the whole COVID thing hit.
It's a free event, it's kid friendly. You can bring the kids down. It's a good little family event, to coming together and working on culture is just really good and really enriching for families and young people.
Fun.
Are you going to come to the next KBFT event?
Hopefully.
You can find out more about upcoming artists in the Native Art Festival by checking out KBFT on social media and online at kbft.org. Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Cultural Crossings, a program that highlights the voices of Nett Lake youth.
My name is Anthony Drift. Playing in the snow is awesome and fun. It gets kids exercise and fresh air. I love to play in the snow. I have snowball fights, I sled, I make snowmen, and best of all, I make igloos. Some people are afraid to go outside in the winter, but not me.
Cultural Crossings is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project with help from In Progress, an organization that works with youth to help them develop their artistic talents. This project is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Ruth Porter is an artist, high school special ed teacher, and Ojibwe language teacher from the Net Lake side of Bois Fort. She taught her first class on quill work as part of the KBFT Artist Series. Ruth also talked about how she learned many other traditional crafts.
I do a lot of beading and sewing, like after school on the weekends. It all started, my mom ran the Ojibwe Arts program long in the 80s, and the older ladies in the village used to gather there. I'd stand around and watch them, and they'd explain what they were doing, and they'd make florals and old time, like the rosettes and the pie-out stitch and stuff.
Porcupine quills are a delicate and sometimes painful medium.
But this was my first quill class. I was a little nervous because quill tips tend to fly, and I like that these ladies that were at the class tonight, like, they've done some crafting before, so they were a little more cautious with quills. I was just worried about, pulling a quill out of somebody. Like the quill tips, when they kind of dig in and hurt.
Tina Sadie Wasser attended Ruth's class and has worked with quills before.
I had a little idea because I worked with them before with the quills. But Ruth showed us how to get the tips. Stick it in a styrofoam and then cut them. So because that was I was afraid of losing those tips.
How does one get porcupine quills? Well, Ruth shared how she acquired the quills and how she cleans them. It's not a pretty picture, but Ruth takes an unfortunate event and makes the best of it by turning quills into art.
Well, usually I pick up roadkill, and I prefer fresh roadkill that's only been ran over once. If I need to, I'll wash the quills with like a little bit Dawn dish soap. I try to stay use water as much as I can. I burn the porcupine with tobacco as an offering and thankful that, I got the quills from him, and wherever the porcupine needs to go, I just kind of believe that by giving him tobacco, he gets to where he's got to go.
Ruth prepped the artwork so that attendees only had to do the quill portion of the art. This may seem like every piece might look the same, but thanks to the beauty of quills, each person was able to create a unique piece. Here's class attendee Stephanie Werdia talking about her experience.
The teacher of the class, Ruth Porter, she had done up some, the framework for a flower. And what we did was we filled the petals in with porcupine quills. Depending on which way you pointed the dark spot, made the end result look unique, very unique. It's time-consuming, but the end result is always very unique.
Community members who attended this class were excited to be out and about as COVID-19 restrictions are slowly lifted.
I think I'm going to hang mine in my car. I don't want to use it as a pop socket. I think just visiting with everybody, kind of doing your work and learning how to do it from Ruth.
What's next for Ruth? She tells KBFT about her hopes for sharing her crafts in the future.
For me, I'll share with anybody about anything, for his crafting or, the quilling, the sewing, whatever I know, because I want to see it passed on. I believe, everybody can learn, everybody can be taught, just got to find their learning style. I would like to do more with it, too, someday I hope to do, American Indian art. Eventually, when my youngest son is 5, I would like to, work at the Boys and Girls Club during the summer and teach there, too, just share.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Stories, history, culture, Lost River. A radio project about the Bois Forte Band of Chippewa and their rich heritage.
You were talking about Spirit Island, and you said really it's really not what people think it is.
Mhm.
Could you elaborate on that just a little bit?
People think that that's the significance of spirituality. It is in a sense, because the people that come down there contact the people. The people that went down there told them about the island, what there was on the island, and that's where people got the idea of where to go. Either they went to Little Fork, which runs right into International Falls, and from there they go all over the place. People used to use this lake for ricing. That was the most significant, beautiful thing about this lake, was the ricing. You can remember your days. Your dad and them used to pole around here. They had to stand on top of the seat to pole because the rice was so high. And my mom, when they went out ricing, they come out with about 5 gunny sacks full of rice. And ducks, oh Christ, after they got done ricing, they just went out there and kicked ass and ducks. But like I told, what's his name? I said, you're making it really hard for people to make a living out there because we don't have but two roads around this lake. That's the only thing I can really see about the Bois Forte, is it took so long to get somewhere that sometimes the people had to camp. Like they used to pick berries all the time around the swamp, and they had to go by car for so long, then they had to walk for so long, and they had to camp there. A lot of blueberries out there. Used to be really, really a lot of blueberries. And that's usually about the people that come down here. Used to get directions from Spirit Island. There used to be a river all the way, coming all the way through to that lake. You can see them ways over on the river if you go down there where the people used to camp. Another way, they used to come in through that Pete's Creek. But you can see that road still in the goddamn where they used to knock over everything. Then the people used to come out there on the road. They used to walk in sometimes. You get a ride to the road, and they take them to the edge of the swamp and leave them there. That's the only 3 ways that I know of how to get into Net Lake.
That's all they had back then.
Yeah.
Just those 3 ways.
Before they used to land an airplane there to let the people on and to come around. They used to let the airplanes land there. Then they come around and said that they couldn't do that because it was a spiritual lake and they were supposed to need no motors on that lake at all. But I know a lot of people that broke that. We won't get into that today.
Lost River is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project and is brought to you by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota. Welcome to the Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe through the voices of our elders. Today we'll be talking with Lester Drift.
My name is Lester Drift. I was a senior until about 6 years ago, and then I lost a boy, 42 years old. I was born here on Net Lake. I didn't grow too much. I didn't go too far in 70 years. But there's an old foundation over there that you could see where I was born. It was in a log house, no floor. I was born about 6:10 in the morning. And back then, they had to take us to the Indian hospital in Cloquet. So I was down there for a couple of weeks after I was born. So I was born and raised here and grew up around here. Just like all the other kids, I guess. Me and her have been we were married like 51 years now. We were high school sweethearts, you could say. So
Who's your what's her name? What's your high school sweetheart's name?
Oh,
Aaron Strong.
but, well, when I grew up, when I went to the first grade, I couldn't speak a word of English. So it took me about a whole year to teach all of us how to talk Indian. I didn't wear no shoes. I wore moccasins. And when everybody saw me wearing moccasins, they all wanted a pair because it was so warm during the winter. I'd go up there during the winter and when my feet would be nice and warm when I got up to the school. I didn't start talking English until I was in school. I think that was the start of the breakdown in our language. My mother talked English, my dad did, so that might have been the start of, the breakdown and losing our language. They used to have an old, great, big white school, I'd say about 3/4 of a mile from here. And it used to be a two-story school. And it went from the first grade to the sixth grade. From the sixth grade to the 12th grade, we went from the 7th grade to the 12th grade. We went to Orr High School then. We had a very sadistic gym teacher who called us Net Lake goof-offs. Back then, the teaching methods were reversed, where the teacher could hit the student and the student couldn't hit back. There was a lot of racism between the whites and the Indians. That started changing around when more of the Indians start getting involved in athletics. Back then there was only a few of them that qualified for the team. Back then, growing up around here was enough. There was always something to do here. We always had or found something to do. Few of us had bicycles. My brother had one. Me and him would ride that. A lot of times we'd fight over who could ride it, but we'd always ride it. Then my dad saw us fighting over it one time, so he took the handlebar off, thinking he could stop us. So I learned to ride that thing with just that little. He said, "Well, can't stop him. Might as well just put it back on there." So,
What do you remember about ricing? Did you ever go ricing?
oh boy, I remember a lot of hard work. I would jig the rice when they would need, like when they'd get off the lake during the day and they'd need a ceremony at night, they'd cook up a batch of that rice and it would take about maybe sometimes an hour and a half of jigging that rice. But I used to do that in moccasins, stand there in back of the house and kind of just before dark or something, or maybe an hour before dark, we'd have they'd fan it out and everything. Then we'd have a meal, then a rice. But that's what we did, the ceremony.
I think you talked about Spirit Island. What did you grow up hearing about Spirit Island? Why is it such a special place?
They taught us right from when we were young that there was somebody living in or around or under that island, and that it was a very powerful spiritual being. They said nobody could ever spend a night on that island because of the spirit. It was strong. I think somebody would see things and they'd probably get scared. There's some drawings out there on that island that are very old. Whenever we used to go out there, we would have to put some tobacco by them drawings so that if we were a long time ago, we used to fish off of that island, catch some fish, and bring it home. Then around in 56, I think it was, some people come from outside and they went and dumped a tub full of bullheads in there to try them out. Now that's all that's there. That's in there is bullheads. That ruined, like, there was pickerel, perch, suckers, oh boy, northerns. I think there was a couple northerns in there. So we grew up, I guess, holding kind of like a reverence to the spiritual side of that island. Years ago, because of what happened to other lakes that had wild rice, they were contaminated by the motorboats and things like that. That's why a lot of them lakes now don't have the rice. So we never allowed any kind of a machinery on this lake here. The present tribal government has never, none of them have ever grew up traditionally. None of them have ever grew up speaking the language, knowing the ceremonies, or, being a part of our tradition. They just come in with new ideas, like, we all know we needed a tribal center. We all know we needed a fire hall. We all know we need our roads fixed. We know that. The American Indians are natural conservationists. We know that. See, and back then, everybody knew their place in the community.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
Okay, my name is Heart Warrior Chosa. I ran for governor in 1990, so I'm pretty well known in the cities because that's where I did all my campaigning. My dad was registered in Boys Fort in Net Lake. We had our original villages on Basswood Lake, which is now in the middle of the Boundary Waters canoe area. I raised both my sons there.
So for Historical Window, we'll just go over some of the points, the topic points. And you wanted to discuss atomic bombs right away. What do you remember about the atomic bombs?
I was born in August 1945 when they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So I always joke that I'm part of the fallout. Then when I was real little, before 5 years old, every year we came up to the Boundary Waters, which was not the Boundary Waters then. It didn't become the Boundary Waters till I was about 11. It was private. But we went back and forth between inner city and the wilderness. And when we were in the city, we had bomb drills. The whole city practiced bomb drills where sirens would go off and everybody would run to the basement, you know, until it was over and then come out. And then when we were up in the Boundary Waters, we had bear drills. And my mother would holler, bear, and then me and my brother were supposed to run under the bed. So it just seemed like my first 5 years, whether it was the city or the woods, we were having drills. So when JFK got killed, I had to take the bus home. It happened the last hour of class. It was live on the radio, aired into our art class. Everybody was in shock. And I remember riding the bus from the west side of St. Paul back to where we lived, and everybody on the street was crying. People were walking in the street crying. Everybody was extremely shocked and upset by the situation. I wasn't affected by it. I just thought I was more affected by how the people were affected. I remember when I was a little tiny baby and they'd put me in front of the television and there'd be a big fat lady singing the opera.
So you were pretty small then.
Yeah.
Okay. Rock and roll.
Well, then we went to boarding school where we weren't exposed to any music or anything like that, anything in the popular culture. So I was there for 4 years. They were trying to rope-tize me into Christianity and all that. But actually, the experience was good for me because I had visions and things coming from my Indian culture, not from them.
So where did you go to boarding school?
Chamberlain, South Dakota.
Chamberlain.
Next to Missouri River.
Okay. So you were there for 4 years, and then high
Summer
school
and winter. Summer and winter we were there, 4 years.
Year round.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I was in 5th grade, and my mother remarried. And we moved to Pink Suburbia, which was a total culture shock for me.
What is that, Pink Suburbia?
Pink Suburbia is the first suburbs where they had all the little houses that looked exactly alike, driveway on the same side of the house. Everything was exactly alike. They were the first suburbs.
So how did it come by Pink Suburbia?
Because all white people lived there.
Oh.
I was very small for my age because I had malnutrition. In boarding school, I had aching bones all the time, and styes, and boils, and rashes, and bugs crawling around in my hair. I was a miserable kid, physically, but spiritually I was real happy, and I loved life, and I loved the earth. Vietnam War. Yeah, I was in college. 1964, my boyfriend got shipped off to Vietnam, and it kind of upset me because I was afraid for him. But in the 60s, I was an activist. I was in college in Minneapolis and became a political activist. But the whole college threw in and sent buses to Washington and everything.
For the protest?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, everybody that was vocal was against the war, was against invading somebody else's country and mindlessly just slaughtering people and psychologically destroying the young boys that were sent over there. I wasn't so much protesting in the Vietnam War, although those protests were going on. I was more a feminist. I was in the women's liberation movement and the American Indian movement, which took off out of Minneapolis. When I was 19, I backed a professional gambler in Las Vegas on the crap tables.
Wow.
And he invited me, and I said I won't go unless I have a round trip plane ticket and I stay in a separate hotel. Because if I don't like it, I'm leaving, you know. And when you want me to back you up on the crab tables, you have to call on me, and I'll come, you know. Well, then when we were flying in the plane out there, that guy that went to the moon, John Glenn, he was in the plane seat just ahead of us, and the stewardess came, and she was flirting with him. She propositioned him. And he said, I'll have you know I'm a happily married man, thank you, you know. So me and my friend were kind of laughing about that. That's all I remember about the moon landing.
Okay.
When I graduated from college, I was offered scholarships in law, social work,
I was offered my own TV program. I was offered a job painting for Disney because I went to art school. And I turned all that down and I thought, no, I know what I'm not, but what am I? Where do I belong? This is not it. I don't belong here. I have to go on a search. I went on a spiritual search. I followed my heart and it led me to Hopi Land. See, I'm Thunderbird clan, Thunder Being, not bird, Thunder Being clan. And so I ended up going to the west pole of the earth. The white man knows there's a north and south pole, but there's also an east and west pole. And I was attracted to that, and then found out it was the home of the Thunder Beings. And I learned and heard the 4 ages. The elders talk about the 4 ages that we've lived through so far. We're in the 4th age. It's coming to an end, and then the new 5th world will come. I heard all that stuff. Okay, so when I went on the search, then I went to South Dakota. I heard about this old medicine man, and I went there. But I didn't know at the time that I had arrived in the Wounded Knee war camp.
Oh.
And that spiritual camp, and they had just left walking to Wounded Knee. I came into the camp on a spiritual search. I came into a war camp on a spiritual search, which I didn't know it was a war camp or what was going on there for that. And then I hitchhiked home and went up to the Boundary Waters, moved back, lock, stock, and barrel. Moved out of the city. And I went up there to do the sweat. It was like nature took me and pulled all my old stuffing out, put all new in.
Out of different events in your life, historical events in the world, what would you say would have the biggest impact on you?
When the white man came to Turtle Island, they have, within 100 years, so in that short a time, they have, when they came here, you could drink from any stream. The disease was unheard of. And now you wouldn't dare. I feel sorry for the animals and the birds that have to drink from those rivers and lakes and stuff. Things are different, and a younger generation coming up won't miss it because they never had it.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Just that I think that Native Indians need to regroup, need to recover what their ancestors did, how they lived, to understand it. That's not necessarily go do it, be impossible today, it'd be a fight, but to recover some of that. And I think that when I realized, studying these other cultures around the world, that our people knew certain things that to us would be just common knowledge, to other people it would be completely new, and that they could teach some of these things out so that people knew how to make it better.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of...
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Leah Yellowbird is a painter who's originally from International Falls. She's not just any painter, though. Leah Yellowbird's paintings look like beadwork. She shared her unique style of painting during a class as part of KBFT's Artist Series.
I brought something really simple. I brought a page from an Ojibwe coloring book. The reason why I did that is because I wanted to show how something as simple as this children's coloring book can turn into something that's not so simple. You know, you've got an outline and the rest is creativity of whoever's choosing to do it. And if we have 20 different people here, every painting's going to be different.
How did Leah Yellowbird get the idea for her beadwork painting? She tells KBFT the story of how it all started.
I always did something. I always did something with my hands. I always beaded. But I painted, when I started painting, it was, my dad had passed. And so I took my mom to Arizona for the winter. It was her first winter alone. And so we got this little trailer at this retirement park. And we got there and I brought my kayak and stuff because I love to kayak. And these retirees party like gangsters. And I could not keep up, nor did I want to. And my mom was having a blast and having so much fun. And so I was kayaking during the day. In the evening, my bead time. I didn't bring any beads. So I went to a hobby shop and I bought one of those 24 paint kits, 24 colors, tiny little tubes. And I bought a couple paintbrushes and I bought a roll of canvas. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I brought it back to the trailer. No room in this little trailer, they're very small. And I laid it out on the little kitchen dinette table that was in the trailer. And I told my mother, we don't have a table for the rest of the winter. And she said, okay. And I said, I'm going to paint this like I beaded it because I'm missing it, beading so badly.
Because it takes so much time to complete a painting using Leah Yellowbird's style, she coached attendees carefully, explaining small details and techniques, like paint consistency.
I can see how if it's thicker, it'll kind of pop. Or I don't know the word I'm trying to use.
It's a ranch dressing situation.
Yeah.
And it's hard to describe because paint doesn't come in that consistency.
Yeah.
Class attendees had their work cut out for them. Even a simple design can take a very long time. Leah coached people by sharing that she makes mistakes on each painting and how to fix it.
And I told Leah, there's not one painting that I've ever done that I haven't done that. I've always gone back and reblacked things.
Okay.
Because you make mistakes.
Leah Yellowbird took a big risk to follow the path of an artist, and it certainly paid off for her and the community that shared in her lesson.
What do I have to lose? Well, I think you're putting a I've got nothing to lose. I only have to gain. And they're reaching out for me, these ancestors are, and they're offering me something. Do I take it? Or do I spit in their face? So I took it. I quit the good job and just kind of reset myself. And I just thought, is this something? Can I actually do this? Like, is this... I'm not an artist, am I? And then I decided to stop thinking about it. And just, if the ancestors were allowing me to do it, just go ahead and do it and keep doing it until they stopped. And then it got to the point where I was afraid to stop.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
My name is Aaron Lightfeather. Well, I'm in the process of hopefully getting enrolled here in Bois Forte, but I'm enrolled in St. River First Nation.
Aaron Lightfeather and his friend Nicole Anderson were at the Bois Forte Memorial Day powwow. It was late at night when they heard something.
I say it was probably around about like 11:30 at night. We were sitting there just hanging out, debating or not if we was going to go to the casino or not. And so anyways, we were kind of tired out, and we were just kind of had our head back, and I was on the passenger side. Nicole was on the driver's side. And all of a sudden, we heard this like scream of like, oh! something like really loud, and I looked at Nicole, and I was like, what is that? Then all of a sudden, all those dogs started barking. You can just hear them. All those dogs they just started barking, and the scream went on. It made about just one long scream, and it kind of put the hairs in back of my back. It kind of stood up, and I was kind of wondering if that was what they call a Sabi or a Gante Anishinaabe. There was a Bigfoot, and it was, judging by the lungs of the sound, it was huge. And when it made that cry, it just all the dogs started barking, and it was really crazy that night. And then a couple weeks later, we was down in Lake Vermilion, Powell, and it was probably around about 2:45 in the morning. And once again, as we were facing the lake there from the Powell grounds, from Lake Vermilion, it was coming from the west there. From what I hear is that there's a place called Lost Lake or something coming from that area. From what I understood too, that's where they have ceremonies there. And we heard like a loud pitch cry going on for about at least 12 minutes, screaming. It was repeating itself with that loud cry.
And our friend heard it.
And even our friend heard it too. Her name is Phoebe Smith, and she got up and she heard it too, and she was wondering what was that scream, what was that? So we kind of just came to the conclusion that it was a Sabi. It was one of those Gante Anishinaabe, those Bigfoots, and so we've been always pretty much interested in the whole cryptozoology and those aspects to learn that it was a Bigfoot. Maybe it must have been hungry or something like that, or that people need to feed the spirits around here.
That's not the only story Aaron has to tell.
I had a 1997 Saturn coupe. And we were coming back from the Powell here, and it started thunderstorming. So the Net Lake Road was kind of like the road it had missed. So I was driving. So we made it to Highway 53, and we took a right there, right by the dam, that bar that's there. So as we was driving, there was 3 oncoming cars with their brights on, from what I remember, and I had to pay attention to the road. I couldn't move my head. My mom says, "Oh, look, there's somebody walking," and I could tell out of my peripheral vision it was in white fur. It must have stood at least about 8 foot tall. It was kind of humpback, and it had its arms dangling like a humanoid, like an ape. And I described it. It was probably about 7 feet tall, maybe 8 feet tall. It looked like a woman, kind of in a way. So anyway, as we got to Cook, fellow other people were talking about it, and what had just occurred, of what they had seen, and they said, they thought that it was a Bigfoot. So anyway, as we got out of town, we pulled over on the side, and we put the tobacco out. And then when we put the tobacco out, my mom said that Bigfoot was coming back. It was dancing in the bush, listening to those the old songs they used to sing up here, and it was walking back home, and it was powwowing in the woods, and that's from what that spirit of the Sabi that it was talking about. And so I know that there's a family of them living between Lake Vermilion and here around the Net Lake Woods area. So there is a creature of that. He's here. So.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen. Jonathan Thunder is a filmmaker and animator. He's showcasing work from other Native American filmmakers here in Minnesota and around the Midwest.
Maybe what sets me apart as an animator would have to be that I did get the background in visual effects where you can incorporate animation and digitally created items into live video footage and try to seamlessly integrate that stuff so it looks real. And then I got, a little schooling on storytelling. So I think what I got a flair for was kind of storytelling that is outrageous, like fantastic, over the top, just outside of, like the realm of believability. So
Thunder draws inspiration from fellow filmmakers like David Lynch, Disney's Pixar, and Tim Burton. He talked to KBFT about his decision to become an animator.
My style of animation has gone through, I guess, multiple phases. I started out in a company in downtown Minneapolis called Great Tapes, and my job was to create animations for logos, logo design, put things into video, take things out of video, like if there was a lamp in the shot that people didn't want, and then eventually moved into creating animations of the clients. And then I decided that I wanted to take my painting style and use those to create the animations. So there's kind of a process for me of creating the stylized drawing and then either painting it or digitally painting it to look like a painting on canvas. And then I take that image and then I take all the parts and give them skeletal structures and facial movement and articulation, and try to create almost what looks like a painting in motion.
Thunder also works with writers and poets. He says he loves to collaborate.
Learning to speak writer is like learning to speak another language for me because I'm such a visual storyteller. I'm such a visual person. So when I find a writer, or rather, like, if a writer finds me and we start talking and I understand what they're saying and their message is moving and it's powerful enough, I'm inspired to work with it. That's for me when I get the best results out of a collaboration, and usually that's work that's kind of maybe more a little bit pushing the front lines or introducing new ideas and breaking ground.
There are 4 parts to the festival, and the films featured range from documentary to stop-motion animation, and some are all in Ojibwe. Thunder wanted to create a mix.
Film series, which is being called the Indigenous Film Series, started out as a segment of the Duluth Superior Film Festival. We started putting out feelers for Native filmmakers in the region. We got a lot of submissions, and with such a huge success that people were asking that it come back and just be kind of played as an encore, a second showing of the exact same films. And then Chaz contacted me and asked me if we could bring it up to Bois Forte. Of course, I'm always in for that. I love film. I love showing films. I love film festivals. And my favorite part about films is seeing the reaction of audiences. There's quite a variety of films. There's some really well-produced films that had budgets and big film crews on them and stuff like that. And then kind of like the everything in between, right down to somebody who would be considered maybe a first-time filmmaker. Nobody was turned away because we were just trying to get encourage all filmmakers to just keep doing what they're doing and get into the community, because I believe that there needs to be more of us. There's a film called It's Genetic Baby by Cayman Goodsky, who is a first-time filmmaker. I think she's got some other projects. And first-time filmmaker might not be the best way to describe her, because I know she's made some music videos in the past, but this is what I think she considers her first short film. That film I helped out a little bit on. I even played a small role in the film as a bear who just happens to be an artist. So I did manage to squeeze in some of my own films there. It was just kind of a building process, and I wanted to play along too and fill some of the spaces. So I threw in Pataki, which was my collaboration with Jossie Ross. There are also some documentary style things about Standing Rock. Standing Rock was still pretty hot on everybody's mind, and everybody was kind of trying to pull together their thoughts about everything that happened in Standing Rock, and we got a couple films about that.
May is the last month for the Bois Forte Film Festival, and Thunder looks forward to bringing something like it to Bois Forte again. Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
My name is Jonathan Thunder. I was born on the Red Lake Indian Reservation in Minnesota, and actually raised in the Twin Cities in a suburb called Brooklyn Center. And then I went to an inner city school called Center School. That high school counselor there encouraged me to get into art school after graduation because I was always entering into the yearbook art competitions, and I would always do pretty well on those. And after high school, I tried a day job for a little while and found that wasn't for me, and decided that I would go to the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where I took up creative writing and majored in painting, and also took some 3D sculpture private lessons there, and lived there for about 3 years, and then returned to Twin Cities and started school at the Art Institute International, Minnesota, which was a trade school in downtown Minneapolis, where I studied filmmaking, visual effects, motion graphics, animation, and video editing, stuff like that. So I really got into films at that time, and during that time I started to make short films and really just kind of like pay attention to film festivals, short film curated exhibits, and animation. I love painting. I consider myself a painter just as much as I would consider myself a storyteller or animator. Although in my paintings there are small narratives, kind of vignettes that are they're sort of like a captured moment of something happening either in my mind, in my life, in my world at the time, translated through my lens. So when I was studying painting, I saw a Pixar film called Monsters, Inc., and it was kind of right in sort of like my wheelhouse of storytelling, kind of beautiful, mystical, a little bit on the dark side, but not too much, just enough to kind of bring you into that dangerous world. And I thought to myself, when I get done studying painting, I'd like to get into animation so I can make stories there. And I think for me, it's just a way of continuing the narrative and like furthering the stories that revolve around the characters that I create in my images. As a Native artist, we all have a certain background and upbringing, values, and teachings that we all come from. We all kind of like are given those in the beginning, and artwork by Native artists can reflect those teachings and those stories directly, and just kind of focus on traditional imagery, romantic Native American imagery, but I think a lot of Native artists also want to find a way to express themselves as an individual and their unique experience in the world as a Native, and for me, that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to take my artwork and use it to identify myself as somebody who grew up in Minneapolis, somebody who was kind of living in the melting pot, somebody who wasn't necessarily raised in, immersed in a Native community, but I guess I will always have come from that place. So I think a lot of my characteristics and my storytelling style comes from there.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe through the voices of our elders. Today we'll be talking with Donald Chosa.
I'm going to say some things that I remember about growing up here in Net Lake. My first memories were actually not in Net Lake, but in Vermilion, where my dad was from. My dad was in the Air Force and stationed in Duluth up until I was probably 4 years old or maybe 5 years old. And then we moved to Vermilion. And when we lived in Vermilion, we didn't have running water and we didn't have electricity. So when we moved there, we used to have kerosene lamps. We had a wood stove, and we used to haul water from the lake. A lot of times my mom and dad would go places or be gone, and so we ended up spending half of our time living with my Aunt May Pelkey in Vermilion. We had a little 3-room house that we lived in, and there were 5 kids. So a lot of the times we ended up not having enough room, so we had a wigwam or a waganagon that was built next to my Aunt May's house that we used to stay in, and that was our bedroom. They had a hole chopped into ice, and then we'd have to haul water, and then we had like this thing that a yoke that we'd put on our shoulders, and then that way we could carry 2 buckets of water at a time. Like the girls would use a slop pail at night in the house. That's how we went to the bathroom, is in an outhouse that they had. Then one time, every day we'd take turns emptying the slop pail. And one time my brother Joe, it was his turn to empty the slop pail. And they used to empty it out back in the woods there by the outhouse. So my brother was going out there with the slop pail, and then right when he was, kind of swung back to dump that slop pail, which was a 5-gallon bucket, he slipped, and then his feet went right out from underneath him, and he landed on his back, and the whole slop pail dumped right on his chest and head. So that was pretty funny that time. Every evening at 6 o'clock, they had a TV there, an old black and white TV, and then and a car battery. They'd run wires from the car battery in a car to the TV in the house, and then they had them all antenna on the roof. So they would every evening at news time, they would hook up the TV there to the car battery, and then they'd turn on the news. So they'd watch the news for like a half an hour or an hour, and it would kind of be like a real snowy picture, I remember. But they'd watch, I can remember seeing WDIO, I think it was, and then we didn't have running water or electricity till we moved to Net Lake. And we moved to Net Lake when I was 10 years old. And then when we moved to Net Lake, it was kind of like moving up in the world, because then we had electricity and running water then. And one time we went to Strong's Landing and we got a canoe there. It was an old canvas canoe. I don't even know if they had aluminum canoes yet then, but they had old canvas, a wood frame canoe with a canvas on the outside and painted dark green. And then we got caught in a storm out there, and it was, I can't remember if it was I think it was early in the spring, because the water was not warm enough to swim in yet. So we got caught in a storm because we were busy playing on an island there and catching crayfish, and we just kind of weren't paying attention to our surroundings. And then the storm came up, and so then we got in a canoe and tried to paddle back, but we just blew across the lake, and the waves were so big that they were coming over the side of the canoe. And then we were taking turns. I don't remember what we had, somebody's hat, or if we had there was an old can or something in there, and we were bailing out the canoe and trying to paddle, but we couldn't paddle. And then at the same time, all of us were getting hypothermia. And so we blew across the lake into some swamp across the lake there. I don't know where we were at. And then we walked around for miles in that swamp trying to find land and trying to find a way out, but we couldn't find a way out. And then we ended up going in circles. And then finally we were exhausted, and so we climbed up into the brush. There were some like low brushy trees there, and we just kind of climbed up, out of the water into the brush, because the water was probably waist high. And then and then we just stayed there because there was nothing else that we could do. And then it got dark, and then after a while we could hear search planes coming over. And then finally, I guess it was about 1 or 2 in the morning, then a motorboat came by and shined a spotlight on us and saw our canoe. And so then they hollered, and then we tried to holler back, but we were so exhausted that I know I couldn't walk hardly, because I tried to get in a canoe and get down out of that tree and into the canoe and walk to the boat, but I just kind of collapsed and fell in the water. And so, but we got saved anyways. I can remember when my sister brought X-Lax to school and told all the kids it was chocolate. That was a pretty big fiasco. Yep. I can't remember. Oh, I think she got a licking for that, because they used to spank us here at the school too. Then they used to paddle us, so she got paddled for that. I can remember getting paddled for skipping school one time too. Well, I had a choice of either going home and getting paddled by my dad or getting paddled by the principal. So it was too scary getting paddled by the principal, so I went home and got paddled by my dad instead. My first memories of powwows were, they used to have a parade every year in the town of Tower. And then they would have a little powwow out on the football field in front of the Tower school there, right in Tower. Go down there and we'd dance around. And it was like putting on a show for all the white people. But I can remember our first regalia was like a chief's bonnet, like a headband with the feathers sticking straight up. And I can remember my Aunt May making me a pair of moccasins, and I remember being really excited about them moccasins. I must have been about like 5 years old, and I sat up almost all night watching her make them moccasins. She had deer hide that she tanned herself, so it was like you could smell that smoke in there, and I really liked that smell of that smoked hide. And she just sat there and did all the beadwork, beaded the toes, and put the moccasins together. And I can remember for the shoelace for the moccasins, she used a piece of ribbon. And I can remember some of the things that they used to do that they don't even do nowadays anymore. When they would stick a little feather in the ground, and the boys would have a competition and would have to pick up that feather with their teeth while never losing a beat. And then the boys that, could do it the best, they'd get prizes for doing that. But they don't do that dance anymore. But that was really a cool thing. I remember when we moved from here, that was I wanted to run away and come back here. I didn't want to move away from here.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Day. I'm a Leech Lake citizen, and I live in the Twin Cities area and with my son Rocky, who I love so much, and I'm a filmmaker because it's fun. So the way that I got started with the animation and working with Jonathan Thunder, it came from Anna Gibbs, who is a Red Lake member. She passed now, but she approached me quite a few years ago and asked about how to bring the story of how the bear got a short tail to children and how to use the story as a learning tool for Ojibwe language. So we collaborated with Weekwas Press and Hyde Erdrich when it came to doing the movie part. It had to be animation as far as I could imagine it in my head. And we were so fortunate to be able to work with such a talent like Jonathan Thunder. So that part was the easy collaboration, working with talented artists like that. So how the story of how the bear got a short tail came about was a story that Anna Gibbs, who she presented the story and she was the storyteller for it. I know it's a creation story, so it's a story that belongs to all of us, and she wanted to help get it to students, kids, and use it as a learning tool for Ojibwe language and certain teachings. So it became, I think, a really valuable tool that kids enjoy, parents enjoy, community people, everyone. It's just such a entertaining story, and Jonathan's art just brings it to life in such like a fun way to watch it. Yeah, so it was funny how I became a filmmaker. It's one of those things that you don't think that you can do growing up. You think that you have to be born in Hollywood or somehow be born into it, and that's not the case at all. We all have stories to tell. When I first started film school, I pounded my fist down and I said, I'm not going to make any Native stories because that's what everyone expects me to do. I'm just going to like action movies and blow cars up and, just not traditional stories at all. And then I realized that was really difficult because you tell the stories that you know. Trying to force something when it comes to art and filmmaking and storytelling, writing, any kind of thing. If you're looking outside of what you are and who you know, it becomes really difficult. So when you kind of stop and think, what do I know? Then everything kind of falls into place. And I feel like as long as you're true to yourself and true to your art, then you won't be pigeonholed because I can't write a story what it's like growing up on a reservation because I didn't grow up on the reservation. I grew up in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. So when I tell my stories, it comes from like an urban Native perspective because that's what I know. And then so that helps eliminate getting pigeonholed into what people would expect. As far as my journey to become a filmmaker, it was a really fortunate path of having parents that supported me in the sense that they gave me permission to pursue it. They said, if this is something that you want to do, you really should do it. And they didn't give me a hard time about it. The advice that I would give to young people is the same advice that I got, and that was don't ever let anyone tell you no. Don't ever give up. Don't ever quit. And when you pick your project, make sure it's something that you really love and are passionate about because it's something that you're going to be with for a really long time. If you have something that you're working on and you really, really love it, and someone tells you, that might be too hard for you to do, you're just not going to listen to them because it's already who you are. It's already something that you love to do.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
I'm Hyde Erdrich. I'm a writer. I'm Turtle Mountain Band of Ojibwe and live in Minneapolis. Jonathan's visual intelligence is so acute and so fun. I mean, we have a lot in common in terms of what makes us laugh, and it's, you know, a little bit strange maybe to others, but that makes it really fun to work. You know, I could show him an image and we have a similar response to it, and he can work from there in his incredibly professional and exacting way and get back to me with something that just tells the story I want to tell. We started collaborating because I thought I was going to do a book trailer, and I got some State Arts Board funding for it. I knew that Jonathan had been doing a little film, and I knew he was a professional animator. I knew he made, like, you know, sub sandwiches dance and things like that. I didn't really know much about animation at all at the time, so I put Jonathan into the grant funding and hired him, and really started to understand the way he works. We had done a piece for Zorango Flamenco. We ended up working on full animations, and one of those was Preoccupied. Was able to layer all the different images and ideas that I threw at him, and was just really remarkable with that. And then the most recent one that we completed together, I believe, was Odemakan Heartline. It was animation to go with Chris Litter Gardella's giant 19-foot tall wolf and moose animated, actually animated by pedal powered creatures that have been living in a couple different places in Minneapolis. So yeah, we made a film that was, I asked him to do something that looked like a first person video game kind of shooter, but with a bow and arrow across the universe. The poem was solicited for an online publication, 99 Poems for the 99%. And I wrote a poem, meditation on the word occupy, as in the Occupy movement. And my impetus was to think that people who were from an occupied country, which is what many Native people feel they are, would have a different view of a movement, a political movement that started on Wall Street. The wall was put up to keep the natives out. So we just had a different view. So I wanted to write from that perspective, but the poem came to me when I was down on Washington Avenue about to join one of the protests that went to the bank, and somebody was handing out flyers, and the flyers were all flying down the road into the river. And I thought, the river should be the most important thing here. And that's why the poem is set along the river. Yeah, the artwork in it, I commissioned artwork from Andrea Carlson, Angie Erdrich, my sister, who's a physician, who's a visual artist. And I used artwork that already existed from Carolyn Anderson. It was just really a lot of layering of those images and bringing them to life. So the cityscapes by Andrea Carlson that Jonathan, makes the water move on, and dozens of other small images that were supplied by various people who were involved in the project. Well, Jonathan and I had the opportunity to work on Ojibwe language videos, and that's been wonderful because I've been able to actually go to some of the Ojibwe immersion schools in Wisconsin and in Milwaukee and here and see these kids get the chance to watch a cartoon in the language they're learning. It's something that you take for granted, as an English speaker, that you will see cartoons in English. But if you're regaining your indigenous language, or you're, helping it live, you should have that chance from the time you're really tiny, and nothing is more evocative for kids than cartoons. So animations are really important to language recovery. I am totally gratified that work is something that Jonathan was drawn to past the work we did together. It's wonderful. Well, what's great is to be able to tell a story without any preconceived notions, not thinking about a wide audience, not thinking about education, but just trying to express yourself from where you are. And that's one thing that Jonathan Thunder can do that a lot of artists get all up in their head and they try to produce from what they think is going to be perceived of as native, or they're trying to commit to something from their own cultures as Ojibwe. And he just comes from that original spot. It is so hard to do that. You have to have such integrity as an artist, a native artist, to do that. So yeah, I think that telling our own stories starts with having an idea of who you are as an artist, and that's the hardest one part of it.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
You're listening to KBFT's Outdoor Series, a series featuring stories from the wilderness from the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe in Minnesota. In this episode, we meet with Bois Forte elder and spiritual advisor for the band, Gene Goodsky, where he shares his stories on how he used medicinal plants to cure illnesses.
My name is Gene Goodsky. My Anishinaabe name is Detegiguneb, and I'm a Bois Forte band member. I'm an elder, and also I'm a spiritual advisor for the band. After when I got out of the service, when it first started was my wife had a migraine headache. I woke up, she was sitting on the edge of the bed crying, holding her head, holding her hands over her head, and the bed was just shaking. She was crying so hard. And I got up, went into the kitchen and made a pot of coffee, and she came in, and I didn't ask her, So I started to make breakfast, and I told her, I said, we're going to go see the medicine man. We're going to go over see Jim Jackson, go to Brookston, that's over by close to Cokay. So we took off, and we left about 6 o'clock that morning. Stopped by and picked up Boogie Chicken, and we made a dish before we left. And I always had carry wild rice in the car, and bought some blankets and a whole bunch of stuff for the offerings. And we got to his house that morning it was about 9 o'clock, and he knocked on the door and said, "Oh, being again. And I walked in, he said, "Oh, what did you?" He says, I'm glad to see you and your wife. Read again, come on in, sit down. And we come in, sat down. He said, what's happening? And I told him, my wife was a migraine headache, and we come to see if you can help her. He says, yeah, I think I can. So I looked at her, I said, we'll give him tobacco. Open up the tobacco and put some in his hand, and give him the package. So that's what she did. And he says, I'll smoke. Put all the offerings there, your dish. Put them on the floor. He had a blanket or a big large towel. We put all that stuff on. And he started doing the ceremony. And after he got done, he says, now we go into the dark room. And he had a little drum. It was about 8 inches in diameter and about half inch thick. And it had stones in there.
and it rattled. It was just like a rattle. And after he turned out the lights, he started rattle. First he's humming a little bit. Then he started singing. Then to my surprise, a little bitty light about the size of a $50 come dancing in. And my eyes must have been just wide. My mouth was open watching that little light coming in. It was dancing right in time with that. And it danced around her head 4 times. Then it went out, and all that time my mouth was open. My eyes were open, wide open, watching that little light. It was amazing. Then it went out went out. And he sang for about another 2-3 minutes, and after he got done, he turned on the lights. And he says, "The spirits, they took me into your inside of your head. They showed me where you're hurting. And they instructed me what to make. But I knew what to make." He says, "I did this before, but they told me what to make." Then we went back in the living room, and he says, there's three plants that I use. The branches of the Gagagiwandug. Do you know what that is? I says, "Yes, I know him. It's that bush with sharp branches, sharp needles. You have to wear a glove," he said, "when you pick them. You wear a glove, and you break out the branches about a foot, and get about 6 to 8 branches, and then go and find a white pine, Bisandagoons. Do you know what a Bisandagoons is?" I said, "Yep, I know what it is. I know who he is." He said, "You look around in the woods, find one as tall as you are, and there's 4 little branches on the top." And he said, "You pick them. Get about 4 or 5 little trees, and you pick them. Put tobacco in each one, and you tell him, 'Ibindako unin. I'm giving you tobacco for your branches.' Then Gish Gandak. Oh, that Gagagimandak is that juniper. That bush is about 2 feet tall. Then Gish Gandak. Get flat branches as big as your hand. Get about 6 of them. Make sure they're flat, not curled. Flat. Then he said, then put them in the oven. Put them in the oven overnight. Put them on a cookie sheet. Then they'll dry. Then the next morning, he said, you take all the needles. Take all the needles off the branches. And then put them in a big dish or a bowl or something. Then put them, he says, today we use a white man's gift, a blender. He said before we had to use a wooden bowl and a dowel around and grind them. It'd take about 5 or 6 hours to grind up that medicine. And but today, he said, you put them in a blender and turn it on and let it go for about 15-20 minutes. Then it's pretty much like dry powder, almost powder. He said, so then you put all of them together and go by the rapids. That's where you'll find a granite rock, and it's pretty. It should be fairly round. He went like that, about 4 or 5 inches. And when you find that rock, make sure you put tobacco, and you tell him, "Gibindaka unin. I'm giving you tobacco. I need your help. So you pick it up, and I was walking ahead of my wife, and we were looking for that rock at the rapids, and we were walking along the shoreline there. Then pretty soon she hollers at me. She said, "Jane!" I turned around, and she said, "Look," she pointed at the ground with her lips. I went back there, and here there was an eagle feather. And I was looking all over, and I didn't see it. So in the meantime, by the time that I went through, he dropped it to where she could pick it up. Anyway, I put tobacco there, and I made the offering, and I gave the tobacco to the eagle for giving her the feather. And I said, "We'll fix it up." No, I didn't say it. "We'll fix him up, and I'll do a ceremony with all the win, a dish, the offerings, and the tobacco after she fixed it up." So she did that right away. When I got home, she immediately started beating on it and fixed it up. And well, anyway, he gave her a little jar of them three, the Gagagiwanduk, that juniper, and that white pine, Bisandagoose, and the Gijik, the cedar. He gave them all. They were all in a little jar. He said, "This will be enough for you," he told her. "You take that rock and you heat it up on the gas stove." He said, "The gas stove is better. And now you test it, you drop some water on it, and when it fizzles out right now, he's right away, then that rock is ready. And put it in a little cast iron frying pan, and get a board and put that pan with that rock in there on top of that board so it won't burn your table. And get a towel and take some of that in your in the palm of your hand, that mixture, that powder, and sprinkle it on that rock, and breathe through your nose as far as you can, then just let it out. Put some more on that rock and go into your mouth. Do the same thing. Keep doing that, vice versa. Keep switching off until that stuff is gone and the rock is cooled off by that time. It takes about 10 minutes. And then you do that in the morning and in the evening for 4 days. Then the first night she slept all the way through without even, she woke up the next morning, she was really happy. She said, "This is the first night I slept all night without waking up, without a headache." Second night, same thing. She says, "Do I have to finish? I'm pretty good. I feel really good." And I said, "No. 4 days," he said. 4 days. So she did 4 days, and after that she never had any more migraine headaches. Oh, before we left, he says, "I'm giving this to you so you can help people that have these headaches." I said, "Oh, amiguech." So we went out into the car and we made up a dish. We bought some bananas and oranges and apples, and she cut them up and we made a dish. Had tobacco, and had extra blanket and 5 pounds of wild rice, and went back inside, and I said, "What you gave me?" I said, "Here's some tobacco." I talked to him in Anishinaabe. I said, "Here's some tobacco, and here's some food, and some bagichigan." He said, "Oh, me. He says, "There, that's yours. you can have it. You can help people. And the same thing with my mom, internal bleeding from her drinking. And she couldn't, the medicine that they gave her from the pharmacy, it wouldn't stop her bleeding. So I told her, I'm taking you to the medicine man, to Jimmy Jackson. So we went over there again. Same thing. Gave him tobacco and smoked, did his ceremony, went into the dark room. She lay down on a cot and he started rattling and pretty soon humming, then started singing. Then that little light came in again, just bounced, dancing. And it went around her stomach 4 times. Then it went on out. But this time I wasn't so surprised, you know. I knew what it was. Then after he got done, turned on the light, he says, the spirits, they took me inside of your stomach, and it's way deep inside there where you're bleeding. He says the x-rays couldn't see it, so they really didn't know what kind of medicine to give you. They just gave you medicine, and it didn't help. He said, but they told me what to make, what to give you. Then he looks at me and he says, do you know what mononews is? I said, yeah, I know what a mononews is. I said, that's ironwood. And he says, yeah, he said, you can either get some chips from the bigger one, or find one that's about a couple inches in diameter at the base, knock it down toward the east, put tobacco, tell that mononews you're offering him tobacco, and to help somebody that's bleeding internally. Well, that's what I did, and he told me how to make it. And then after, when he got done telling me, and he says, I'm giving this to you so you can help people that have anything to do with stomach, bleeding, or even cancer, he says. You can arrest cancer. You can stop it. So same thing. When he said, I'm giving this to you, I went out in the car, made a dish, wild rice, blanket, went back inside, give him tobacco. Oh, wah, me, well, he said, that's it. He smoked his pipe, and he made the offerings to the spirit, a mononews and the gish kondak. And then when he got done, he says, there, the spirits, they came after your tobacco, your food, and your offerings, and they said that you can have this so you can help people with internal bleeding. So that's how I got that. None of this was planned. I didn't think when I was growing up that I want to be do herbal medicine. You know where that came from? I had a little charcoal. And a glass of water. And Grandpa said, the answer will come to you. He knew what was going to happen, because I used to go with him and pick medicine all the time. Well, that's how I got that, and I've been able to help people. Then the third thing that I was gifted with, I used to work in a CD department in Harold Lightfeathers that Friday afternoon. See, this is a spiritual message. At 3 o'clock, a spirit came to him and told him, go to the powwow in Dryden. And the spirit came to me and said, yes. When Harold asks you, say yes. Harold said, let's go check out the powwow in Dryden. I said, okay. So packed up the drum and went and got groceries, took off, got to Dryden about midnight, and got a room. Next morning we went out, check out the powwow ground. We went and sat in the bleachers, and there was an elderly man sitting there. He was smoking his pipe. And he turned around and he seen us sitting there, and he come walking over with his tobacco. He says, "Kinisitutawin, do you understand me?" I said, "Yeah, kinisitutawin." "Oh, gitawiji ina, will you come and help me sing?" "Yeah, well, even gladly." So Harold got up and he went. Well, they gave him tobacco, and he went and got our drumsticks, and we went and sat with him. And it was really an honor to open up the powwow with that elder. And when we sang his songs, he started smoking his pipe again all morning. And he said, "Did you bring a drum?" I said, "Yeah." "And bring it, put it right there, and we'll help you sing." After we got done singing, he said, "I've been waiting for you, and I never seen the man before." He said, "The spirits came to me about 2 or 3 nights ago. They said you were going to come here to the powwow." He said, "They told me to give you something." He says, "Come to my house." He's talking in Anishinaabe. We went over to his house across the way. We sat outside, and he brought out a plant. He said, "Do you know what this plant is?" I said, "Hey, yeah, Kenima." "Yep, I know him." "That's a gogige bug." He said, "Yeah, that's a gogige. That's for heart. This is heart, to help heart attacks and strokes." He said, "You pick about 15 of these plants, 15, 16 of these plants, dig them up, pull up the root, and you boil them in a sinikik, a stone kettle, the enamel kettles." He says, "Use that. Don't use iron or aluminum or glass. Use that stone kettle, and use spring water or lake water, and don't use the water from the tap. You fill it up for about 1.5 gallons, and you boil it for about an hour. The same way with that ironwood. Boil it for about an hour and simmer it. And whoever you help, make sure they have the gifts and the tobacco and a dish to help them." I said, "Well," then I did the same thing. We went to the trunk and we made up a dish, and I had some wild rice and a blanket. I went back out to where I was sitting, and I said, "Here's some tobacco." I talked to him in Anishinaabe. I said, "Here's some tobacco and food and wikundiwin and some pagijigan for what you gave me." "Oh, wah me, eh?" He says. So he smoked up his pipe, and while he was smoking, he says, "The plants, they came, they're here. Gogigabuk and the theater, they're here. They accepted your tobacco and your gifts and your food." He said, "Now you can have this so you can help people with hearts." He said, you can fix a heart attack, you can fix a stroke." But anyway, that's how I got these gifts. Mio, that's all.
Thank you for listening to KBFT's Outdoor Series, sponsored by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
My name is Raymond Villebrun Sr. I served on a tribal council for 12 years. No, before serving on tribal council, I was the DNR director for 8 years, and I saw that there was things that that the tribal council could do to further protect our natural resources. So that's why I kind of got interested in. I was perfectly happy, being the DNR director, but I was approached by some people, some of our membership, to run for the tribal council, and so yeah, and I got in, and one of the reasons I decided to run too is that my background, I could make an impact on our natural resources by being on a tribal council, which I did. I think I did. The main thing is protecting our lake. This is our lake within the reservation boundaries. It's a very large wild rice producing lake, and we need to take further steps to ensure that the lake provides wild rice for our people. People rely on it for sustenance, and also they can sell their finished product and put some money in their pocket that normally that they wouldn't have, because our unemployment rate is very high here on Boyce Fort. I took questions to our elders, though I didn't go and tell them what I wanted to do. I asked their advice on what we should do, and so I got a lot of useful information from our elders as far as what to do to protect our lake and our natural resources on a lake, and also natural resources within the boundaries as far as our wildlife and things like that. It was just something that really wasn't happening in the past, as far as getting our elders involved in the decision making as far as what we need to do to to protect our lake now and in the future. Being on a tribal council, you have a opportunity to attend meetings, on and off the reservation, as far as meeting with different people, meeting with our Minnesota legislatures as far as what they can do to help us, protect our lake and our natural resources. So that was a big help, and it opened doors for us that wasn't really possible just being a natural resource director. Being on the tribal council, I had a lot of clout to visit with these different organizations and people that make big decisions as far as what we're gonna do to secure funding for do the things that we do to do lake on the lake, and so on. We did a depth study, and we did just to make sure that our lake is healthy. Growing up here, I saw that what the lake provides, the people here, it provided no money in their pockets, no money to provide for their kids, and I guess that was my inspiration to to be on a tribal council and work as a natural resources director. I started off as working for our police department. Our chairman at that time asked me to meet with him, and so I met with him that day, and he said that they have a vacancy as far as a natural resources director, and he wanted to know if I would be interested in applying for that position. And I told him that yeah, and I asked him what control I would have, and he said that I would have pretty much complete control. When I was hired, we worked on getting the BIA forestry division under our control, to better protect our forestry. I had the leeway to travel to Minneapolis and Washington and secure funding for a biologist, which was something that we never had here. And we were fortunate to hire an aquatic biologist, which further helped us, protect our lake. I guess when they first started, there was challenges as far as them taking us seriously. Convincing them that we could do the things that we want to do. Just that we approached the state DNR and the federal EPA as far as asking them for funding to do what we wanted to do, because we felt that we know firsthand what we need to do, and they're just agencies that could provide us guidance or help when we ask for it. For both sectors, again, protecting natural resources is very important to me, dear to my heart. Protecting our heritage. One of the other things that we need to do is protect our language. We are doing some of that, but I think we can do more. As far as being a tribal council, I was really advocate as far as protecting our casino. Our profits go a long ways as far as providing for all our people, not just our elders and but our youth, our people that want to go to college. They help us with funding to help our students, to further their education. Our casino up in Vermilion, that's probably the biggest employer, within the Iron Range. With the Iron Range and the mining opening and closing, and not too sure about the future of mining. We employ probably about 80% non-Indians up at the casino. Yeah, I guess right now for our present tribal council and tribal councils in the future, I think that it would be to their best benefit, to seek out former tribal council members and speak to them about what was good and what was bad, and they could take that to their decision making in the future.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Heart Warrior Chosa is originally from the Boundary Waters canoe area. She recently moved to Nut Lake. Her story in the Unexplained series is about things she's seen and felt after moving to the village, and something that happened to her after crossing a notorious bridge.
Ju Odeo get you the indigenous cause. Yeah, okay.
What do they call you in English?
Heart Warrior.
You want to tell us where you're from?
Boundary Waters canoe area, Basswood Lake. The unexplained is explainable. It's just that people they don't get taught about that. So, well, it did to my granddaughter when we first moved in. And she would see these, we were at Loretta's place, and she would see these dark balls toward the floor running around.
I've seen those.
Yeah. And then she had a dream where this traditional elder, said, play this. He gave her a hand drum to pound. And he said, play that. And as she did, he got rid of them. Well, I did have an experience with little people, though. Yeah, I was, when you travel to the cities and you get past, where Sandstone is. Well, there's a bridge over called the Kettle River that you go over.
And every time I went over that bridge, my car would break down. I'd have to go into Sandstone to get help, and I'd get helped right away. And it happened enough times that I thought, God, something's got to be going on here. Why am I being stopped here all the time? I got home from one of those trips, and I made it home, and I was living in Ely, and I was washing dishes at my sink, and something was pinching my ear really hard. And I couldn't see anything, though, but I could feel it pinching my ear. And who did I talk to? Oh, Sunrise's father. He's had a lot of experience with that, my youngest son's father. I called him, told him about that, and he said, those are the little people. Those are the little people. Put a dish out. And then after that, I talked to an elder that's near the Hinckley turnoff there, those elders in there. And he said, the little people own that river, and you have to put tobacco. Every time you go over that river, you have to put tobacco there. And so when Malcolm first told me, you know, those are the little people, put a dish out for them, so I did. Then they went away, but then the other elder told me, you know, every time you go over that bridge, always put tobacco there. And so, well, the Indians used to always be aware of other things, you know, where the dominant culture is not aware of that. You know, they're in their tunnel. I could always see what little people were doing, but I couldn't see them, you know. Just like that one that appeared to me when I was little. I could feel him, but I couldn't see him. And some people can see things. I can smell things, too. And so I can really smell and feel things with my tactile senses, my hands and stuff. And another one that I had was I was making my Peter Pan set. I made 11 sets and 52 dolls that went with that and other things. And I got to the part where I had to make the rainbow dragon. There's a dragon who's guardian of the mineral kingdom, and I had all the different types of special rocks, and he had those in his cave. And so I had to make a dragon. And I thought, well, how am I going to make a dragon? What's he going to look like, you know? And so I was driving, it was in the wintertime, and I was driving down the street in my van, and I think Sunrise was sitting next to me there. And we were driving down the street, and all of a sudden I could feel this little warm dragon in my hands. I was feeling him, his body, how he was shaped and everything, you know. And then when I got home, I made the dragon. He just came into being like what I had felt.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
And we're here today with singer, guitarist Corey Medina. I'd also like to mention his band, Corey Medina and Brothers. And Corey Medina is a Native American blues musician from New Mexico, but has found his home here in Minnesota back in 2012. And they have an album called Better Days, and that was released in November 2019. And we're sitting here today with Corey. So I just want to say welcome, Bonjour, and thanks for chatting with us today.
Yes, thank you. Yat a Corey Medina shia, Ashihenishla, Nakay Bashichin, Kiani Dishache, Nakay Dishanella. My name's Corey Medina. I'm born for the Salt Rock clan, and I'm from Shiprock, New Mexico. Born and raised, and very thankful to the Anishinaabe folk up here, letting me come in with my loud Navajo rock and roll on their territories. So glad to be here with y'all.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So you released an album, Better Days. Do you have plans for any new music coming up?
Yeah, definitely. We're really stoked for I don't know. It was cool being able to talk with Levi Patero last night. He got to chop it up with him on Instagram last night. It was really cool. Just nerding out again about shows and stuff, and talking another songwriter. I haven't really been able to talk to too many songwriters lately, at least about writing songs in the pandemic. So, but one thing that's cool about darkness and blues and crap that we go through is that, man, we can't reach growth, and we can't reach those good things in life until we go through some of those things. And so I'm really praying that a lot of good music comes out of this, and thankfully, I'm very thankful. Once the new year came, songs have been kind of flooding out of me in a good way. So it's been really cool, and it really just kind of reflects too of where our sound is and where I'm at, kind of in my personal life healing, and trying to hoping that that people who relate can find some sort of encouragement in it as well. So, but we got some new music coming out. We have a lot, and it's just finding time to do it. And I know, and that's where a lot of bands are too, especially bands who were probably trying to get ready to cut a record before the pandemic. So right now we're just in a phase of like, all right, we have all these songs that we were going to drop before the pandemic. So now we're like, all right, so we're just splitting up songs, and we're really excited nonetheless to get them out. But it's just funny because of some of that new music that people haven't heard yet is a reflection now of like what we used to sound like before the pandemic. And it's not bad, and we still can sound like that. We still do sound like that. But if you listen to Better Days, the song Too Green to Burn, we learned that the night before we went to the studio to record the whole album, and it shows that out of the whole album, that's the song that has I feel like it stands out the most, and it has this real cool, a little more mature sound to it. So, and I feel like that's some of the stuff that we got coming out this year will sound like. And so yes, we did, to answer your question. Yes, we do have new music coming out. If you go to our Facebook, our YouTube, and our Instagram, you can see 2 new songs that we just posted. Very thankful to The Current for hitting us up and letting us be part of their Sounds Like Home series. So we released a live version of 2 new songs, one called Repo and one called 1974. Yeah, but we got plenty more coming. So right now it's just trying to. Sorry, one of my guitars just fell over. Scared the crap out of me. Right now, just trying to navigate producers and where to record and just stuff like that. So, but yeah, we got stuff coming, and we're excited.
Awesome. Yeah, it's that ghost behind you. I think it's that guitar. We're talking about music, so I got excited to jump.
I think so, man.
So yeah, man, it seems like you're everywhere. Everywhere I look, it's Corey Medina, especially in Minnesota. I turned on I have just an antenna hooked up to my TV at home, and I turned on one of the public stations, and you came on there. I was like, no way.
Oh, that's super cool. No, I'm very blessed, man. Minnesota's been really good to me, and it's cool being native, and I'm sure you can relate to, like, when you get to our age, it's kind of like you understand why elders kind of told us, like, man, like go out and go travel, go see things, so you can. And it's not just so it's not just so our auntie and mom can flex, like, oh, my sonny boy does this. It's so we can obtain like just kind of other perspectives of different cultures, and that's what it's been like for me here in Minnesota. It's been just really, oh man, learning so much from y'all, and it's been so good for me. It's breaking me in a good way. And I think a lot of people, with the shift of kind of like the tone of social issues and things like that, I think a lot of us are kind of pushing towards growth and trying to find any sense of unity in any way but that's healing for everybody, not just one specific person. But Minnesota has been really kind of, I don't know, I feel like for some reason, I don't know if it's just because we live here, but I feel like Minnesota has kind of been on the map in the lead in some of that and some of the things going on. So, but yeah, I'm learning a lot from Minnesota, and especially northern Minnesota has been really good to my music. Like I said, all these northern tribes taking me under the wing. The community of Bemidji has been, been very supportive. So very thankful to continue to be growing with this community as well, representing my people down south. Very, very thankful.
Yeah, well, you're definitely in a good state for music. I mean, there's all kinds of great musicians locally.
Yeah,
from Minnesota, man. We have like one of the best states for music.
Definitely.
Where can we find you and your music? Again, you have your website, CoreyMedina.com. You're on YouTube. So just search for Corey Medina. Spotify.
Yeah. It's, oh man, I really look forward to the time when like our stuff's all organized And I think anybody who's been following me for even more than a year will probably know that like we're a live band, and I see so, and I really, man, shout out to all the bands who are really good at organizing their content as far as making it as accessible as possible. And there's constant tools coming out to make things easier and more accessible.
Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to Native Fest, a series highlighting the art, music, writing, and culture of Native people living in Minnesota.
Speaking of snow surfing, all the way from Kansas, I have with me, here at 89.9 FM, KBFT, Tanya Jo Hall. Woo! I would do something like, I don't know, something like this. But, we're not there just yet. Tanya, I've got a couple of things to talk about today. You're going live tonight at the Megazite Room, right here in Net Lake. So people out there, if you're on your way home, grab somebody, bring them back. You've got live concert tonight. Not to mention the food and beverages are outstanding. Something like fried chicken, you've got pizza. We usually have like sandwiches, a lot of stuff going on. Free concert to everybody. This is fantastic. This is Lucas Jackson here on your ride home from work. And I have inside the studio Tanya Jo Hall with the Jazz. Tanya, tell us something about you. I'll say, let's not start too early. Let's go specific. You're a comedian. Is there a difference now? Comedians and comedians? Female comedian out there, killing it, making people laugh. Not just because it's funny, but who got you into it? Who was funny in your family that said, you've got what I have. You're a funny person. Because we were in here in the studio. We actually found you online on YouTube. The Chaz and I played your stuff live. You talk about a few things. My favorite one is when you talk about kids in Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
It's so true. I mean, the funniest things out there are true. That's what makes it funny, because we've all been there. We've done it. And you're current. And you're relevant. That's what makes it so funny. You're not a Henny Youngman. You're not one of these guys that are from way back and you can't relate anymore. The one-liners, they're quick, they're fast. You're a storyteller. And then all of a sudden, boom, the joke happened.
Well, I would probably say that my entire family is really super funny, just like a lot of Natives families.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I would probably say a lot of influence was from Tito Ybarra. Tito is like a brother to me, but he was also in the powwow world, like a singer with Midnight Express.
No kidding.
And I've seen him develop as a comedian and do videos and then start stand-up. And I thought, I could be doing that, like what he was doing. Like, and they tell me something funny. He did clown dance. I was like, I clown dance? Like, and I'm a female. So I thought, like, what? I could be doing that. Like, some women need to be standing up for us and telling our stories, because there's so many male comedians who tell jokes about us women, and it's like not fair when we don't have any woman out there telling our side of the story. And so he really influenced me and motivated me to want to start doing videos while I was in the midst of my college degree, because I was first going to go into criminal justice and be a BIA police officer.
Okay.
And then I continued my education in Native American Studies with an eminent scholar credential to become a Lakota language teacher, because I thought, okay, powwow in the summer and Lakota language teacher in the school time. But then in the midst of it, I decided to start doing comedy and pursuing it. And so after I graduated, I didn't go and be a teacher like I said I was going to be doing. I just been on the road, really.
What do you call a laughing midget? Mini ha-has. And that's what... Yeah, well, when I tell the joke, all you hear is this right here. You know. That's what I got in the studio. But American Indians are in fashion right now. Guys like Dave Chappelle talking about American Indians. Chris Rock said American Indians. He talks about how our social stratification is in America. And the lower on the stratification you go on the level of economics, the tougher you get. So Chris Rock's joke is that for every Puerto Rican boxer there's an American Indian waiting to kick his butt. And I've got a cousin who's in the rankings right now in the boxing arena. But when you talk about your jokes, is it something that you saw or something that you actually happened to you?
Probably stories. A lot of stories come from my mom, which is really surprising. Just watching her throughout, like growing up, I guess, and her raising me, and just watching her actions and then listening to her stories, like whatever, I don't know, just partying stories or just watching her, I guess, and then making them into my own.
Thanks for listening. Native Fest was produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and was made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
My name is Stanley Day. My English name. And my real name is Makadema Ingan in Ojibwe. I'm an elder, and I was born and raised here. I've lived away most of my life in different areas of this country, and I've traveled a lot of it playing music and hitchhiking as a youth. So I've seen a lot of this country, and I know a lot about different cultures now. But I learned to open up and talk to people and connect. And I'm really glad that I did, because it's helped me a lot. I'm really glad also that we have the resources to bring these shows to us, give our people a better outlook and a better understanding of other cultures and how they get along, and more about our native cultures, because that's what we need. I like the fact that they were all by native people and by native actors and writers and producers, and that made me very proud.
Even musicians.
Pardon me?
Even the musicians.
Oh yes, I know. All the artwork, everything was from native people, and that's it's a big plus for us, for our people, that we can do this. We've got to do it more, and we've got to spread our ideas and our culture among other people. We have to get understanding, and we have to learn to get along, and we have to learn to work together. It's been my dream for a lot. In fact, I was talking to Mr. Thunder today about an idea for a screenplay about what's going to happen, I think, in the near future. And we need to get that out now. And it's kind of a blessing in disguise, I think, that I ran into him today. It was by accident, but I don't think it was. I think it was meant to be, because he can help me get this done. And now I've just finished my first book, and I'm really happy that I did. And it's given me the feeling that I am capable of doing this, and I can get the word out. And the things I've learned about our lives, the government, and the connection we have with other tribes and other people. And I want to do that and get that connected so we can, like I said, work together.
What was your favorite film of this program?
I didn't see the whole program, and I got here late, but I liked it all. I liked it all. I liked the music. I liked the singers. Yeah, it was all good.
What is your favorite film you've seen of all time, and why?
That is really a question that would be hard for me to answer, because I do like movies, and I like our culture to be appreciated with all people. Yeah, I'm just glad that I came, and I'm glad that Chaz puts on these features for us. It's a big plus here, and it's done a lot of good. It's building our community back. That's what we need.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Bois Forte citizen Fred McDougall remembers his grandmother telling him stories about spirits and things that are unexplained at Nett Lake. He went into the KBFT studio to tell Chaz Wagner all about it.
Yeah, was always seeing something, apparitions or something. My grandma Gonier, your great grandma.
What about
Effie Day?
Yeah, did you know Effie?
I knew Effie, but she was so much older. She was my grandma's age. I can remember where she lived. In fact, we stayed down there a couple times. As far as like getting her visually, I can't, but I do remember Effie. I was just a young kid and
So Donna used to see a lot of stuff?
all the time. She was pretty spiritual woman. Everything was a sign. Everything had something to do with something. She's scared of the bejesus out of me all the time. So.
McDougall also recalled something he saw when he was in the Navy. It wasn't a whale or any other large sea mammal, but something else.
I'm not the only one that's seen this. I was in the Navy. I was on an aircraft carrier. We're out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And we're on the fantail. And we're shooting these different kind of guns. Browning automatic rifles and Thompson machine guns, 45s, M1s, carbines and stuff. And we're in ranks shooting at this target back there. And it's probably, God, it was a long way back. Maybe 3-4 football fields back. That's how far back it was. Maybe 3. And we're shooting at it. It's nothing but a damn target. You're just shooting at it. Right back by that target, this thing, it's all I can say, this thing comes up out of the water. Now that target had to be 10 feet high, maybe even more. It came up out of the water, and it was in coils, and it coiled and coiled around, and it was serpentine, all right? And based on how big this thing was, I would say it was about the size of a uke tire, if around, and it was coiling. Now, we are out, I don't know how far off. We're like way in the middle of the Atlantic. It wasn't anything that should have been out there. And that went on for 2-3 seconds. And then all of a sudden it just kind of did this, disappeared. Just disappeared. And I stopped. I didn't say nothing. The other guys, they didn't say nothing. Nobody said a word. Nobody said a damn word. We just moved back to the back of the ranks. Next guy got up and started shooting. Oh, I don't know. That evening down in the compartment with all the guys that I was living with, I said to this kid named Richie Keel, who was standing next to me, I said, "Did you see anything funny out there today?" He said, "Why are you asking?" And I said, "Well, did you see anything funny when we were shooting? He said, yeah, I did. I seen something funny. And he didn't want to talk about it. Neither did I. And nobody identified it as nobody said sea serpent, you know. Nobody said sea monster, or nobody said nothing like that. Nobody would commit themselves to that. But I can still see it in my mind's eye. Nope. That was one strange thing. To this day, I know I seen it. Because everybody verified it, and we all seen the same thing.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
Bonjour, I'm Michelle Reed from Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin, and I live in Upper Michigan. Started sewing and beading when I was about 7, and then about maybe 15 years ago I started doing more like machine sewing, and from there I learned a lot about applique, about pattern making, and different outfit stuff.
Who taught you how to do regalia?
My mom taught us how to sew and bead, and then my younger sister Summer actually taught me how to make applique and dance outfits with, all on the sewing machine.
You were an instructor here for the Net Lake regalia making classes. Can you just tell us what projects you helped with?
Tonight we actually did a basic applique class, and everybody made their own medallions. In the last couple of days we also did pattern making for moccasins, leggings. We did a couple of jingle dress patterns.
How many years have you been instructing?
I've been instructing for about 35 years. When we were growing up, our mom did a lot of classes, all different types of stuff. So all 4 of us kids would go and help her teach the classes. So that's how I learned. And she still does some classes. And one of my sisters does college level outfit making classes. And then my other sister does women's groups where she teaches. So all of us do that type of work. I'd say my favorite thing about teaching is, just like what I love about outfit making, is actually seeing when the product is done. The excitement of, the people who are making the items, and then when they actually see the finished product and realize how easy it really is to do that they actually were able to make something. Yeah, that's probably the most exciting thing for me.
How many outfits do you figure you've made?
I could not even say. Honestly, I have no idea. Definitely hundreds, but I couldn't tell you how many.
Now, your outfit is just amazing. Like, it's like beautiful, like beyond words. Can you talk a little bit about your outfit?
I have many outfits. I have about 15 outfits, but I'd say my favorite beadwork is definitely my floral contemporary beadwork. And my sister, who taught me how to sew, is the one who started that original design. She drew and painted the florals for me and gave me that set for Christmas. And then I took it from there and started beading those florals. I decided to go with like a faded fire colored background, because most beadwork is, has a simple single color background, and that's what my other sets are. But for this one, I just wanted to do something totally different, totally, contemporary, stand out, and that's what I came up with. So right now, I'm actually in the process of having a friend of mine bead a matching one for my daughter.
Yeah, you're very busy doing regalia. And what else do you do?
I also do native dance fitness, which is a way to get in shape and also learn like powwow dances, learn the stops. A lot of people say that there's no other way to build your endurance for powwow dancing besides powwow dancing, and I really believe that's true. A lot of people, they run, they lift, they do a lot of other things, but until you dance those song after song and practice that way, you won't know how good your endurance is. And of course, kids especially, they really need that. Whether they're dancers or not, they really need a fun way to get in shape and something, that they're excited about doing. Something else I do is my dance troupe, which is Woodland Sky. We include powwow stories, and also, some storytelling through the different dances that we do.
And you also do shows with Brule.
Oh, yes, I also dance with Brule, which is definitely an amazing thing that I started doing a couple of years ago. Brule is very well known for their music. It's not powwow music, but it definitely has an amazing story behind it. So when I dance with them, I definitely love the way it speaks to all people, not just Native people. So it's been an opportunity to travel and I think bring our culture to many people. The biggest advice I can give to people who want to do this full time is to take a business class, learn about business, because art is an amazing way to pay the bills, but you have to know how to make the money, not just make the product. So that's definitely my advice for upcoming outfit makers.
Thanks for coming up here and sharing your knowledge with the community. Miigwech.
Miigwech. It's been an honor.
Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Bois Forte band members past and present. This segment features Heart Warrior Chosa, talking about her family on Basswood Lake.
Ju Odeo get you the indigenous cause. Yeah, okay.
What do they call you in English?
Heart Warrior.
You want to tell us where you're from?
Boundary Waters Canoe Area, Basswood Lake.
Where do you live now?
I'm living in Net Lake right now. The steaming metropolis of Net Lake. Okay, well, you know that my dad was from Basswood Lake in now it's called the Boundary Waters. It didn't become the Boundary Waters till I was 11. Anyway, so his family had villages out there, and there were 3 brothers that came over from Baraga, Keweenaw Bay. They were Bear Clan, and they married the 3 sisters there that were Eagle Clan, descendants of Sacagawea. 3 sisters married to 3 brothers. And they all had different areas of Basswood that they were on, And our family, my grandma and grandpa, were on the 4 Mile Portage. That's where they raised their family and stuff. And then my grandpa built 3 cabins for his grandchildren further down the lake, which is where I was always, since I was a little baby, that's where I was brought to in the summertime. Yeah, so my grandma Clara, her father was a Dufault, and he came by way of Fond du Lac from Madeline Island, his ancestors. And her mother, Sacagawea. Well, when the Ojibwe traveled west, some clans went south of Lake Superior and some clans went north of Lake Superior. And so she was from the clans that went north of Lake Superior. But my mother's people, that's a whole different story. They're from Turtle Mountains in North Dakota. Well, when the bands were traveling west of the Anishinaabe, a chief named Little Shell continued traveling west past Red Lake into the Dakotas with his little band of Anishinaabe. His name was Little Shell. Yeah, well, my grandmother and grandfather on my mother's side, they were all Mitchiffs, all the way down the line, pureblood. My mother didn't speak English till she started boarding school when she was 12. But the stories of both grandmothers is they both hung on to their traditions. So both grandmas died young. I never got to meet them physically. But I kind of got to meet him in the spirit world.
The Family History Series is brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Powwow the Dance, a program that explores the cultural and traditional powwow songs of the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa.
I'm Linda Tibbetts-Bardo, and everybody knows me by Toodles. My Anishinaabe name is Niju Gabuikwe. My regalia is a jingle dress. This dress was given to me by one of my older sisters, but it was also given to me in a dream. There's a pretty good story behind this dress. A young lady had passed on, and her mom was told to make this dress, have a person wear it and dance in it. Every time she asked anybody to help her do it, they wouldn't help her. My older sister Elaine told her she'd help her make it, and both my sister Elaine and Fern Isham put the dress together. They're the ones who made it, and gave it to the mother, and she was to find somebody to wear it so that they would dance in it for 4 years to help her healing with the loss of her daughter. My sister Elaine stepped up and said that she would wear the dress. In the dream, I was given a blue and white dress, and I just happened to be sitting down talking with my sister about it, and she said, "Here." She said, "I can't dance for this anymore." She said, "Here's a blue and white dress that you were given in your dream." And she said, "You can have this dress, but also remember that you're dancing for this young lady and for her mother's healing when you dance." And knowing the story about the jingle dress and understanding the significance of the jingle dress out in the circle, that those of us who wear a jingle dress bring that healing into the circle. And so every time I go into the circle, that's what I do. I bring in the healing. I offer prayers for people that I know who need healing, even sometimes for my own family. And that's the significance of the regalia that I dance in and that I wear. But I was young when I started dancing here, where the senior assisted living building is right there, is where we used to have our powwows.
Okay.
And it was the old Ball Diamond. And that's where I started my dancing.
Okay.
And I danced to jingle dress then when I was young. I remember, them going in and having the powwows in there, and the older people, some of them I remember names of, some of them I don't. For myself, the way I remember it, I can remember being out and all of a sudden just hearing the ladies' dresses, the jingle dresses, and I knew that there was going to be a powwow. Mom and them would, take us up there for a short time. And the only thing that I would say that has changed is that they've gone to, we've brought in the fancy shawl dancing. I don't remember that as a young girl. There was the grass dancing. I don't remember the double bustle fancy grass dance. I remember the men's traditional. I never ever remember a competition powwow. And that was all new to me as well when I moved back. It was more a social gathering that I remember. We weren't allowed to practice, the ceremonial powwows out in the open or anything like that. We did not get the right to practice our traditional ways until 1978. Now we can do it. We can practice it, and that's great because it's bringing back a lot of strong identity for a lot of our people.
Powwow the Dance is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project, made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. A treaty is any legally binding agreement between nations. There were many treaties signed between the Anishinaabe and the U.S. government. On September 30th, 1854, a treaty was signed with several Ojibwe bands and the United States in La Pointe, Wisconsin, ceding their land in exchange for annual payments, goods and services, permanent reservations, and hunting, fishing, and gathering rights within the boundaries of the territory. The Ojibwe thought it was in their best interest to sign such treaties after the Sandy Lake tragedy and the Indian removal efforts of the 1850s. Over 5.5 million acres were ceded to 3 Ojibwe bands within the Minnesota Arrowhead region that included Bois Fort, Grand Portage, and the Fond du Lac Band of Ojibwe. The Lake Vermilion sector is the only part of Bois Fort that lies within this territory. The 1854 treaty still remains in effect today, and many tribal members exercise their hunting and fishing rights within these boundaries. Bois Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
My name is Corrine Whiteman. I'm from Bois Fort here. I lived up in that lake my whole life. I started my beadwork about maybe 10 years ago, and what I mainly work on is old style beadwork. I don't do contemporary style. And what old style beadwork is just the general flowers and the floral and the leaves that's representing like what's around us, like the woodland Indians. That's my type of beadwork I do. It's really basic, but it's also very colorful. Once I get started, it usually takes me probably a couple days to finish a project. I do small projects for different people, especially for the Net Lake School. You know, they'll ask me to bead something for a teacher that is leaving, or I'll do little small projects for myself. I do my own floral beadwork, but that usually takes longer, so that's just some of the stuff that I work on. Show you some pictures.
Oh, yeah, let me see. Show me some pictures and to describe it for me.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta look here. I post all my work on my Facebook.
Well, I did want to ask you, who did you learn to do beadwork from?
My mother. My mom taught me, back in the day. I used to sit there and I used to watch my mom bead. And it took me probably about 3 months to get courage to even start a project. The first project I started was in culture class here, and at first it wasn't really looking that great, because it was my first time. But I just sat and I tried and tried and tried, and then eventually I got better. So it probably took me about a good 2.5 years to complete what I needed to do that I liked.
Yeah, so tell me, okay, so this is your Facebook page. Tell me a little bit about these, the pictures that you have posted of these projects that you've done. These are really beautiful.
Okay, again, this is the floral beadwork, from our culture. It's Ojibwe style, woodland. It's just basically what's surrounding me here on the reservation. Like, you have your flowers, you have the vines, you have the berries, and you have the different colors that represent the flowers around you. It could basically be anything what you see, what's living outside your house or in the woods. That's what I base my beadwork off of.
How long did it take you to do that particular? And what is that? Is that a?
This is a choker drop I sold for I think like $120. This took me about 4 days to make. A lot of this beadwork here I made for other people. This is a medallion. It probably made it within 3 days. Another medallion, floral Ojibwe. You see the vines, you see the leaves, you see the different flowers. Another piece. So all of my work, like I said before, it's basically old style beadwork. It's nothing contemporary. This is my only contemporary piece that I do have. If you notice, it's Hello Kitty. I collect Hello Kitty. And on the side there, you'll see rhinestones. Then you'll see these jewels. This is what contemporary beadwork is. It's more colorful. It's more sparklier. You can see it at a distance more. Whereas if old style beadwork, you look at this, and it's not as eye-catching as what other people have. In this particular piece, these are leggings that I'm working on. And actually my mother is the one that drew these out, but I just never finished it. I never completed it.
So do you draw them out first and then you bead them?
I draw them out. What I normally use is I use tracing paper, and I draw my flowers out freehand. And I'll sit there and I'll erase until I like it. And then I'll trace it and then I'll put it on canvas and then I'll back the canvas with newspaper. That's just because so the newspaper can keep the beads intact. And then canvas is easier to bead on.
Tell me about this. This is a really beautiful piece here.
This piece, the Net Lake School had asked me to do this last year for a teacher that had left. This is more of a contemporary piece. I really like beading tulips because they're easier to bead. I like using solid colors because it's easier to use. And, you know, she's young. She's like 24. So I thought maybe if I use a little bit of contemporary beads, juice it up a little bit, make it a little bit more sparklier. As you see, I have rhinestones in there. I have like these beads right here. Different color to it. But that's what I did for her, and it probably took me like 2.5 days to do.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Would you make me a medallion?
If I had time, if I had the time.
Is there kind of a competition between regalia makers?
No, I'm not. Like I said, I try not to be contemporary. If you look at my beadwork right now, it's all old style. I choose my own style. I don't copy anybody. I like to be type of the plain Jane type of person, so that's why I keep my colors a solid color. Same thing with like when I'm dancing. You'll never see me in contemporary costume regalia, you know, for competing for competition. I never do that just because I like dancing old style.
Then where are you going to wear this dress? What powwow are you going to dance in?
I normally dance at traditional powwows, just around here, mainly like, let me see, here, Leech Lake, Fond du Lac, Vermilion. So just powwows around here.
Yeah. Are you looking forward to powwow season?
Yes, I am. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm trying to finish up my beaded moccasins and my beaded leggings, so yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
Well, my name is Gary Donald. I'm 89 years old. I lived on the Boys Fort Reservation most of my life. I served on the tribal council as the tribal chairman for 16 years. I joined the service in 1951, United States Army. I left the Net Lake and I went to Minneapolis where I was sworn in, and then they sent me to Hawaii, Schofield Barracks, where I took my boot camp for 14 weeks. And then after I took my boot camp for 14 weeks, I become a drill instructor for 16 weeks. So you might as well say I took boot camp for that many times while I was in the service there. And I learned a lot while I was in boot camp, and then I learned a lot more while I was training troops, teaching them the left from the right. And then from there, I got transferred into the medical corps, and I was stationed at Triple Army Hospital for the rest of my enlistment, which was probably about a year and a half. And then I got discharged in 1954, came back to Net Lake. My rank was corporal at the time when I was discharged. What happened when I was being discharged, I was called into the office at the sergeant's office, and he had sergeant stripes on his desk and a paper with the bonus amount I would get if I re-enlisted, and he was trying to buy me to re-enlist in the service. And I almost did. Sometimes I wished I would have and made a career out of it, but my heart was back here at home. So I told him no. I said I'm just going to take the discharge, and I came back to Net Lake. Well, the only crisis that there was any was training the troops to go to war in Korea. And I think because I was the only son in my family, my dad was still alive at the time, but I was the only boy, only boy. And I think that's one of the reasons that I wasn't sent to Korea, and because of my youth, probably. And what they did then is that they saw my leadership that I had while I was stationed in the Schofield Barracks. That's why they put me in as training troops. And what I did there, the crisis that I could say is training troops to go to Korea for combat. That they kept me right there in Hawaii, served all my time right there. Anyone that gives their time to serve the United States as a military person and gets discharged, the veterans should be honored. I think it's a special day for the veterans. Some of those veterans that are disabled, that receive pensions from the military, I think they really deserve that. In fact, I think they don't get enough for the services that they provided to the country. I think it's a day that should be a lot of respect made for the veterans. The reason that I joined was because there was a place for me to go, because there was nothing for me at the reservation at the time when I was 17 years old. There was nothing for the youth. I looked at the veterans that we do have, or we did have then in those days, like my relations, my relatives that had served, and I thought to myself, there's a chance for me to join the military and learn something. In fact, when I was a young fellow, when I was at that age, I didn't really know what discipline was. But I'll tell you something, when I joined the military and got into service, I learned discipline quickly. One of the things that I do know, when I was young, I was always reminded that you're an Indian, a no good Indian. And at that time, I looked at myself and thought to myself, I know I'm more than that. There's a lot more to me than a no good Indian. I'm a good Indian. I'm a good person. I believe in myself. I believe in my family, and I'd stick up for them. Just don't let anybody get you down because you're a veteran. Always say, yes, I am a veteran, and I'm very, very proud of that. To the veterans too, just thank you for your service, and to the band and to the country. Your immediate families who are proud of you because you were a veteran.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. And today we're here with Samantha Crane. She's a singer, songwriter, poet, producer, musician from the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. She is a two-time Native American Music Award winner and a winner of Indigenous Music Award. And welcome to the show, Samantha, and thank you for being here.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so how did your music career begin?
Well, I guess the career part of it kind of just came not too long after I started writing, honestly. I think the youthful naivety of like starting something new sometimes gives you a little push into like not realizing maybe that you need to get better before you start a career at it. But for me, it just kind of like all happened at once. When I was in high school, I would go to this like DIY sort of all ages music venue in Oklahoma City, which was sort of like the big city around the central Oklahoma. And I went because I hadn't really like found any sort of like group that I fit into or like particular things that I liked doing. I was just sort of floating along like in my small sort of community and my small school that I went to. And I went to these shows feeling like I was making some sort of like connection with some people that had like similar interests and things like that. And I just saw these bands that were like not too much older than me that were pulling up, you know, in the back of a venue in like a van, like broken down van, and just like pouring out and playing for 30 people and then getting back in and going to another city and doing that. And I think that was the first time I really had ever like understood that that was a thing that people did, that people traveled around and played music. One of those shows that I went to, there was a record store next door, and I would kind of go in and browse CDs before the show started. And a lot of times I would like pick CDs just based on like cover art if I thought it looked good, because I was just like very entry level, like didn't know much about music or anything. And I just like picked up a CD once and listened to it on the way home. it was called The Lioness, and it's by this band called Songs Ohio, which was a Jason Molina project. And it just really struck me because I loved the songs, and the songs were really beautiful to me. But the fact that it was just like him and a guitar and like some like cheap drum machine that sounded like you could get it off eBay or something like that, it just seemed like really accessible to me. Like it didn't seem that difficult of like something to try. And so I just was kind of sold like on this idea of writing songs and figuring out how I could make a living just driving around and playing them for people. And back then you could just like send MySpace messages to venues and send them like a recording that you made. And if they liked you, they'd book you. I mean, things are a lot different now. It's a lot more involved now, but it was sort of like the golden age of like indie rock and like singer-songwriter DIY sort of culture where you could just sort of figure out how to book shows yourself. And it was like pretty accessible to do, I think. So that's what I did. I just sort of wrote some songs, made sort of bedroom recordings of them, and just started traveling around and playing at coffee shops and things like that. And I mean, things like kind of progressed from there, but that was the beginning of it.
Nice. That's a good story. I like how you tied in a bunch of different elements that kind of go along with music. If you find your passion, I mean, you'll make it happen no matter what you have. You know, you just have to work towards it. And that's what you've done for yourself, because now like your music is pretty amazing. You said earlier you're listening to like a lot of lo-fi. How did that transition start for you? Do you do a lot of the producing yourself? And how did you progress as a musician, as a producer?
I think it's just been like a really natural and slow process of just meeting people along the way and learning from people as I've gone along. I've always been kind of like an autodidact. I don't do well like in traditional educational settings. I do better if I can just like teach myself, like watch a YouTube video or read a book and then kind of figure it out. And I feel like that's kind of always how I've worked. I kind of get like I get the gist of it, and then I'm just like, okay, I'll see what I can do with those tools. And so thinking about what my recording sounded like when I first started, when I was like 18, as opposed to now, there is quite like a stark difference in the production quality, but I think it's been kind of like a slow rise. And also me like exploring a lot in there as well, which I think is like, really important for like a long-term career artist, somebody that wants to like make things for the rest of their life.
Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a Bois Forte perspective.
Troy King.
And what do you do?
Conservation officer for the Bois Forte DNR Bois Forte Reservation.
How long have you been working?
I'm on my second year, but I worked 5 years prior in the early 2000s.
Do you have a background in conservation or hunting up on the res here?
I have served as a conservation committee member, also as an officer. We're advisors to the committee, and I have hunted most of my life out here at Bois Forte.
Is hunting a big deal in Minnesota? Do people living on the Bois Forte reservation share the same enthusiasm?
I'd say it's a huge deal throughout the state of Minnesota. Reservation is a little different. More of it's hunting for food, and it's a taught process through families down the years.
What kind of hunting happens mostly on the res?
I'd say deer is the biggest for band members. When the rice is good, duck hunting is pretty popular as a guided hunting. Used to have most seasons that not too many partake in that. With the population being down, we've had to close that season for approximately 4 years.
Is most of the hunting done on the reservation for sport or subsistence?
I would say the deer and animals such as that, or are for the subsistence, the guided is a little bit more sport for the non-band member hunters that come in and do those seasons.
Is there such a thing as traditional hunting?
Yes, there is, or was, more to the point was. You had to support your family with like deer meat all year. That's easier, bigger animal to feed your family or your community. We've had seasons for several years just to give us an opportunity to monitor what people are doing if they're not doing it for subsistence. You know, if it's a little more sport for them, you know, it's nice to limit. You know, and it also helps us watch for any waste that may happen. We are in the process of trying to bring back some of the traditional values with the assistance of 1854 and in our communities to have training sessions, or just community gatherings to show what used to be done, talk about older stories, how people used to have to store food just to make sure they could have food at later dates in case they couldn't get anything. So some of that's going to be good to get back and have the community get into that.
How different is hunting on the reservation versus off?
Well, the seasons are different. Our numbers are voted on every year. They can adjust according to what we feel the population is. Our rules are a little more lax than the stateside. The areas are different and it's smaller, so they have to utilize what they can to the areas that we hunt, and that's why some do go to 1854 and hunt that ceded territory, just because there is a larger area to cover.
Do you know of any of the numbers? Is it greater hunting on the reservation than off the reservation per band members?
I'd say majority of them do hunt the reservation more than they do 1854. Some like to, the ones that do a lot of hunting in 1854 is because their significant other, wife, husband, however, have an opportunity to hunt with them out in the state, whereas they wouldn't be able to on the reservation.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Boys Fort Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Bonjour, Anin. Gagewanuk and Jushanikaz. That means coming down the river early in the morning when there's fog across the river, like a wannabe sun, fog and mist.
Karen Drift is a Boys Fort elder, language teacher, and storyteller. KBFT's Chaz Wagner brought her into the studio so she could tell this story for the Unexplained series. It was told to her by her grandmother.
Gwejamik away Ginilgishik. Is that your name? Oh. Ginilgishik and Gi Gwejamig. Gita Atsu Ke Bangi. And ngi eyak nigi kido. Ngi Gwejamik away. Merusha nigi kido ni nukomeso gi debajamon away. Buensi. Ngi segisi men away on nini. Ngi mi had to go bibun ogi bisha oma he came in the winter. He was almost like a cannibal. He he was hungry all the time. So she said that he kind of ate his fingers, Gimo, away. A ninja ate his fingers. Any place he could reach, he said he would eat his skin, his flesh, when he could reach. And if he ran into somebody, that's what he would do to them, and give them all away. He would eat them. And she used to tell us, don't go out at night in the winter. Make sure you're in the house. And so we were kind of scared to go out in a winter time, because she said she's seen one herself. She said when she was a little kid that she said that he peeked in, and he didn't have no clothes or something, and she said she could see his bones, and as far as he could reach, where he could bite, that's where he would eat, and she said he liked especially little kids that were out late at night, and that's why she used to tell us we had to be quiet in the evening and just sit. So that's what we'd do in the winter. In the winter's evening, we'd sit around, and they would tell us a bunch of stories about things that, good things and scary things, but I always liked that, especially in the winter time when it was so cold out and we couldn't go any place, but that 8 years old, maybe even older, because when you're that young, you remember. Some of the stories kind of stick to your head, in your head.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
My name is Nate. I'm painting, and that's what we call Paint with Nate, right?
Nate Lueckers tells KBFT how he got started as an artist.
What got me into painting? Man, I think actually Mickey Mouse did, Disney World. Watching the Disney cartoons, and I started drawing a lot, and then painting. I just got that love for color. So.
Nate tells us how all of his Paint with Nate classes are a little bit different.
A lot of classes I do are usually more adults, for one. I do a lot of kids classes, and they're usually outside. I guess that'd be like one of the bigger things, that they're outside. It was rainy today, so we couldn't do that. They're all different. I'm trying to think of all the classes are all different. There's differences in everyone.
While Nate Lueckers taught basic painting skills at Paint with Nate, he also talked about other things that are important to him and his art.
Technically, it's more about blending. It's about a lot of blending. But what I like to talk about a little bit more is about trees. I like to talk about trees and how lucky we are that we have so many trees around here. A lot of people take them for granted that we don't. That you forget that people come here to see how beautiful this area is, and we live in it. How awesome is that?
Nate's joyful style of teaching catered to everybody in attendance, adults and children alike.
big brush.
It's a big brush, yes, it is. Ding, 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 ding. Big brush. What else?
Big brush. Big brush.
Big brush.
Big brush.
Flat brush.
Flat.
For being artists, they don't have very creative names for things, do they? They call it a flat brush.
do the black.
That's all they call it, flat brush. So you got a flat brush, a big brush. You don't need to scoop up all of our paint like it's porridge or it's, like your Rice Krispies in the morning. You don't need to scoop. What else can I tell you?
What did they paint at Paint with Nate? Well, this attendee, named Rose, describes how the painting looks.
A sunset with a pretty pink, purple, blue background, and pine trees leaning in, like you're looking at a sunset.
Nate Loeckers not only taught basic painting skills at Paint with Nate, but he also taught the importance of having a good time while you paint.
Technically, they learn about blending. Like I said, they learn about blending. They learn what colors don't mix well with others, like the warms and the cools. A lot of times, they don't want to mix. You don't want to put the pinks in there with the blues, because then you'll get browns. We don't want brown in our sky. You learn how to handle a brush properly, how to not have it get out of control, have the brush strokes nice and thin, how to get thinner lines out of them. What else? Yeah, how to have fun. How to not get paint on your neighbor. Don't drink the paint water kind of deal.
Rose tells us her favorite lesson in Paint with Nate.
Don't drink the paint water. I find that hilarious. If you do, you'll grow a beard. Or a colorful mohawk.
Nate also teaches outside his Paint with Nate classes. He brings his love for art into everyday conversations. He reminds the people around him that art isn't limited to just painting.
No matter what you do, love what you do. Make anything that you do an art form. Whether it be you're talking. I was talking to a guy out there. He says he's a butcher. I was like, that's an art form right there. Whatever you do is an art form. Just take pride in it.
Nate Loeckers leaves us some final advice from Paint with Nate.
I think I've said this before, but it's very important, is don't be so hard on yourself. You are going to make mistakes or happy accidents, but don't be so hard on yourself. Just have fun, enjoy the moment, enjoy it, just do it. Don't think about what it's going to turn out like as much as the process of doing it, and that you are able to be on this earth and be able to paint.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
My name is Fred McDougall. I'm a Boys Fort band member, Navy veteran. I joined the Navy in 1960. I served until 1964. I was stationed on an aircraft carrier out of Boston, the USS Wasp, CVS-18. I actually was what they call a helmsman, and I actually steered that aircraft when we were at sea. That was interesting. We played mostly war games with submarines and things like that. And our aircraft carrier was an anti-submarine warfare aircraft carrier, and we were always patrolling looking for subs. I was also on a 5-inch 38 gun mount, which is a large gun mount. While I was on there, I have to say I really enjoyed it. Seeing a lot of things. Launching aircraft is something that a lot of people don't get to see, and recovering aircraft and being up on the flight deck was probably the most dangerous place in the world. If you didn't keep your head on straight, you could die real quick up there because there was so much going on all the time. The most memorable thing that I did while I was on the Wasp, and we were out of Boston, so most people could remember or should remember the Cuban crisis. If anybody recalls what that was that's when Khrushchev and Castro got together and cooked up a plan to put intercontinental ballistic missiles in Cuba. we found out because our U-2 flights picked up what was going on in Cuba. By that time, he was pretty anti-United States and pro-Russia. Once the evidence was found by the president, the White House, they monitored for a long time, and they seen the missile bases being built and the silos being built and everything. And then Kennedy came on TV and said, enough of this stuff. These missiles can't be in this hemisphere. What's Cuba, 90 miles off of the coast of the United States? These missiles were capable of hitting any city in the United States of America, just something that the United States could not tolerate. So Kennedy ordered a blockade. And, of course, being out of Boston, our task group was sent to Cuba. So now I'm down here in Cuba, and that was interesting because almost on a daily basis, I'd see Russian trawlers, and we'd go to general quarters and on the gun mounts, and this wasn't a drill, it was active military strategy, was to load our guns and train them on the trawler. If I recall, we did it about 4 times, turn back Russian trawlers. You could go out on the deck and look at these Russian trawlers because they were, 500 feet away. You could actually see the missiles on deck that were covered up with tarps. Well, I was down here for 31 days. They finally settled the whole crisis, and the Russians agreed to take the missiles out of Cuba. We came back, and the funny thing about it was we, on that aircraft carrier, outside of what we did to alter the course of the Russians, we had no idea how severe this was. We didn't know how close we came to nuclear war. We were just a bunch of sailors doing our job. I've since seen documentaries on the Cuban crisis, and it still amazes me how we were ready to invade Cuba. We got it in time that most of the missiles and the silos and the things in Cuba were not ready. They couldn't have responded anyway. So we stopped it. That was my last duty station. I got out in 1964. I'm still active in a way with the VFW. I serve on the Mid-Range Honor Guard. I'm a drummer for the cadence for the funeral march. We shoot rifles. We do a regular military funeral like most people have seen. 21 gun salute, flag folding, taps, and the whole thing. So I've been active in that for quite a few years, and I probably will be till I can't do it anymore. But I know people appreciate veterans. Veterans Day is special to the Honor Guard because, we have a lot of activities that involve paying tribute to our fallen comrades. And we say that a lot. Our band of brothers, whether they're still with us or gone. And Veterans Day is an important day, at least to me, and it should be for the rest of the country. And it's getting so it is. In fact, it's more important to the country today than I can ever recall in the back. From Ira Hayes all the way up to, what we have today in the military. Why Indian people served disproportionately? I think it was just more than being an American. This is their land. It probably means a hell of a lot more to an American Indian, and I'm sure it does, and I know it does. The Mother Earth here, the land where our ancestors are buried, means a lot more to Indian people than just being in the military. It wasn't like an immigrant protecting the Constitution of the United States. These people who fought in World War II in any military conflict, all the way from the Civil War on up, had stepped up the way they did, sacrificed what the hell they did, because they've got more invested in this country than just protecting the United States of America. This is their homeland.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we meet with Philip Savage, a birch bark artist from the Fond du Lac Band of Ojibwe in Minnesota. He talks not only about the beauty of creating art with wigwas, but the many different ways it can be applied.
Bonjour, my name is Philip Savage, birch bark artist extraordinaire, and thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles on KBFT Boys Fort Tribal Radio. I'm originally from Nagachi-Winung, that's Fond du Lac Reservation, located near Cloquet, Minnesota, where I currently reside with my family. Now, the type of artwork I do, my chosen medium is birch bark, or as the Anishinaabe people call it, wigwas. Birch bark is a very versatile material. a very versatile natural resource. It's waterproof, rot resistant. I mean, it can be used for many things, not only beautiful art. It's used for wigwams in the winter, canoes in the summertime, various basket styles needed throughout the year. They've even used it to record history on scrolls. It also has medicinal qualities, including, but not limited to, chaga, a powerful antioxidant. So this tree has served the Anishinaabe people for generation after generation for hundreds upon hundreds of years. So I don't find it surprising I have such a close connection to this medicinal medium. And I find when you're working with a living medium, you each give a piece of yourself to each other. That's the only way I can explain it. I started making birch bark baskets years ago after watching my father make them. I also make top hats and baseball hats. I make birch bark masks. I make birch bark earrings, and those seem to be the hottest seller there. They sell as fast as I can make them. And all these projects have led me to my newest creations, my most stunning pieces, my framed birch bark wall hangings. A lot of people think they're paintings at first look, but what they actually are is birch bark etchings. Now, I just don't use any birch bark. When harvested at a certain time of year, at a certain temperature, the inner bark retains a thin layer that allows you to etch designs onto the bark itself. Now, this is an ancient art form, a dying art form that a handful of people, Anishinaabe people, are keeping alive. And I tend to draw my inspiration from my dreams and traditional stories and knowledge passed down through the generations.
How long have you been creating your amazing art?
Now, as to how long have I been in the art business? I would have to say all my life. I come from a family of artists, a family of sculptors, painters, world-class beaters. So I've always been exposed to the art world and the gallery world. I couldn't tell you how many times as a kid I messed up art sales for my dad running around these galleries and museums. I've won some local art expos and received artist grants in the past as well. I'm not too much into bragging about awards.
Are there any artists you look up to?
I would have to say my biggest influence would be my father, Jeff Savage. He's an award-winning sculptor and pipe maker and basket maker as well. He's won awards from numerous high-end art markets from the Southwest, Midwest. We've even had to travel to Europe, meet clients, and deliver art. So I just grew up watching him hone his craft and develop his techniques that perfected his art, and it just resonated with me. And I was lucky enough to find an art form I could do well. So I just ran with it, and it's continually evolving the longer I work with it. And I also draw great influence from nature itself, especially floral patterns. The woodland Ojibwe tribes use floral patterns on so much of their arts and crafts and just everyday life items. Now, if you're trying to get into the art business, some of the advice I could give you is just stay true to yourself and your art process and persevere. It's not easy. You know, some projects you think are cut and dry, but that may prove otherwise. And some more advice is just learn how to identify potential buyers. What I mean is, everyone wants to be an art connoisseur until it comes time to actually buy some fine art. It's not for everybody. And just watch for those who want to make money off your hard work and dedication. I believe one of the greatest challenges as an artist is finding your niche market, finding your returning customers for your products. Another challenge is figuring out what the customers want. Maybe you create imagery associated with a certain geographic location that holds special interest to a community. The challenge with custom orders is maybe the customer wants to change something in mid-order. This recently happened to me. You just kind of got to take it in stride. It's a very self-fulfilling experience. It gives you a sense of accomplishment, from harvesting the raw material off the tree to a finished piece hanging on someone's wall. Also the teaching aspect of it, being able to convey to the youth, the stories of your culture and history through art. And if you have a good support system at home and a family that knows the value of what you do, it's very rewarding. They'll help you along the way so much. Now, one of the main challenges during this pandemic for artists, for me, is just getting out there and getting the exposure needed to sell some art. All the art markets were closed due to COVID-19. All the pop-up holiday markets were closed, shut down last year. So it was hard to get out there and make sales, but it left you with some time to make some good inventory. So it was a double-edged sword there.
Where can we find you and your art?
If you'd like to see more and see my art in progress, I suggest you check out the TV show Making It Up North. You can find it on PBS Duluth. They featured me on an episode last winter. You can also find me on Facebook at Philip Savage. I do private showings if customers prefer. My email is pjsavage12@gmail.com. Just shoot me a line if you got any questions. And some final words of encouragement I can offer to those looking to become artists, or to those already established artists, is just keep finding the beautiful in the world and create out of your comfort zone. You will be surprised. Once again, I want to say thank you for listening. This has been Artist Profiles with KBFT Boys Fort Tribal Radio. Thank you, miigwech.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Ruth Porter is an artist, high school special ed teacher, and Ojibwe language teacher from the Nett Lake side of Boys Fort. She taught her first class on quill work as part of the KBFT Artist Series. Ruth also talked about how she learned many other traditional crafts.
I do a lot of beading and sewing, like after school on the weekends. It all started, my mom ran the Ojibwe Arts program long in the 80s, and the older ladies in the village used to gather there. I'd stand around and watch them, and they'd explain what they were doing, and they'd make florals and old time, like the rosettes and the pie-out stitch and stuff.
Porcupine quills are a delicate and sometimes painful medium.
But this was my first quill class. I was a little nervous because quill tips tend to fly, and I like that these ladies that were at the class tonight, like, they've done some crafting before, so they were a little more cautious with quills. I was just worried about, pulling a quill out of somebody. Like the quill tips, when they kind of dig in and hurt.
Tina Sadie Wasser attended Ruth's class and has worked with quills before.
I had a little idea because I worked with them before with the quilt. But Ruth showed us how to get the tips. Stick it in a styrofoam and then cut them. So because I was afraid of losing those tips.
How does one get porcupine quills? Well, Ruth shared how she acquired the quills and how she cleans them. It's not a pretty picture, but Ruth takes an unfortunate event and makes the best of it by turning quills into art.
Well, usually I pick up roadkill, and I prefer fresh roadkill that's only been ran over once. If I need to, I'll wash the quills with like a little bit Dawn dish soap. I try to stay use water as much as I can. I burn the porcupine with tobacco as like an offering and thankful that, I got the quills from him, and wherever the porcupine needs to go, like, I just kind of believe that by giving him tobacco, like, he gets to where he's got to go.
Ruth prepped the artwork so that attendees only had to do the quill portion of the art. This may seem like every piece might look the same, but thanks to the beauty of quills, each person was able to create a unique piece. Here's class attendee Stephanie Werdia talking about her experience.
The teacher of the class, Ruth Porter, she had done up some, like, the framework for a flower, and what we did was we filled the petals in with porcupine quills. Depending on which way you pointed the dark spot, made the end result look unique, very unique. It's time-consuming, but the end result is always very unique.
Community members who attended this class were excited to be out and about as COVID-19 restrictions are slowly lifted.
I think I'm gonna hang mine in my car. I don't want to use it as a pop socket. I think just visiting with everybody, kind of doing your work and learning how to do it from Ruth.
What's next for Ruth? She tells KBFT about her hopes for sharing her crafts in the future.
For me, like, I'll share with anybody about anything, for his crafting or, you know, the quilling, the sewing, whatever I know, because I want to see it passed on. I believe, like, everybody can learn, everybody can be taught, like, just got to find their learning style. I would like to do more with it too, like, someday I hope to do, like, American Indian art. Eventually, when my youngest son is 5, I would like to, like, work at the Boys and Girls Club during the summer and teach there too, like, just share. Like, that's.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe through the voices of our elders. Today we'll be talking with Myra Thompson.
When I was a young girl, I used to carry water for these old people, like John Netlake. There was the Day family, Albert Wynn. Used to carry water from the pump. John Netlake got mad at me because he left a dime for me on a table. You know, every time I took water over there, and I wouldn't take it, and he went and told my ma. And my ma, she turned around, got mad at me, and she said, "You're supposed to take that. They're giving you." So when I carried water for him, I wouldn't put the water there, and there was a dime sitting there, so I'd pick it up. Well, them days you could buy, you know, like a bottle of pop for a nickel. Bars of candy they were stuff were a lot cheaper then. I had to quit school when I was 16, and then when I quit school, I went to work at the old school, Net Lake. Mr. Workham after me, because my dad didn't have a job. I had to help out, support my brothers and my sisters. We had to have something to eat. We were eating off my grandma, right? You know, she was getting money, but that's mostly the main things I remember in my life that was most important to me. Old Lady Day used to pay me in flowers. She'd give me great big white flowers. I always used to remember that. I used to like those flowers. I would have got married like these people that are married, like, you know, you marry a white man, and I was ready to marry this white man, and he come there outside my grandma's house, and we all, I don't know, I felt kind of bad after it happened, but anyway, before, I was kind of happy, because he was talking to my mom and dad. My mom and dad agreed, but my grandma come out of the house. She used to have a cane. She pointed right at me. "No, she's got to marry her own kind. So that's how come I married Leonard. Well, I was thankful for that. At least I got some full-blood kids. I was sad for a while. I was kind of mad and sad. I used to feel like that. I told myself, you got to go on. Just remember Caroline Bogey's mother, when I got burnt, she was willing to give up her skin for me because I needed skin graft. She was one that I always remembered. To this day, I've thought about a lot of things. Well, I was taught a lot of things by my grandma that I got to keep inside of me and, not tell anybody, but keep what she told me. One thing I always remember is she said, one of these days you're going to have to see the day that you pay for your water. See, now, she was right. There's a lot of other stuff, too, that she told me, but I got to keep it to myself. There is one Albert Wynn. I wish people would seen what he did. He used to make a little sleigh, carry wood, go out in the woods and have a little sleigh, and he put that string around, and he whittled out those little things out of cedar. Made a little sleigh, the cutest little sleigh. I've never seen that in my life. That I always remember that. He used to carry a lot of wood on there because he'd have the back end too. He had quite a long sled. Yeah, my dad had if he could find a job like used to use a bow saw to saw trees down. That's how he made the living, knocked the trees down. I even went and helped me, and I think it was one of those kids, but they were small, and he got kind of mad because he didn't want one. I think it was Lester. So he left him back, and he took me out there. I used to help him, even in the summer, bring in more money. My grandma used to go peel posts to help her with that. By Foster's, they had a thing by Foster's. Peel fence posts. And you know that there's some kind of an Indian medicine they have out there. When I got burned, grass fire was real bad. My dad took me out of Cloquet because I almost died. Took me out of there, took me home. If it grew together in here and under here. That's how it grew together, my skin. And if they would have had it outstretched, because they had a bunch of leaves and stuff that they were healing, they'd come and change it. If they would have put it out like that, it would have been perfect. I wouldn't need to go to the doctor, because I was in Gillette. I went in there when I was 7 years old. I come out when I was 11 with them operations. During the spring, I guess I was watching my little dress catch on fire. My mom said, Benny Bonus come out of his house. We stayed by Benny Bonus, and he poured a cold pail of water over me. That's how the fire was out. I always remember though that skin, but I don't remember the pain. Just the skin hanging from my arm. My mom couldn't go see me. I had to stay down there. Only when my dad was in the service, he'd come over with Frank Benner or Earl Day, come visit me. My grandma had the first TV. And there used to be an old guy they called Jippo. Jeez, that guy would come, before it got dark. He'd come in there and sit there. Everybody would fall asleep. I'd be the only one staying up, trying to stay. He'd still be sitting there, Couldn't get They didn't want to chase. You can't chase him out, But I used to laugh at him. He'd sit there and laugh. He's enjoying himself. He was having a good time. You couldn't get him to go. Until it was off, until, it went off, then he went.
And that was usually about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock?
Yeah.
But
My grandma,
What was her name?
Maggie. Yeah, she was first one that had a TV, I think. Oh, my dad used to watch that. My mom would tell him, I don't see what you're getting watching that guy. My grandma told us never to go on the island. Said there's spirits out there, really get mad. And she said if you're forced to, just take some tobacco. So none of us kids could go out on the island. Pretty sacred, that thing. I remember when me and Leonard went out there, we parched our rice and had great big tall beans bags, 10 of them. I always remember him taking that down. I told him, I said, you do whatever you want. He went out and got a brand new car. Good for him, I thought. But not, he didn't pay that much for a car though. When it was brand. He didn't like to own a car, that you like make payment. He used to like to go, just pay it in full and bring it home. New cars. I'd hear my dad talking, but I'd never pay attention to what they were talking. I wasn't that nosy, no.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
Buju, Ginu Gijik, Indigenous, Ajijak, Indu Dem, Gawa Bobby Ganekog, Indu Njaba, Inda Ma, Gamasquawa Kokog. My name is Ginu Gijik, Golden Eagle Day, and I'm from the White Earth Reservation. I live in Cass Lake.
Gnu Gijik holds a doctorate degree in public policy and administration. His research focused on Ojibwe chiefs in traditional leadership roles. Gijik interviewed 5 hereditary chiefs in Canada, Red Lake, and Mille Lacs.
I asked them, what does it mean to be a chief, and what does a chief do?
He found out there are many kinds of leaders: warriors, spiritual leaders, and those who are respected in the community.
We got to look at what is the smallest unit of leadership, and that would be the hunting group. Families would get together in the summer, but in the winter times they break up into small family groups, and they'd have a leader in that hunting group. And the hunting knowledge that person knew of the animals and knew of the terrain, that meant life or death.
Being a chief wasn't just a one-person job, as Gijik explains.
So everybody put their faith and hope into that hunter leader because their life depended on it. It literally depended on it. They would die if they didn't succeed. And then when they would come back together, the hunting group, they would come back into their clans. The clans would unite, and then you would have your clan chief in the summertime. A chief is not a director. A chief is a spokesperson of the group. They have to learn how to listen and speak on their behalf. That's it. They're not a director. They are a spokesperson.
Gijik's research tells us that people lived in their clan areas. But once the fur trade decimated resources, these same clans were forced to move west.
There'd be multi-clan communities, and they would default to the Loon clan or the Crane clan. They would be kind of like the default spokesperson.
The life of a chief was not easy.
They were the poorest person in the community. If somebody was having a hard time, didn't have anything, they would give them stuff to help them. They'd give them their food. They'd take the shirt off of their back. They were always the poorest one. It's like a vow of poverty when you're the chief or the leader.
Leadership wasn't just for men. Women also took on Ogima roles, but in a different way than their male counterparts. They were just as important, though.
The women were in charge of the inside circle, which meant the community. And inside the house, they were boss of the house. They were the thinkers. They were like, we need wood, we need this, we need these supplies. And the guy's job was to go out and provide, protect and provide. The man's job was he was in charge of the outside circle. Outside the community where he hunted, he had to know every inch of land. He needed to know where it was safe, where the enemy was, where to go, where not to go. He had to know where the food and the resources were.
Back in the day, decision-making was very different from our modern-day tribal governments. Decisions took way longer, over the course of weeks. Gijik explained there were no half-hour agenda meetings.
They never had to listen to anybody. I mean, if they thought, that's really stupid, we ain't gonna do that. You guys want to walk off the cliff? Go ahead. We ain't going with you. You didn't have to. It wasn't like national law like the United States, which is national law. You have to go by the majority. Whatever they say, you have to do it.
Gijik is part of the Crane clan, something he didn't know growing up. He takes that knowledge and the principles that go along with it seriously.
But part of the Crane clan is the Crane is leadership clan. Ogi Ma, we win. And so my job is to learn about leadership, and leadership is not being bossy. Leadership is not giving directives. Leadership is working with everybody and listening and saying what they say and going and meeting all of their needs. Shirt off my back, whatever. And so if you see me walking down the road, don't try to get my shirt off my back because you heard this. But if you really need it, of course, I would give it to you. Their power comes from whatever the people give the chief. They instill their faith and their belief and their trust into the chief to speak on their behalf. So the power is the people, not the chief.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
Bonjour, I'm Michelle Reed from Lac du Flambeau, Wisconsin, and I live in Upper Michigan. Started sewing and beading when I was about 7, and then about maybe 15 years ago I started doing more like machine sewing. And from there, I learned a lot about applique, about pattern making, and different outfit stuff.
Who taught you how to do regalia?
My mom taught us how to sew and bead, and then my younger sister, Summer, actually taught me how to make applique and dance outfits with, all on the sewing machine.
You were an instructor here for the Net Lake regalia making classes. Can you just tell us what projects you helped with?
Tonight we actually did a basic applique class and everybody made their own medallions. In the last couple of days we also did pattern making for moccasins, leggings. We did a couple of jingle dress patterns.
How many years have you been instructing?
I've been instructing for about 35 years. When we were growing up, our mom did a lot of classes, all different types of stuff. So all 4 of us kids would go and help her teach the classes. So that's how I learned. And she still does some classes. And one of my sisters does college level outfit making classes. And then my other sister does women's groups where she teaches. So all of us do that type of work. I'd say my favorite thing about teaching is just like what I love about outfit making is actually seeing when the product is done. The excitement of, the people who are making the items, and then when they actually see the finished product and realize how easy it really is to do that. They actually were able to make something. Yeah, that's probably the most exciting thing for me.
How many outfits do you figure you've made?
I could not even say. Honestly, I have no idea. Definitely hundreds, but I couldn't tell you how many.
Now, your outfit is just amazing. Like, it's like beautiful, like beyond words. Can you talk a little bit about your outfit?
I have many outfits. I have about 15 outfits, but I'd say my favorite beadwork is definitely my floral contemporary beadwork. And my sister, who taught me how to sew, is the one who started that original design. She drew and painted the florals for me and gave me that set for Christmas. And then I took it from there and started beading those florals. I decided to go with like a faded fire colored background, because most beadwork is, has a simple single color background, and that's what my other sets are. But for this one, I just wanted to do something totally different, totally, contemporary, stand out, and that's what I came up with. So right now, I'm actually in the process of having a friend of mine bead a matching one for my daughter.
Yeah, you're very busy doing regalia. And what else do you do?
I also do native dance fitness, which is a way to get in shape and also learn like powwow dances, learn the stops. A lot of people say that there's no other way to build your endurance for powwow dancing besides powwow dancing, and I really believe that's true. A lot of people, they run, they lift, they do a lot of other things, but until you dance those song after song and practice that way, you won't know how good your endurance is. And of course, kids especially, they really need that. Whether they're dancers or not, they really need a fun way to get in shape and something, that they're excited about doing. Something else I do is my dance troupe, which is Woodland Sky. We include powwow stories, and also, some storytelling through the different dances that we do.
And you also do shows with Brûlé.
Oh, yes. I also dance with Brûlé, which is definitely an amazing thing that I started doing a couple of years ago. Brûlé is very well known for their music. It's not powwow music, but it definitely has an amazing story behind it. So when I dance with them, I definitely love the way it speaks to all people, not just Native people. So it's been an opportunity to travel and I think bring our culture to many people. The biggest advice I can give to people who want to do this full time is to take a business class, learn about business, because art is an amazing way to pay the bills, but you have to know how to make the money, not just make the product. So that's definitely my advice for upcoming outfit makers.
Thanks for coming up here and sharing your knowledge with the community. Miigwech.
Miigwech. It's been an honor.
Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it. Tell me your name and tell me what you're going to be making.
I'm Madison Spears and I'm making a jingle dress.
Tell me, is this your first time making one?
Yes.
Do you think it's going to be easy?
I think it's going to be a little complicated but fun.
Have you picked out the material that you're going to use to make the dress?
Yeah.
Okay, can you show it to me and tell me what it looks like?
It has a orange flowers and then an orange pattern with triangles on it.
Pretty. Why did you pick those colors? Why did you pick those patterns?
I didn't pick them out.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, but they look really pretty. And which one is going to be? Now, tell me about how making the dress is going to work. Like, is that going to be the top or?
That's going to be the top, and then it's going to go a little more down on, like towards my stomach again, and then the rest is going to be the orange triangle color.
Those are beautiful colors. And then where do the jingles where do they get sewn on?
Oh, well, they go down I don't know how to explain it.
Do they go on the bottom of your dress or on the where below the waist?
Like below the waist.
And how many are going to be sewn on altogether?
I don't know yet.
No, you don't know yet. Great. Well, it looks like a beautiful dress. I can't wait to see it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Lake Vermilion boarding school on the Boys Fort Reservation started in the late 1890s. The school started as a missionary school for the church, but soon became a tool to erase Native culture and identity. Many Native American children were taken from their families to be assimilated into European culture and never heard from again. Parents who resisted sending their children off were severely punished. Schools were, quote, a way to conquer the Indians. The boarding school era in America started in the late 1870s with the first school opened in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Approximately 100 schools were open on and off Indian reservations across America and were funded by the government. Lake Vermilion was the primary boarding school in the Northland. In 1934, the boarding school era ended with the Indian Organization Act, which began the process of shutting down the schools. Lake Vermilion was one of the last boarding schools shut down and lingered on into the 1950s. Today, many of our elders were affected from this boarding school that was on our reservation. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a Boys Fort perspective.
My name is Tim Brown, Boys Fort Band, but I wasn't raised around here as my father was in the military. So I was raised all over out west. When I went to college, at Idaho State University, and I met up with a Shoshone girl, and I had 3 boys. I started doing Indian relay with the Shoshones while I was going to Idaho State University. You know, during the summers I'd ride relay. We'd be campaigning all over in Idaho and Montana and Wyoming at the Indian festivals.
So it's kind of just in your blood. It's in the family legacies.
It's in the family legacy, and I remember my Uncle Fred, you know, Fred Isham, everybody knows Fred Isham. Fred brought those Ojibwe horses back from Lac LaCroix. He was big in the horses, and always had those kids around the village, you know, talking to him, and everybody was riding them. My dad used to ride those horses around, you know, when he was little. He's 80 now. His brother broke an arm falling off one of them horses way back when. So you know, horses, I've always loved them. So today we're doing Indian relay race. They didn't have it. It's mostly Western tribes that do this Indian relay, and at like Crow Fair, at the Shoshone Bannock Festival, you know, at all those. And it pretty much started with the Shoshones, is what there's a consensus. I've been here and they don't have relay up here on this side of the country, really. It's on the west. But then 4 years ago, Canterbury, they've been working pretty hard with the Sioux people here, you know, Mystic Lake and Mystic, that the tribe wanted to bring the relay back over here. I wanted to ride again. I mean, actually, I wanted my son to ride. He's over there, Derek. He is an awesome rider, and he could do this stuff. And so I wanted to, you know, that's a lot of his heritage too.
How long have you been taking care of horses?
I think I might be the only one ever to ride a horse to work at Fortune Bay. Because I remember riding a horse to work and parking it way back behind the bingo hall in the trees before.
Dang, that's awesome.
Before they built that other parking lot, before they took everything, before they built the hotel, it was just trees back there. And I'd ride the horse to work, and yeah. Before they had the bike path set up, so it was just rough little road, little trails.
Long time ago.
1991, 1992, I was riding a horse to work.
And you're still riding horse.
And I'm still riding horse.
What are Indian relay races?
The Indian relay race is 3 horses, and it's around a regular racetrack, you know, like here at Canterbury. So you have your rider who's riding bareback. He takes one turn around the track on the one horse. Now, all the teams are set up in front of like the grandstand area. They're all lined up, so everybody has their own teams. They have their own little area of, you know, their own little box that they have to keep their horses in and their team in. And so when we ride in front of the grandstands, we find where our team is and we cut in. and we kind of just aim for the wall, we aim for our team, and we jump off the horse while it's still running. And we're praying to God that our mugger, he's the guy that catches the horse, is able to catch that horse, because a loose horse is a DQ and disqualification. So he's got to catch that horse. So the mugger catches the horse. We have the setup guy who's setting up the next horse, you know, just perfect, so when the guy jumps off, he can jump back on the next horse. He has to hit the ground, at least with 1 foot, but you know, it's impossible almost to jump off of 1 foot on the other horses. But anyway, so you take a little short run, jump on the other horse, and then go. And then you have the other guy who's holding the extra horse in the background. So you have the rider, the mugger, the setup man, and the back holder. And those are the 4 people on the team, and I'm happy to say I have enough sons to make the team up. It's a lot of conditioning with the horses, and this year, of course, everybody knows how it was back home for us with all the wind, all the thunderstorms, all the lightning. It seems like every time I had a chance to hit the track at Barnum, because I had to drive all the way to Barnum to get to a track, there was thunderstorms. So it was not good that way. We didn't get quite the condition on our horse that we needed to, like our first horse. Last year he was great. They were conditioned. This year, you know, he's lacking a little bit of bottom because he just doesn't have the muscle to go. But he was stronger yesterday than he was the first day, so hopefully he's all right today.
Well, on behalf of the Boys Fort Tribal Radio, I appreciate the background on your team, your horses, and the event here at Canterbury Park. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you.
Good luck tonight. Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Anishinaabe Winter Storytelling, where guest speakers share stories and knowledge passed down from generation to generation. Brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM, Boys Fort Tribal Community Radio, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Uju, Sinikwe Indigu, Eileen, Indigenous Jaganashi Moning. My name is, Asinikwe, Stone Woman, Eileen in English. Thank you for having me here. This is an awesome event. It's my first time doing something like this. What I have is a story that we've told in class. I've studied at the University of Minnesota, and where the classes are designed so that we tell stories on our own. This one I'll read, and then in the language, and then I'll offer an English translation. It is Southwest Ojibwe dialect, and maybe even it shows like some words that might even be used more frequently, like in Red Lake, for example. I'm not really sure. There's not a name on this story. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's one of the more silly stories of that, where Nenabuju is the main character, told from his perspective, if you will. Nenabuju Nagai Onabwaka Manesan. Nenabuju and his smart berries. I'll just jump right in here. Minoagiwe Nenabuju Baba Maj Gamed Eji Nagish Gawad Wij Anishinaabe. Eji ka gwejmigod nen buj. Giwi ka gwejmin gegu. Aninda gin wenji na bwakayan. Misa nenabuju eji na gwetawad. Anana na bwakamane sanisa ni napane na mijinan. Misa eji godenu wij Anishinaabe. Anindi dashiko wendinamananew na bwakamane san. Gainin da mijinan na bwakamane san. Misa nenabujeji nakamad ambe we Jewishin giga wabanda in wendinaman. Misa eji nakomegod ahaw giga babawi Jewin. Misa eji jawa de ma megwe kob o wabanda ad aya magadane genu ne bwaka manesan. Nenabuju eji god Misa o wa buzu mikanes. Mio ma jimikamanginu nibwa kamenesan. Oh, mina o ma. Misa nena buju eji. Ma minganang enu wabuzu muis. Eji enina moad enu o weji wa kunan. Misa eji mamod ao beba gikno amowind. Aneji jakamod bejik. Ishte wabuzu muesan sa wino no. Gawin na bwa kamane sana wansanun. Nena buju eji na kwetwad. Mi guayak. Gawin na bwa kamane sana wansanun anu. Mi ajikwa gaigin nani na bwa kayan. Me you. Okay, so the English version, I hope some of you understood some of that. I hope I get better at this and I'm doing it on my own and I can do better storytelling technique and all of that. The English version, Nenabuju and his smart berries. Again, it is said Nenabuju was out walking the lake when he met his fellow Anishinaabe, and he asks, Nenabuj, I want to ask you something. Why are you so smart? Nenabuju answers him, because I always eat smart berries. So then that Anishinaabe asks him, where do you get these berries from? I too could eat some berries. Nenabuju answers him, come on, come with me, I'll show you where I get them. Okay, he replies, I'll go with you. So they then go into the bush and he showed him where those smart berries were at. Nenabuju says, that rabbit trail there, you'll find those smart berries. Oh, okay, here? So then Nenabuju collects that rabbit poop and hands it to his friend. And that one that's learning so much pops one in his mouth. Ishte, he says, this is like rabbit poop. These are not smart berries. Nenabuju answers him, yep, that's right. Those are not smart berries. See, you're getting smarter already. Meet you. Thank you for listening to me, Miigwech Pisintawayeg.
Welcome to KBFT's live community powwow broadcast, a live broadcast series piece that took place during the Net Lake and Lake Vermilion powwows in 2021.
What's your name?
Dinigarabines, Lee Whitefield from Obashin, Panima, yeah, Panima, Minnesota. Mewasayin Taranibian, always cut a shit on him, Mama, and up to the gun, up to one, getting made me Baba taught Nimi Gawin. Neomani March Tan gaining, Istikian gaining, Margini me on gaining. Kinamago Benotic, you know what Goyaka Shinimi or gaining. Goyaka Shinimi on gaining. They have been putting in New Asian, Nimian Gucci. What Nigarama Pani, New Asian and Pani. The winter mouth, he goes squat tie, Nimek, the Besangita, Nimek, Goyaka Shinimic. Maybe they get wicked down gaining. Your mama, the shitton up chicken, the shitton my mind, me also. Your mother, Majestan, now Nimian gaining. About 50 years now I've been dancing, and when my dad was a champion grass dancer, and that's my mom made my first outfit, and I was about 21 years old, and so I started dancing. My mom said, you better get out there and honor your dad, so that's what I did. I started honoring my dad, and then become a champion grass dancer over 45 years and still winning the young kids out. I'm 72 years old and still grass dancing, and I'll continue on till I disable to grass dance. So I suggest you kids, don't give it up, don't smoke, don't do drugs. You'll never get anywhere by doing drugs. You stick to your traditional way of a grass dancer, traditional, whatever you dance. Just keep to it. You'll live longer, like me. I'm 72 years old, still dancing.
Rob, the Res reporter, Fairbanks.
Oh, thank you. It's just good to be here. All the way over here in beautiful Lake Vermilion. Oh, it's really nice. I quite didn't get the directions here, GPS wise. I got what you call the old traditional directions, Where are you going? Who do? So it's just good to be over here. Find a powwow ground. You smell buckskin, you know you're in the right area. I definitely smell the buckskin. The buckskin is strong. I remember as a kid going to powwows and setting up camp, and I remember in the morning you'd smell the campfires, or somebody had some eggs frying. Somebody had the little camper fryer going, or they had a little pan on the fire, and you could smell the bacon frying, and then you had the oatmeal and the bacon with the bacon grease. I always had to have that bacon grease. It's kind of like the forbidden fruit. It's just like it's not good for you, but you love it so much. It's like it's just gold. Oh, that's good, man. It's just good to see you guys. We got a nice setup here, man. Wow, I'm just so happy to be out here. I'm just when I come over here, I'm like, wow, this is beautiful, and I just love coming around. Like I said, anytime I get invited somewhere, I'm so happy, and I'm just happy to be here, man.
And now we have a special guest. She's a drum keeper, Boys Fort elder. I'd really like to welcome Rose Behrens.
Well, thank you for having me. I was raised at Nut Lake. My Indian name is Ojawashku Benesik. I'm a Blue Thunderbird woman. Actually, Nut Lake was a pretty cool place to grow up. We wanted to talk a little bit about powwows. When I was just a little kid, they had a roundhouse there, but after the roundhouse, they used to have powwows on what they called the ball diamond, because there was a baseball team from Nut Lake, and that's where they used to play baseball. And sometimes in the evening, in the summertime, old Walter Drift, he was an elder and a drum keeper. He'd take that drum and he'd go sit in the middle of that ball diamond all by himself, and you could hear him because it would echo all over the village in the quiet evening, and you'd hear him start pounding and singing, and pretty soon there'd be another voice in there with him, and then there'd be another voice, and then sometimes you'd hear some bells going, and then you'd hear a jingle dress. So people would hear him singing. The guys would go up there and help him sing, and sometimes people would come up there and they didn't even have any kind of outfit on. They just had their street clothes on, and everybody would come up and dance, and somebody would make a fire, and that would go on till sometimes 1-2 o'clock in the morning, and everybody would just sing and dance and visit, and sometimes somebody would bring food, and that happened really often. It was very impromptu. Nobody said, oh, let's go have a powwow tonight. And where that old roundhouse used to be, a lot of the times someone would go up there and make a fire, and they'd bring a drum up there, and they said that they wanted to show respect for the memory of that roundhouse and all of the spirituality that was actually inside of that building. And so that's why they would go up there and have powwows every once in a while. And it was the same thing. Somebody would start singing and people would just come. And another thing that used to happen up there, and I'm not sure who had this, but somebody down in Strongville had a water drum. And in the summertime, I'm not sure if it was on a special time or what. I was just a kid and I don't remember what the day was or anything. But you could hear it. Somebody would start pounding on that water drum, and it wasn't like a group didn't sing on it. Only one person did. And it had a different tone. It had I can't even explain the sound of it. You'd have to hear it. And it was partially filled with water, and it had a hide on the top. And whoever it was would start pounding that and singing these special songs that you sing on a water drum.
Thank you for listening to KBFT Live Community Broadcast Powwow Series, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Sit back, relax, because you're listening to Native Music Fest, featuring the rockin' sounds of Native musicians from Bois Forte and beyond. Tracy Bone is a Juno Award-nominated country singer and songwriter from Manitoba, Canada. She was partially raised on the Kisikoinen Ojibwe First Nation Reserve, where her dad is enrolled in the southwest part of Manitoba. Growing up, Tracy spent her time between the city and the reservation in the country. But it was the reservation where she felt most comfortable.
I found that being on the reservation, I felt a lot more freedom and a lot more safety in the sense of having my cousins, family, and the outdoors to be my playground.
She grew up mostly with her mother. Her father was in and out of her life. The lack of a father figure has had a profound impact on her life, which she chose to express through her music. One song she wrote about is called Me and Mama.
My mama raised me good, did everything she could. She was daddy, 'cause he couldn't be.
Bone grew up not knowing her language or culture. Both her grandmothers went to residential boarding schools in Canada, where they were stripped of their way of life. That experience, she explains, got passed down to her.
From their lives as young women, young girls, I should say, growing into young women who became mothers. And I remember speaking with my grandmother on my mother's side about her experiences, because I really needed to understand what it meant to come from that background, to carry that type of history. So it was very important for me as an artist and as a woman and as a mother to understand where I'd come from.
She wrote a song about that, too. Tracy had these words of encouragement for anybody who wants to be an artist, whether that means being involved in music or any other artistic profession.
I think anyone and everyone has a creative spark within them. One of the things that I've learned about who I am as a creative person is that I have this fire within me, which is also my Lakota name, which is keeps the fire. And so I encourage each and every one of you out there, youth to adults, to elders, to the children. I think the children already got this covered, but once we get a little bit older, we start to get shy. We start to pull back a little bit. And then once we become an adult, we sometimes, we say, oh, I used to do that, or I used to play guitar, or I used to sing, But once we can actually tap back into that childlike creativity of who we were when we were young, and we could just be free with music and be free with our songs and be free with our voices, I think that is the absolute best encouragement I can give someone, is just to go back into your old self when you were 5, when you were skipping around and dancing to music that was just playing on the radio, or you hear the drum and you could just feel that and it makes your body move. That you just sing a song without worrying about how it sounds or whether you're in the right key or right note. That music is just, it's healing, it's the flow, it's life. Everything about creativity is within each and every one of us, and it's up to us to believe that we can bring that out, and believe that that's something that we can do that will help heal one another and, of course, heal ourselves.
For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. Native Music Fest is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project and is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a boys fort perspective. Sitting here with the outdoor musician, the campfire troubadour, Maurice Chosa, and he's here during our KBFT Anishinaabe Baboon Festival. And you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Maurice, and I am the dog man.
Where'd you get your interesting name?
Well, it started out in Ely and kind of carried on over here. I tended to drive around a lot with dogs in the back of my car or the truck or whatever, always a load of them, and people started calling me the dog man. My grandfather ran dogs back in the 1800s on his trapping line up off Basswood Lake. My mother ran dogs in the same place in the 1920s, and I was a dog sledder for over 20 years in the Ely area where I got involved with that and interested in it, and it's one of those things. It's a tradition with the Anishinaabe has been for a couple of centuries where we've been dog sledders, and people kind of forget that. John Bear Grease wasn't the only dog sledder.
You spent a lot of time outdoors. What is your most memorable experience?
Oh boy, there's been a bunch of them, from running over a 6-foot frozen waterfall at high speed, giving kids rides, altercations with moose on the trail. There's been a number of things. It's almost always a real interesting trip, no matter what happens. I was asked to go along on a trip up to Crooked Lake, and I only had 3 dogs, but they're super fast. And so we're leading the trip, and we got 3 teams behind us, and we're coming down a frozen creek, and the dogs, of course, they're in a hurry, and they're going, and all of a sudden we come around the corner, and here's a waterfall that's frozen. And at one point, the only thing that was touching the ground was the tips of my sled, because dogs and the rest of the sled was airborne. And then we had a sharp turn at the bottom where the river turned again, so that made it an interesting ride. I wasn't sure I was going to survive that when we hit the ground. I was hang on for dear life and try to keep it upright. The people that have participated, have enjoyed it. Everybody I talked to with the snowmobiling or the dog sledding, they've enjoyed it, and I think it may have opened a few eyes. I tell people a little bit about the history of the dogs and dog sledding when I get a chance. I'm out there talking with people, so they can start. People can start understanding that this is part of our culture. As far as I'm concerned, this is much part of our culture as a powwow or anything else that we do as an Anishinaabe. This is part of it, and I hate to see it get lost. If we can get people to kind of do things together in a sense, and get involved in the community and get out in the community, I think we can come together a lot better.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Arts Fest, a series that celebrates the vibrant Native arts community in Minnesota. Miko and his older brother, Semsoji Samson, performed their energetic hoop dance routine together as the Samson Brothers. The performance mixes singing, a live DJ, and sometimes spoken word. Here's a poem they performed about their father.
I know this man who knows me more. It is through my blood he again walks this earth. And here's a vision of showing the world what Native American really means.
Their father, Will Sampson, was an actor, painter, and rodeo performer from Okmulgee, Oklahoma. He's best known for his role as Chief Bromden in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The Samson brothers performed in Nett Lake. Before the show, they talked about the origins of hoop dancing and why they are inspired to do it.
It's Jay. Yaweskano, Namhimiko ni Kyanson, Onondawat got me, Akenesiyo. Hello, my friends and relatives. I'm thankful that you are well, that you're here. My name is Lumhimiko. It means Eagle King. We are from the Seneca Nation people of upstate New York, and we're also Muskogee Creek from Oklahoma. This is my brother Sam Soji, and we are the Samson Brothers. We are here to share with you our rendition and our perspective on hoop dancing. Just a show of hands, how many of you guys ever seen hoop dancing before? Yeah, all right. How many of you guys know where hoop dancing comes from? Maybe not. All right, very good. So, just a little bit of context. A lot of cultures around the world very well had hoops as a part of their culture, as a part of their way of life. It took many, many years of collaboration for it to become what it is today. But in Anishinaabe stories, they have a story that goes right back to right after the creation of the earth itself. And Nanabuju's brother was actually the one to first pick up a hoop and start teaching other people about how the world was working and the things that animals did and the times and places these things would happen and the cycles that they go through and the awareness, the knowledge that they had. He very well became the first form of an encyclopedia. He would learn and share from everybody and go to the next village and learn and share, and to the next and learn and share and learn and share, until he got all the way back around Turtle Island. He got back to his home village and he said, man, I'm so tired. I can finally take a break. But then he thought, wait a minute, I picked up so much more information along the way. I gotta tell my tribe about this. I gotta tell the village that was just outside of my village. I gotta keep on going. And so that hoop is perpetual, it's forever. It keeps on going and going and going. With hoop dance, we simply have an instrument or a tool to help catalyze our stories and help tell a much grander story.
During his performance, Miko sometimes uses the hoop to teach a subject like math.
From the triangle to the square to the pentagon to the octagon to the decagon, the more and more sides that you add to a shape, the more and more it starts looking like a circle. Now here's your bonus question for the day. How many sides are in a circle? I heard 0, and I heard these little smarty pantses over here say infinity. Yes, very good. So a circle is defined as a shape with infinite sides and infinite angles. That means it goes on forever, infinite. We as indigenous people, we have the very same teaching, except we say it in this way. This hoop is perpetual. It goes on forever. It has no end and it has no beginning. And we are all a part of this circle. Every single one of us has a side in this circle, has a job to maintain, a connection to maintain with each other. But even more so, not only just the people have a side in the circle, but also the animals, the birds, the bees, the trees, the creepers, the crawlies, the earth itself, the sun, the moon, the stars, anything you can think of in this entire galaxy as a part of this hoop, is a part of your world.
Miko and Semsoji Samson believe there is so much positive energy that comes out of the dance, and it demonstrates how everything is connected. That's why they've had so much success and why they've performed all over the world. For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera.
I carry his voice, his trouble, his greed, his towering persona is all that is me.
Native Arts Fest is brought to you by the Nut Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Leah Yellowbird is a painter who's originally from International Falls. She's not just any painter, though. Leah Yellowbird's paintings look like beadwork. She shared her unique style of painting during a class as part of KBFT's Artist Series.
I brought something really simple. I brought a page from an Ojibwe coloring book. The reason why I did that is because I wanted to show how something as simple as this children's coloring book can turn into something that's not so simple. You know, you've got an outline and the rest is creativity of whoever's choosing to do it. And if we have 20 different people here, every painting's going to be different.
How did Leah Yellowbird get the idea for her beadwork painting? She tells KBFT the story of how it all started.
I always did something. I always did something with my hands. I always beaded. But when I started painting, it was, my dad had passed. And so I took my mom to Arizona for the winter. It was her first winter alone. And so we got this little trailer at this retirement park. And we got there, and I brought my kayak and stuff because I love to kayak. And these retirees party like gangsters, and I could not keep up, nor did I want to. And my mom was having a blast and having so much fun. And so I was kayaking during the day. In the evening, my bead time. I didn't bring any beads. So I went to a hobby shop and I bought one of those 24 paint kits, 24 colors, tiny little tubes. And I bought a couple paintbrushes, and I bought a roll of canvas. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I brought it back to the trailer. No room in this little trailer, they're very small. And I laid it out on the little kitchen dinette table that was in the trailer. And I told my mother, we don't have a table for the rest of the winter. And she said, okay. And I said, I'm going to paint this like I beaded it, because I'm missing it, beading so badly.
Because it takes so much time to complete a painting using Leah Yellowbird's style, she coached attendees carefully, explaining small details and techniques, like paint consistency.
I can see how if it's thicker, it'll kind of pop. Or I don't know the word I'm trying
It's a
to
ranch
use.
dressing situation.
Yeah.
And it's hard to describe because paint doesn't come in that consistency.
Yeah.
Class attendees had their work cut out for them. Even a simple design can take a very long time. Leah coached people by sharing that she makes mistakes on each painting and how to fix it.
And I told Lyra, there's not one painting that I've ever done that I haven't done that. I've always gone back and reblacked things.
Okay.
Because you make mistakes.
Leah Yellowbird took a big risk to follow the path of an artist, and it certainly paid off for her and the community that shared in her lesson.
What do I have to lose?
Well, I think you're putting a dot.
I've got nothing to lose. I only have to gain, and they're reaching out for me. These ancestors are, and they're offering me something. Do I take it, or do I spit in their face? So I took it. I quit the good job, and just kind of reset myself. And I just thought, is this something? Can I actually do this? Like, is this? I'm not an artist, am I? And then I decided to stop thinking about it. And just, if the ancestors were allowing me to do it, just go ahead and do it, and keep doing it until they stopped. And then it got to the point where I was afraid to stop.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Sit back, relax, because you're listening to Native Music Fest, featuring the rockin' sounds of Native musicians from Bois Forte and beyond. Michael Lyons is from the Leech Lake Reservation and is the creator of the podcast Boozhoo Nanaboozhoo. Nanaboozhoo isn't a person, it's a puppet, and Lyons uses him to educate children and adults about Ojibwe language and culture. Nanaboozhoo talks about life on the reservation, and he plays some music too. Lyons says the puppets are a cross between Sesame Street and the 1998 film Smoke Signals, directed by Cheyenne Arapaho filmmaker Chris Eyre. Lyons is an illustrator and author by trade. It's only recently that he created the character Nanaboozhoo for his podcast. Lyons brought Nanaboozhoo to Net Lake for a special performance.
And welcome back to Boozhoo Nanaboozhoo. My name is Natasha, and I'm here today with the very handsome Michael Lyons. Let's all give a round of applause.
The Puppet Podcast focuses on three things: an Ojibwe word of the day,
Who besides these guys over here can tell me the Ojibwe word for dog? Anamush from the back, good job. Anamush. Now Anamush has got kind of a southern accent.
Ojibwe stories,
in the Anishinaabe way. You know, this back in the days of the grandfathers. We didn't have Spider-Man, we didn't have Batman, but we had heroes, we had superheroes.
And music. Lyons used to work at the Leech Lake Tribal College. His office mate was an elder named Benny Tones, whose first language was Ojibwe.
And for about 3 years, Benny would teach me phrases. I wasn't in his class, but I learned a lot from him.
Boozhoo Nanabushu started as a comic strip. After seeing it, Lyons' younger brother encouraged him to bring the characters to life and put it online. One of Lyons' influences was Sesame Street. He grew up with only 2 channels in his household, NBC and PBS.
The Muppet Show came out, and on Monday nights you could watch those same Muppets, Kermit and a bunch of new guys, only this time they had guests like Alice Cooper or Elton John, or they'd have a musical guest every week.
The first time Lyons recorded a skit with the puppets, he said he put it on Facebook, not knowing what to expect.
But once I put it on Facebook, the people were so supportive that even though it was really bad, especially the early ones, it encouraged me to just keep doing it.
Lyons says his show isn't a lesson, but it is a fun way, especially for kids, to become comfortable saying words and singing in their own language.
Maybe I did love you.
For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. Native Music Fest is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project and is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
My name is Harry Goodsky. I'm actually from here, from Bois Forte, and I'm one of the MCs this weekend.
Great. Tell me a little now. You are wearing this really beautiful medallion. I'm wondering if you can describe it for me and tell me if you made it, how you made it, and if you didn't make it, tell me who made it for you and what their technique was.
Well, the person that made this is Crystal Pagel from Cass Lake. I don't have the patience to do this kind of work, and I never will claim to be. So she's the one that made it, and this is actually a caricature of the bad guy of the Avengers movies, Spider-Man movies, Hulk movies, Thor movies. This is going to be the ultimate bad guy. But I heard that you just put on 3 and double loop it, and then put on another 3 and double loop that, and another 3 and double loop that.
Now, why this character?
Well, I've actually invested in this character. This character has been around for like maybe 20, 30 years. And I actually have the first issue. I had the first issue where he was first into comics, like maybe 25 years ago. So I'm a fan.
So it's kind of like your avatar.
Yes, he's a bad guy, and everybody likes bad guys.
Now, why do you wear medallions? Tell me, because I noticed there's been a steady trend of a lot of men wearing necklaces, and that seems to be in Native culture, like that's very prominent and acceptable and even expected in some ways.
Well, sometimes it's to kind of let people know. It used to be we'd wear our clans. So at one time it used to be like you'd wear your clan on your medallion or your necklace. And that way they kind of tell people which clan you were from, because Ojibwe custom, you don't marry someone within your own clan. So you'd want to pick somebody from a different clan, and they would marry into your clan.
So it's kind of like saying, hey, I'm available.
Well, I'm not available, but it used to be that. So, yeah.
Okay, so now tell me a little bit about what it takes to become an MC at a powwow, because that's also a very particular talent.
Well, it's they actually threw me to the wolves one time. How
long ago was that?
I've been an MC for about 5 years now. I've been a singer for powwows for about 30 years now. We want to try to charge, or give the next generation the elders kind of said, well, you know, he does a good job and he's respectable and he's, you know, so they said, well, let's give him a shot. They gave me a shot, and I had good mentors like George Strong.
You do an announcement for me, like in your powwow MC voice.
Me. You. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the ball rolling here. It's grand entry time here in 25 minutes. So let's all right, host drum, where are you at? All right, head staff, where you at? Where's our eagle flags at? Where's our colors at? Head dancers, you know your role. Arena director, let's get to it.
Nice. Great. Well, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, just I always have fun when I come here to Boys Fort, and they trust me with the mic, so it's pretty cool to come back to your own res and be the MC, and the same thing with Lake Vermilion. I actually grew up over there, but I'm from here because it's two parts of the reservation. But yeah, they trust me with the mic, and I'm honored that they ask me to come back every year.
Great. Thank you so much, Terry.
All right, cool.
Native Fashion is produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
They were with Superior Siren, an eerie folk project from Duluth, Minnesota. Music is inspired by Lake Superior and Siren mythology and combines alluring vocals with mesmerizing blend of strings and percussion. Superior Siren is led by singer-songwriter guitarist Laura Sellner. Back in 2016, the band released their first full-length self-titled album and is releasing an EP in May. Yeah, welcome, Laura. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
This whole Superior Siren mystique is really cool. Can you just tell us where you got the idea and the inspiration?
Yeah, well, I am born and raised in Duluth, Minnesota. And so I've lived next to Lake Superior my whole life and have always had a connection to water. And I attribute that to being a Pisces and always going to the beach with my mom growing up and loving to swim and loving the water. And so I definitely have this feeling of being like a mermaid. And when I wanted to start creating music, I wanted to create something that was a little creepy and different and maybe made people uncomfortable, but also was alluring and poignant. And so the siren mythology really fit that theme. And I wanted to make a connection to place. And so chose Superior Siren for Lake Superior.
Yeah, that's great. And speak about alluring, like your voice is really alluring. That's what really stands out with your music. You know, you have this really unique and powerful voice.
And thank you for saying those kind things.
How have you guys been dealing with this pandemic?
Well, it definitely has been hard. It's been hard for everyone. For me personally, it definitely was stifling, and kind of all the directions that I was going in my life were halted, and it made me question, I think it made all musicians question what a career in music would look like. But I feel like we just had to find ways to maneuver through it and create new ways to make music. And thankfully, like I was saying with the music video, there's still things to do behind the scenes until it's safe to perform out in public. And we are all, me and the band members, are still very committed to the project and are taking small steps to move it forward. So it's been challenging, but I feel like we're coming around and we're booking some outdoor shows this summer. So I'm very excited to start performing again with an audience.
Yeah, there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel. I think the shows are going to open up to like more outdoor shows this summer. And then who knows after that again. But anyways, how many albums have you released? You have 2 albums out and an EP coming?
Yeah, so I started Speak Your Siren as a solo project, and so I released a solo EP back in 2014, and that was just kind of a way to record what I was writing. I didn't really have much intention behind it. I was just kind of getting going with the whole project. But that got a good local response. And then after finalizing the band and getting all those ladies together, we started working on the full length, and I wanted to do a bigger project, do CDs and vinyl. And then I took songs from that solo EP and recreated them with the band, and we released that. And that was a great experience. Most of the projects that I do are funded through grants, mostly through the Arrowhead Regional Arts Council. So I'm very grateful for funding in Minnesota because it has allowed us to do what we want to do. And so we released that album, toured it, and learned a lot from that experience. And so I have this plan to kind of consecutively release a solo EP followed by a full length. And so I'm releasing this solo EP on May 7th, and I'm really excited about that. And then that kind of allows for us to work on the next full length. And so it's my way of like getting music out there and keeping listeners engaged and continue to create while we prepare for the next full length album.
Cool. Congratulations on your upcoming releases, and we really look forward to that. We at KBFT have been playing your stuff on our station now for a while, so we're supporting you 100%.
Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Rich Mattson is a musician, songwriter, producer, and legend from the Iron Range, Minnesota.
My name is Rich Mattson, and I am from West Eveleth on the Iron Range of Minnesota, and I currently live in Sparta, and that's not far from where I grew up. I'm a musician and a recording engineer, a music producer, and I play guitar, I play bass, and I kind of dabble in the drums too. Mostly I'm a guitar player and a singer and a songwriter, and I enjoy making music for my own purposes with my own band, and I enjoy recording other bands and encouraging them and working with them in my recording studio, Sparta Sound.
I can't love you, baby, like you need me to.
I've been recording for about 30 years. I started in Minneapolis. I lived down there for about 18 years, from 1987 to 2005.
Do you have any awards?
While I was living in Minneapolis, our band got an award for Best Americana Band, and that was in 2003. And I was named Best Songwriter by the City Pages in Minneapolis in the year 2000. And that was with my band Old Yeller. And Old Yeller actually got a couple more awards, Best Rock Band and Best Rock Album in 2006 and in the Minnesota Music Awards. And I also got Best Producer that year. So we kind of swept the rock category, which is pretty cool.
What are you influenced by?
I have a lot of influences, I guess. My grandparents, musically, I think my main influence, I got to say Neil Young, probably my favorite musical artist. Neil Young, I just love him because he just keeps on delivering the goods. He keeps making records, and he keeps being influential to, he's just a positive influence. He's never been, all messed up or he's just always kind of done the right thing and kept producing more and more music, and I just love all of it. And Neil's my guy. I love his guitar playing. I love his songwriting, his lyrics. I love his voice. And there's so many guys like that in rock and roll that I follow, and Neil just keeps delivering. Another thing I love about Neil is he's in touch with the environment and helping others and just being a positive force in the world. And he's an inventor, and he writes books, and he's kind of all over the place. And I like that about him. I also, one of my favorites is Bob Dylan. He's another one of those guys that just keeps on delivering, and he's an artist. And one thing, when you're an artist, I mean, there's been times where I felt like giving up, where I thought that I wasn't going to be able to make a living off it forever, and I'd have to give it up at some point. But and I've tried just not doing anything and in art, and getting a regular job and doing that. But I always gotta create. I have to keep doing it. It keeps me sane. It keeps me busy, and it's just something that if you're born with it and it's something you like doing, and you feel a need to do it, and it makes people happy, you got to keep doing it. And the greatest challenges to being an artist is really just wondering if it's worth it. And you're creating something out of nothing.
Well, I never met my neighbor.
You're creating something from your mind, an idea that you have. You get a vision, or you hear a song that you never heard before, and it's just coming from the ether. It's just coming from nowhere, and you get it out of your head. It's never a bad thing to create something.
How has the COVID pandemic affected you, your band, and your music?
Definitely a lot of challenges for me. One thing that I've said a few times during this whole thing, this is the longest I've gone my whole life without playing music with my friends. I mean, I've always had a band together, and we'd get together and make noise and, just have a good time rehearsing, or just making up songs, or just jamming, making a bunch of noise. So the biggest challenge really is not being able to do that like all winter long. Is just finding different things to do, stepping outside the box, and fortunately through my connections, I was able to record some guitar tracks for people. I started making videos, posting them on YouTube, just songs that I've learned over the years. I'd just set up my camera and play a tune, original songs, cover songs. And after a while, I had 179 songs that I posted on YouTube. I was also working on Rich Manson and the North Stars album called Skylights that we just put out in February. And I really just kind of whittled away at that through the summer and winter months, getting that to where I like the sound of it. And I had a lot of spare time to work on the mixing, and a lot of alone time and time with my girlfriend Jermaine. And we just really worked on that record and worked on her music and singing together. Yeah, and there's still challenges. The shows that we're going to be playing are going to be outdoors, and now I just worry that we're going to get rained out. So hopefully the weather stays nice, and the weather gods will smile on us, and we can have some good, fun shows outdoors this summer.
Where can we find more information on you?
I've got a website. It's www.richmatsonmusic.com, and that's kind of like a hub with links to my bio and the bio is pretty detailed, kind of covers all my years of playing music. And there's a discography link where you can see all the albums that I've completed and made available. Most of those are on bandcamp.com. And I've got a Sparta Sound band page on bandcamp.com, and that web address is spartasound.bandcamp.com. And I think there's probably like 20 albums available on there, and you can just listen to them. You don't even have to pay for them. You could just listen to them. So that's Rich Manson and the North Stars albums. There's Jermaine Gemberling albums, Bitter Spills albums, and a whole bunch of solo stuff too. And there's another page for my old band. We were called the Glen Russells, and that's a separate page on Bandcamp as well. Another group that I play with, it's a folk duo called the Bitter Spills, and that's just me and my buddy Grant Johnson. And what we do is just we're keeping the folk tradition alive. We play old folk tunes and some stuff that we wrote. We play in the bars, and we play outdoor festivals and wherever we can. But he's one of my best friends, and he and I we just get together and do that picking and grinning.
Do you have words of encouragement to future artists and musicians?
Just create. If you have it in you, if you're a creative person, it's a gift. You got to use it. Don't ever stop. It's something that you'll always want to do, and find the time to do it. Even if it's just for yourself. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to have these big rock and roll dreams of taking over the world. Just keep creating, and eventually if you feel like sharing it, share it with the world. Get it out there. There's so many ways to find your path and get your music or your art, whatever you like to do. Word gets around. If it's something that you love doing, you got to find time to do it, and you get better at it and better at it, and eventually you get the confidence to share it, and then the people that you share it with will share it with others, and word gets around, and eventually people are calling you to make appearances and or buying your product, or you just gotta go for it. I really believe that everyone's got a purpose in life. You got to find that purpose, and sometimes you got to look for it, and that's the hardest part, is finding what you enjoy doing the most. You just got to find your passion in life. Follow your dreams.
Anything else you would like to add?
I just want to say KBFT Radio has just been such a great resource. It's they're so in touch with the heritage, and for encouraging people to understand their culture and create and just be part of the community. And it's just such a great resource for the North Country, and I'm really glad that it's there. And it's just cool that there's such a wide variety of music and educational programs, and just they're trying to do the right thing, and I really love it.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
My name Baybob Inibines, otherwise known as Jerome Whiteman. I'm a Vietnam Army vet. I am 73 years old. Drafted in 1968. That's when I went in on the 4th of March. Well, actually, I was with the 101st Airborne Division. They kept looking at my mechanical aptitude. I started off as a clerk, and then I went to the line. So after I went to Vietnam, then I puttered around as a mechanic for a little bit. Then I went to the flight crew, and those are the ones that fly. Door gunner, crew chief, flight engineer. Not a pilot. I wasn't an officer, so I wasn't even close to that. The ones I served was the pilots and the crew,
were basically just like I was, draftees. I was in an aviation unit, being that it was my, I had an high aptitude for mechanical things. I went to Fort Eustis, Virginia, which is just outside Norfolk, that big Navy compound they have down there. It's all military in that whole peninsula. The main things I took away from there was the knowledge about myself as to who I am, that the world is greater than me. And it's not how you make the world fit you, it's how you fit in, where it is. We all have a place in this world. And sometimes it's circumstances make that decision for you, but it's how you make the best of it. Because your life is your own, and it's what you make of it. If you do better than most, fine, that's great, because that's the goal in life, is always to improve. Yesterday's gone, we can't do anything about that. It's live today for tomorrow. The term I just does not fit in there. Or my, that does not fit in there. It's we and us, and I learned that. Well, Veterans Day to me, being that I am an old vet, I went in at one of the hardest times in our society here. What with the protests and all that. And it was pretty hard to deal with. At that time when I went in, it didn't bother me. But the more time I spent in, the more time I became aware of things. I had my opinions, political or otherwise. But then again, I was a soldier. I had a job to do. I was expected to do this. So I performed as best as I could with what I had. And I wasn't the fastest, the best, or the sharpest, or anything like that. I was just one of many, and there are a lot of guys like me. Come to mind, I went in with one of the locals here one of the guys I grew up with. We were in the same unit, basically just across the next compound he was in, but he was a casualty, as Dwayne. He was already over there. And once I found out, I got his address from his sister, his older sister, and I looked up his company, and sure enough, his company was right across a unit from mine, and in fact, the next compound. So I went over there, hoping we can get together, but he was out in the field at that time. So I went back about a week later, if that, and I found out he was a casualty. And I never did catch up with him, because I went to after I come from, I found that out, I beat it over to the medical facility, and he was already shipped out on his way processing out to come home. So I missed out on him. I didn't see him until I got back. Oh, it must have been about a year later. He told me all about him, what happened, and where I was. And he saw that big helicopter company where I was next door to, but he had no idea where I was going there. Neither did he. So that stayed with me for still with me today. And I see him from time to time, because I went in with a lot of kids from the range area, Hibbing, Virginia, the Britt area, Ely, and today I often wonder what they're doing today. We're warriors, it's our culture. From the day we were born, providers, protectors, and it's just in us. My own personal family, I had 4 daughters that went in. They all went into the Navy. My family is all Navy. I was the only bugger that, me and my son were Army. He's a combat veteran. So I have some grandsons that are highly thinking about going in, because our family is like that. And we're part of the Lynx clan. My clan is like that. It's just the way warriors are. We're bred that way, to provide, to protect, and to serve. We've been through a lot, we've seen a lot. And a lot of the things that we've seen and heard and know of, well, today we just got to live with it. And it's rather humbling for a lot of us. Some of us don't like to talk about it. I saw what I saw. If I could do it again, I would. In fact, a lot of us old vets. Some of us are impaired, but we still have something to give. But those days are gone. Some of the few things that I've done that I'm very, very proud of. And I know no one can take that away from me.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Boys Fort band members, past and present.
Hausa. Bimatu Mishadim, Dishnakaz, Minawa Nicholas Shaw, Jaganashimo, Mikizian Dame, and Dunjaba Wasa, Janakade, Mishigaming, Minwa Nongom, and Kakabe Kong. Apachiko and Migwachwendum, Jayanoma. Just saying thanks very much for having me here. Glad to be here today. I'm Nicholas Deshaw, Bimbatu Mishtim, Eagle Clan. From Michigan. Now I live in Twin Cities, and I'm a descendant of Bois Forte, Net Lake. Yeah, absolutely. So I can trace my Bois Forte lineage back to, I think, the 1850s. That's as far back as we have on the official records. And those ancestors of mine, their names were Memeno Goneash and Wendabanoki, husband and wife. And they're the last I know that had only Ojibwe names. After that, I'm not sure where this came from, but the family name became Brown. And I don't know where that name came from because neither of those names have Brown in them in their Ojibwe meaning. And then from there, because it kind of was a series of daughters, the name changed to Gagnon, I believe. And then from there to Langren. So my great-grandmother was Alice Langren, and she was the last that I know of in my direct ancestry to really be a fluent speaker of the language, which is something I'm really passionate about. She was sent to Haskell back when it was a boarding school. From there, she had a couple of kids. So she had a number of kids, actually. One was my great-grandfather, Charles Langren, and he was sent to the Net Lake boarding school with his brother Ernie, or Ernest, known as Ernie, and they actually hopped a train and like ran away from it when they were like 8 years old. And I believe that she sent them back, but they ran away again, and she stopped sending them that. And that was kind of when I learned that story, that was kind of an eye-opening thing because I didn't know that my family had been so directly affected by the boarding school experience, and it kind of opened my eyes a little bit to some of the stories I've heard about him. He was a tough. He wasn't the greatest father, from what I hear. He was a better grandfather, but he was still very, very loved. He had many of his own challenges, as many of our ancestors do. My dad would always tell me this really funny. I thought it was a really funny story. He'd go up from Duluth in Wisconsin. They'd go up and visit Grandpa Charles, and he didn't like stopping for red lights, I guess. So he'd lean back to my dad and my uncle and say, "Close your eyes," and just drive right through red lights just all the time, I guess. So my dad always liked telling that story, and my dad always had a lot of love and affection for his grandfather. And Grandpa Charles kind of wanted something different. The 1930s was a hard time for everyone, but I think in particular for Native people, and the reservation was a tough place to live. So he left and moved to I think he moved to Ely first and then Two Harbors. So my grandmother grew up between those two areas, and then she went on from there to Duluth, I believe, and she went to St. Scholastica and became a nurse, and was very passionate about nursing, very passionate about children and healthcare. Especially, she always took care of us when we were young. When I was young, she was really one of the first ones to take care of us. And I don't know about traditional belief systems in my family so much. My family pretty much, as far as I know, has been Catholic. My grandmother lived and died as Catholic, and she really believed strongly and in a good way. It wasn't something that she used kind of as a weapon that some people can, but yeah, absolutely. So I think my family is really an example of someone who progressively tried to get away from that part of your heritage. It was something to hide until I came around. My grandmother got more open with it and was more proud of it, that part of where she came from. Yeah, I've really fallen in love with Net Lake since college. I only came up a few times, but now I'm trying to really make it a point to come here as often as I can, just to really try to be a part of this community and learn what I can. And as I have my own children, I want them to know. I don't want them to have, or to have the same questions I had. I want them to know, no, my family comes from Nett Lake. We are Anishinaabe. This is where we're from. I'm proud of it. I know this place, and I can go there, and I know I have a home, and I have a heritage that is to be celebrated, to be very proud of.
The Family History Series is brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
My name is Gene Goodsky, and my native name is Detigiguneb, which means a northern harrier, English name of a hawk. As I was 17, I joined the Navy hoping to get into the Seabees. 14 years honorable of military service. I was discharged as an E6, which is a first-class petty officer and the equivalence to a staff sergeant. I had 4 good conduct medals. My first orders, Vietnam. I went over there and could have got killed about 5 or 6 times. I was with a unit, a CB team. There was only 80 men in that unit. And in a battalion there's 800. What they used to call that, the CB teams, is the elite force of the Seabees. So I was fortunate to get picked into one of them teams. And we used to go out to these Marine camps out about 40, 50 clicks away, kilometers from the main base. We'd load up all of our equipment in a little caravan. We'd go out to the camps, and they were really glad to see us coming. As the equipment operators, we had about 4 bulldozers, D8s, and guys, the equipment operators would push all that perimeter back about 200-300 yards. They'd make a big mound all the way around their camp. Some of the equipment operators that were backhoes, they'd dig trenches all the way around their camp, and they'd put the sand on the top so they'd have cover. Every once in a while they'd make a little break all the way around, and they put concertina wire on the other side of and on the top. But at night when they get attacked, Charlies they call them, the enemy, you'd get these big wide boards like a 2x12. You'd put it over the top, they'd run up on the top, they'd carry another 2x12 with them and drop it down, and they'd run across, and before they hit the ground, the Marines would shoot them. Nobody hit the ground live, and we were right behind them there. We were firing ourselves. That's why the Marines were so glad to see us, because we were able to build that big mound over there. Illumination, because they'd attacked at night, and they'd shoot up them illumination flares. It's just like daylight. There was that half of the force, on guard duty, watching the place. Then when they get under attack, the siren would go off, and everybody would run out and grab their weapons and go to the lines. That one particular morning when me and my 2 friends were coming from the morning breakfast, morning chow we call it. They were about an arm length away from me on both sides, walking. Then pretty soon you hear that whistling sound. And about that time the siren went off, which meant incoming. We're being attacked by rockets. And one landed about 100 yards from us, and it exploded, and you could just hear the metal ripping. And as soon as the metal was ripping and burst out, they'd all shoot forward. And my 2 friends, they each took 2 pieces of shrapnel, gut shot. And, we all buckled over and hit the ground. I laid there for about 5 minutes until the siren went off. And I got up, and my friends didn't get up. There was about 40 guys laying down, and there was about 20 of us standing. And we started hollering for the medics. And the ambulance came racing across the runway. They took us all in to get us checked. They didn't find any marks on me, but they took my 2 friends away. And the next morning I went back to the hospital to check to see how they're doing. And when I got over admitting, They said, no, we don't have anybody here by that name. So they must have got killed. 2 shrapnels in each one of them, because otherwise they would have been there. I never seen them again. And I made it through. I served 12 months over there. I got over there in country, they call it in country, December 10th, 1968. And I left January 10th, 1970. I went to the bar, wait for family. And while I was sitting there, these 2 long-haired guys come up to me. They said, where are you coming from? That was before I went and changed clothes. I went and stopped and had a beer. And I said, I'm coming from Vietnam. And they looked at me. They said, what the H were you doing over there? I said, you know something? I went over there to keep you free. That's why you're free today. Because I put my life on the line for people like you. And they left. But that's the kind of greeting, the first greeting that I got from when I got to Minnesota. They know they got me mad. And after that, I went and changed clothes. And after that, family came and we put our lives on the line to keep us free. We had a lot of faith in our tobacco, eagle feathers, hawk feathers. Yeah, every time I see a veteran, no matter who they are, Vietnam, Korea, whether they're Marine, Army, Air Force, they're a veteran, I walk up to them and I shake their hand. I just tell them, welcome home. Mio. That's all.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Hello, welcome to KBFT Virtual Music Fest interview sponsored by KBFT 89.9 FM, Boys Fort Tribal Radio, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we're here with a special guest, a Minnesota-based musician. He's a vocalist and songwriter of some of the world's most notable hard rock acts, such as Pyramaze, Avian, Balance of Power, and many more. He also has his own record label, Nightmare Records, and they've been around since the 1990s.
Exciting.
Hey, Lance, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Awesome. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for inviting me.
This is like so awesome to have, for the station, we hardly get any hard rock acts. And, I've had my eye on you for a really, really long time. I first saw you. Actually, I buy a lot of music on Amazon, like CDs and records and vinyl. And I bought some prog CDs from Amazon there. And this was, like early 2000. I'm talking like 2003, somewhere around there. Mm-hmm. And they sent me a promo disc. It had all kinds of bands. There's probably like 20 bands on there, and Pyramaze was on there.
Oh, and cool.
With that tune, Souls of Pain, I listened to the whole CD. The only band that really stuck out was Pyramaze, It was because of your vocals.
Wow, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, on the song, it has a cool guitar lead kind of hook in there that starts off, and then your voice just takes it even further. Of like something like Queensryche, Jeff Tate is really comparable, and I could really see like he's probably one of your influences, but
he was one of my earlier influences. Yeah,
you're like right up there with some of the best vocalists in the world, I think.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, I was inspired by the likes of Steve Walsh from Kansas and Steve Perry from Journey, and I love Brad Delp's voice from Boston, and I could go on and on and on, but the ones that stuck out to me were the guys that just could sing their butt off, and they had these high register, beautiful melodies, but they could reach the stratosphere, and that just was inspiring to me. Another one would be Geddy Lee. Early Rush really was a big thing for me. I loved them, and then I started playing out right out of high school in the clubs, and at the time that was a long time ago, 1981, and so things like the Cars were big at that time. Not really what I was listening to. I mean, Styx and Journey and all that were definitely huge, but a little bit different than a lot of the stuff, I guess.
Yeah. To get that voice that you have, what kind of training did you have to go through, or
trial and error? It was all just me trying to mimic other singers and having gigs and having to practice and get through the gigs, and having to build up the endurance and being able to hit the notes, So yeah, it was just it didn't start that way, it really didn't. I think I've always enjoyed singing along with good music, so it just was a matter of how much I focused on it and was doing it a lot more often. And if you're doing it in front of people and you're trying to entertain them, you're really focused, so you get better at it if you're doing it a lot. And we were playing a lot, In the beginning, we were playing every weekend, and even though it was I'd say a C band, a crummy little C club band, we were having a lot of fun and getting practice. You just get in there and get your feet wet, keep doing it, and you get better.
Yeah, but your original music, it's not like any of the cover music that you started off playing.
No, it's not. Well, you evolve into different things in the originals. Yeah, I mean, you start to write and it's a labor. You don't really know where to start. You have no idea what you're doing, and you just start writing ideas down, and they're not very good, and you try and get them better, and nothing really clicks, and then one day it just starts working, and you just keep at it until you go, oh, that's good. That's pretty good. I like that.
Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to a series about outdoor activities from ricing to survival skills from a boys' fort perspective.
William George Isham IV, Conservation Committee. I also work for the DNR as a water quality technician. I've been living on the res 46 years. My dad tells me I was duck hunting when I was about 4 years old. He said that I used to get upset because I couldn't see through the duck blind. My mother told me that I used to go in the rockaroo in the vehicles when they would go shining. So I've been, ever since I can't remember, I suppose, since I was a young kid. Trapping, trapped since I was about 6. When I lived in the village here, I'd walk down the lake shore and go rat trap beaver. My favorite animal is the moose. One, it gives me so much meat for, one animal. And two, that's the only adrenaline rush I get now, is when you hunt something that can kill you or can tip your vehicle over, that's a hell of an adrenaline rush. Not only that, to me they taste better. They're more of a sweeter meat. Beef, I don't buy beef. It really subsidizes the food. It's like they're ricing, duck hunting, deer hunting, moose hunting, grouse, walleyes in the spring. And that really cuts down on the grocery bill. For instance, my family, and the way I was raised, if I don't have to go to town and buy meat, I'm happy with that. All the hormones and stuff they got in the chicken, and stuff they got in the the beef.
Yeah, you never know. You never know what the heck they're pumping in in that food.
Yeah, and then if you try to buy organic, then you pay twice as much. So if we've got the food here, we got a nice environment here. We don't have pesticides or nothing like that, so we have good, clean meat. I think we originally came from Michigan. My dad was a band member. My grandpa wasn't. So over there, they were commercial duck hunters. And times got bad, depression, that's when they moved here. Married band members, whatnot, they were able to hunt here. And that's all we did for subsistence. My grandpa, he even taught my dad, when you go hunting ducks, you bring about six shells, try to line them up, shoot them in the water, you got supper, you get more ducks per round. Back in the 80s, early 80s, I think we went all the way up to the 80s, where we could hunt deer in the spring. Everyone had their own salt licks. Growing up, the old man we always had deer meat pancakes, deer meat scrambled eggs, duck soup, roasted duck, walleyes, and I used to get tired of that, And then once you grow up and you learn, I don't want a hamburger, I want fried walleyes and JoJo potatoes or something,
Yeah.
Tastes better.
So where would you get walleyes?
We'd go up to Vermilion and net.
Oh, okay.
We'd net in the spring, net in the fall, and my grandpa, he would net under the ice. Well, traditional hunting, for instance, I think it probably stopped in the early 80s. We used to have something called waswagen, which would be fire hunting. That's gone now. I don't know why they don't let us do it anymore. Fire hunting, you'd build a little box, put it in front of your canoe, hang a lantern, paddle around the lake shore, shoot the deer. In the spring they come out, eat that fresh green growing out on the lake shore. And then we used to have a traditional mallard hunt in the spring. That's gone. We'd go out there and just shoot the greenheads. They'd be pairing up. Salt licks in the spring. A lot of traditional things. We'd have our own salt licks, and we don't have that anymore. So we kind of lost the minerals and the salt that are really attracted to deer here. That's gone. But the DNR has been putting out salt licks just to try to keep a better herd out there.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think we got away from traditional hunting?
I think probably conservation committees and the DNR department, I think, back then was more geared towards sport hunting. I would like to bring it back to more traditional. Mm-hmm. We lost too much. I think we should, if we need a deer, we should be able to go get it.
Boys Fort Outdoor is produced by KBFT with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Writers Fest, a series that features Native literary talent from Minnesota and beyond. Marcy Rendon is always writing. She grew up in northern Minnesota as a citizen of the White Earth Nation and went to college at Moorhead before moving to the Twin Cities for a job.
And I was going to go for 3 years, and I kind of been stuck there ever since. And I worked for years in prison programs and in the Heart of the Earth Survival School and their prison program, working in the different prisons, state prisons in the state, working with Native folks who were pre-release. And then I worked as a therapist, counselor in outpatient programs after that, and then in an inpatient program. And all that time I was writing, I was writing poetry, I was, just writing short stories or whatever, but I didn't know that I could actually be a writer.
The company she worked for went out of business, and she ended up getting a year's worth of severance. During that time, she said she discovered her passion for writing.
And at the end of that year, when the severance was up, I decided to do what I could to try and make a living as a writer. And so I've been doing that since 1990, which has meant that Basically, I write anything that pays.
Since then, she's had numerous books for children and adults published. She's also had plays published and produced in English and Ojibwe. She also wrote educational materials for school.
I think I'm always making up stories in my head. And there's always some kind of storyline going, or I'll be in a situation and I'll think, oh, I could write a story about that. And then I'll start creating characters and things happening in my head.
Rendon says she doesn't necessarily think about her heritage when she writes. She remembers a play she wrote when she tried to make it non-native, but it just didn't work.
Then we had the script read by a group of non-native kids. And it was so clear that this was an Indian script. And I had totally failed in what I was trying to do of take anything native out of it. Like I didn't know how to do it. And I think that who we are when we're writing when we're doing anything from who we are, like from our heart, from our soul, it's like so much of who we are is native that it's just there, even though you may think you're not.
Rendon has written 2 crime novels, Murder on the Red River and her latest, Girl Gone Missing. She says people have a fascination with crime. She says she has a lot of Native friends that like to watch Law & Order SVU or Criminal Minds.
But I really do think it's rooted in the historical past and the historical trauma, and we're trying to make sense of that reality. And I think that for me, the writing about it and writing these stories where there's resolution, where there's the woman Cash in the stories, she's helping solve the crimes, and she's using her own physical power, her own emotional, mental powers to get at some better ending than what could possibly be happening.
The main character in the book is a 19-year-old girl named Cash. She's aged out of the foster care system, and she befriended a county cop named Wheaton. She helps Wheaton solve murders and find some young girls who've gone missing. She says the publisher was drawn to those characters.
The publisher accepted them because she loved the character, not because it was a Native book. Like she didn't understand the Native stuff in it. But she liked the characters, and I think that that's the strength of my writing and fiction, is that I have these really strong characters that it seems like anybody can identify with.
For anybody that wants to write, Rendon has this piece of advice.
That I really think it's important that our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren hear our stories from our voices, and that we're currently in a time in the publishing world where publishers are looking for the authentic Native American voice. And so for people who are writing, you got to submit.
For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. Native Writers Fest is a production of the Nut Lake Radio Project and is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
And we're here today with lead singer of Midnight Express, Boys Fort band member Opie Day. Robin Opachi Bade Badu has been singing for more than 30 years and is pretty much a household name in Indian country, and born to his father Joseph John Badu from Onigam, Leech Lake, and his mother Charlene Day from Boys Fort here. He's a member of the Fish Clan. He's passionate about singing, both powwow and round dancing, and his music is award-winning and inspiring. And Bonjour, Opie and Desiree.
Hi.
So nice to have you here.
And the way money to Magiana Quad Indigenous cause. Opie David do Minawa and Digo. Wasasi and do them, the guy getting and Dunjaba.
Say Desiree Denemy, Nasigasun, Papixies, Otinia. Hello, my name is Desiree Denemy, and I'm from Papixies Cree Nation. And I'm happy to be here with my partner, Ope, and our son, Baby Ope.
Say Bonjour. Danse.
Awesome. So nice to have you guys.
Well, one of the things I was taught about the drum, the circle, is it's exactly that. It's a circle, like the circle of life. You know, you start with the drum in the middle, and then outside the drum is the circle of men that sit there, and then just as important as the circle of men that sit there is the circle of women that sing around them. You know, it's all about the circle. It's all about the balance in life between the male and the female working together to bring the healing feelings, the vibes, the powers that the drum, the song, the heart that they all possess, and making them one. And that's very important to us as a family, you know, and be able to show this little guy here. We love to sing. The drum is a very important part of our lives, not just a power drum, but, you know, the hand drums for singing round dance. You know, a big part that's not really talked about for round dance is the spirituality part of it. You know, it's a ceremony to the Cree people, to the Nehiyaw people. And one thing we've been trying to do with round dances down here is to kind of, show what we know. We don't know it all, obviously, but the things that we do know, we try and implement them down here as much as possible. So the people down here get an understanding, they get a grasp of the true feeling, the true meaning of what a round dance is, and, you know, the feelings that it brings.
We're doing this. This is a way of life for us. We love to sing. We love to sing together. We are showing this to our families, and like, this is just like natural for us to do this, and we want to be able to showcase that, like, so that other people can. I know people sometimes, for whatever reason, that they're displaced or they're wanting to connect back with their culture, and I feel that this music is what's really going to connect people with it. And like, even if that one, like when you're listening to it or enjoying it, or else you have the desire to sing or be part of these circles and things like that, that this is really that bringing that connection towards that. And I think that that's what it's important to share.
I totally agree with you. You know, people shouldn't be afraid of their culture or afraid to learn it, you know, because that's what we're here. We're here to teach. We're here to learn. And, you know, and the drum is the perfect way to do that in a good way. Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome to KBFT Virtual Music Fest interview series, sponsored by KBFT 89.9 FM, Boys Fort Tribal Radio, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. And we're here today with Midwest folk musician David Huckelfelt, founding member of The Pines. And David has just released a new album titled Room Enough, Time Enough. And this is his second solo release. And it could be a soundtrack to a Quentin Tarantino movie.
high praise, man. Thank you so much, Chaz.
Yeah, so you just want to talk about the album. What is the inspiration and what are the inspiration for some of the songs?
You know, in my band, The Pines, somewhere about 10 years ago, we found ourselves collaborating and in these shows and situations with a lot of indigenous artists that we admired for a long time. People like John Trudell, Keith Secola, Annie Humphrey, Quiltman, you know, and those seeds were planted even long before that of just a lot of my relationships and friendships with Native artists have helped me as a person and as a songwriter. And as I toured around, you know, the country and the world for the last 15 years, I could see that in all these places, you know, indigenous music was stereotyped and sidelined and pushed to the side like so many other perspectives in the indigenous community when it comes to the greater culture. So fast forward to, you know, last year, and I'm thinking, if I'm going to make a record in this time of Spotify and you know, in this difficult climate in the world, I want it to be a common ground record, like a real, truly collaborative record where no one person has taken all the spotlight. And you know, and so I started to think about this cowboys and Indians mythology, and you know, we've had such a divisive year in this country, and I think to a certain degree, you know, corporate America and politicians, they do well when we're divided. You know, they can kind of control us. So I wanted to find a place where we could blow up the cowboy and Indian myth and show how we can get along, we can collaborate, we can lift each other up, we can listen and learn from each other, especially in music. Maybe in music first, and then everywhere else as it follows. And that was the inspiration for, you know, some of the Native songs mixed with some of the Western songs, mixed with some of my own. Was just like, let's create something that sounds a little different, and we'll tell you what it is later. You know, maybe you hear it and you're like, well, why is there traditional singing behind this kind of folk song? It's like, well, because we all love each other and get along and we like music. So that was the start of it, and it kind of grew and grew and grew with collaborators. That's the long answer. Sorry.
No, that's awesome. We like long answers. But yeah, I mean, definitely I agree with you on the Native American, you know, with me being in Native American band, starting a Native American band, I know like it's a new frontier and it's a new sound to experiment with and to, you know, to be a part of. And it's refreshing to have that, to put that aspect into art, you know, and it's something that nobody hardly ever does, you know, or it's hardly been done. So, and I applaud your interest in my culture and your sensitivity to my culture, and get it out there in a good way, good positive way.
I mean, it means a great deal, because the truth is, you know, we're in kind of a moment too in this country where you know, people are encouraged to stay in their lanes. And as far as, you know, the ethnicity or those boundaries, thanks for having me.
Hey, pleasure's all ours. So where can we find you and your music?
The best place to get the music is davidhuckfeld.com. You know, this is a time when you can listen to anything on YouTube and Spotify and Apple Music. But if you like what you hear, you know, to buy a vinyl record or a CD or a download direct from the artist, and they go right on their website and order their music, because it really matters. It makes a big difference as we go through try to get through the pandemic and all that stuff.
I agree. So I like to keep things short and sweet. Do you have any words of encouragement to any upcoming artists or musicians?
I would say draw a line in your mind beyond which you don't compare yourself to other bands and artists. You know, it's good to watch, to learn, to try to get context, but have a place in your mind where you stop comparisons and you think about your own relationship to music and what part of it makes you happiest, and try to trim back all those other expectations, because you can really get caught up, especially in social media age, with what you're supposed to be doing or how it's supposed to feel, how big it's supposed to be. But really, that would be my advice: is think about what makes.
Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
My name is George Brown, and I'm from Washington State, from a little town called Port Orchard. It's across the bay from Seattle. The big area is called Puget Sound. I am a Boys Fort BEM member. I was in the Army for 22 years, and I was with the Special Forces and Ranger Battalions. I was in the Army from 1965 till I retired in March 1st in 1987. Service was like 22 years, and I retired as an E7, Sergeant First Class. Spent 3 tours in Vietnam, and when I graduated high school in 1965, the draft was still in effect, and the Vietnam War had just started picking up. So instead of waiting to get drafted, I decided I'd enlist and pick what I wanted to do in the military rather than wait and have the government decide what I wanted to do. So I enlisted, and then I went to Fort Ord for basic and AIT, and then I went from there to Fort Benning, Georgia for airborne school. And then from Fort Benning, I went back to Fort Bragg for the Special Forces Qualification Corps. And I passed that, finished training at Fort Bragg, and went to Vietnam. The first time I went to Vietnam, I went by ship, which was kind of fun. We spent 30 days on the ship, and that counted on the tour in Vietnam. So, well, I had to spend 11 months in country rather than the normal 12. And then came home, and then I went back for another tour, and I was in Tay Ninh, which they called Rocket City, because we got rocketed every night, 10 or 12 rockets every night for the year I was there. And then came back, and then I went back and ended up in July, which is in North Vietnam, not all the way north, but a little south of Da Nang, near Cam Ranh Bay, and spent a year there. About that time, the war was winding down, and so I got finished out the tour up there, came home a day late. I spent a year today because they had a big typhoon, and the worst typhoon in Vietnamese history. I missed my wedding day. We had to change my wedding day when I got home. We were supposed to be married on the 6th of November, and my wife and I ended up getting married on the 8th of November, and I guess they had to call 350 guests and tell them to, that wedding you're supposed to come to on Saturday, can you come Monday? So we ended up getting married on a Monday, been married for 50 years on the 8th. One of the best jumps that I had was we had a night jump, and we were north of Las Vegas in Indian Springs in Nevada. I came out of the aircraft, and the moon was so bright that I looked down and I could see the shadow of the aircraft on the desert floor. And I landed there, and when I landed on the ground, I heard somebody say, "You better fall one way or the other, Ranger, because you can't do a stand-up landing." So I fell down. We were there from midnight till about 4 in the morning, and then we flew home at 4, and so spent 4 hours in Las Vegas or in Nevada. Got home by breakfast time. So that was a really cool mission that we went on, the training exercise. Second time we went down there, they had a plane wreck in the same place at Indian Springs. Plane caught fire, and we had 9 Rangers die, including the battalion commander. He was killed, and that was Colonel Powell. So I did end up going to Grenada with the 75th Ranger Battalion, 2nd Bat, and ended up jumping into Grenada, and that was considered a combat jump. So I do have a gold star in my jump wing, signifying 1 combat jump. I went to a lot of places that I probably wouldn't have went as a civilian, and I got to do some I know I got to do some stuff that I wouldn't have been able to do as a civilian too, It was a good experience. I learned a lot. I know all my brothers served. I had 2 brothers in the Air Force and 3 brothers in the Navy, and I was in the Army. My brother Chip was in the Navy, Gene was in the Navy, my brother Marvin was in the Navy, and Steve and Ira were in the Air Force. But my uncle Ira was in the Marine during World War II, and my uncle Ed was in the Navy, and he served aboard torpedo boats. It just means a lot to me that I served. I put 20 years, in the service, and I enjoyed it. I had good time, good memories. I met a lot of good people, had some good experiences. Some of the experiences I wouldn't want to go through again, but and would rather not remember them. But for the most part, it was fun. Had a good time, and it means a lot to me. We fly the flag until Veterans Day. Then after Veterans Day at home, we just take it down, and then from the 4th of July till November 11th, we fly the flag. And thank you for your service. Have a good day. Remember the good times. Forget the bad times.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
My name is Luann Drift. Just recently, I'm a widow, 2 kids left, and 4 grandchildren.
We'll start at the top one. What do you remember about the Cuban Missile Crisis?
I don't know if that's with the JFK assassination. I remember them saying something. I thought it was Russia we were going to go to war with. I remember the president wouldn't back down. JFK said, we'll go to war or whatever, and I was pretty scared. I don't know if that was the Cuban Missile Crisis or with Russia or...
Yeah, I remember Russia was part of it, but about the same thing. So everybody was scared?
Mm-hmm. I was anyway.
What do you remember about the Beatles arriving?
I watched them on Ed Sullivan Show.
Uh-huh.
I waited all day for them and got to watch them that evening and liked them a lot. My grandpa Louis Drift always said, is that only kind of music you like that says, yeah, yeah, yeah?
It's good. So people bopping around to the Beatles then?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get to see them?
Nope.
No?
No, I never.
What do you remember about the JFK assassination?
I was in grade school right here, up here, and I cried.
A lot of students, and
Mm-hmm.
how was the community? How did it affect the community?
A lot of them were, my grandpa and grandma seemed like they were mad, and that was the best president we ever had, they said, and I never really got to, it was about the first time I knew about president, and here he got killed right away, and I thought he was good too, and he wouldn't back down from whoever it was. I didn't know, and...
Pretty hard time, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's the first one I cried about. Next one I cried about was Elvis.
What do you remember about the atomic bombs?
Not too much, just that I thought, well, bomb us and that'll be the end.
What, television? Did you grow up with television, or was it something new?
I watched Ed Sullivan Show on here. I always remember Mr. Wuringham, I think, had the first television. I got to watch the Beatles on there that time.
Yeah, they made a good impression on you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Singing just, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Were there any other artists that you remember?
Oh, yeah, I like music.
What about the day the music died? Big Bopper and Buddy Holly?
Mm-hmm. I like Buddy Holly.
So the day that they had
I
the
can't
plane
remember
crash?
when they died, no, but sure missed them. I still like Buddy Holly's music a lot.
Okay. What do you remember about the start of the Vietnam War?
Not too much.
How did it seem to affect the community in general?
I didn't like it when they got spit on when they got back. And I was trying to be a protester for them back then.
For them, what do you
For
mean?
the Vietnam vets, ones that were in a war. I didn't like that war. I didn't know what it was about or nothing, and I just thought they were over there for nothing.
Huh? You remember about the moon landing?
Not too much. I mean, I watched them on TV. It seeing them in slow motion like that and making their marks. I'm not sure if they were there yet.
Yeah.
The way it looked to me, back then, and I believe they went to there now, but back then I didn't kind of believe it.
But Wounded Knee Uprising. Remember much about that?
Yeah, I used to watch it all the time and hear about it, and I went over there later. Way later. The church was still standing, and I went. It was burnt down, but I went where the church was and dug around. I found a bunch of old money, burnt money. I don't know where it is to this day. I left it in Minneapolis, and where we lived, and
So what made you go over there?
went over there to get my ma. I had $2,000 saved, and she was stuck over there. So I used up my savings and got her.
Does any historical event, does that stick out in your mind on the reservation or in your life? What sticks out in your mind? Okay. Well, that's pretty much all that we kind of wanted to cover, unless there's something else that you feel you want to share.
I still wish we had more street lights.
Okay. We get more street lights, we'll bring that out. Okay, all right. Well, thanks a lot for coming in.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. On this episode of The Unexplained, Jane Vilbrun tells KBFT's Chaz Wagner about a time she was driving near Four Corners trying to get home. It was late. She was sleepy and driving fast. When she turned the corner, hauling through the dark woods with sleepy passengers in tow, she saw something that made her stop.
And I woke up because there was a person standing in the middle of the road, and he had a real pretty blue shirt. And when I saw him, I looked down and I was going 90 miles an hour, and I was coming up to them corners, and I said, oh, geez, I thought, 90? Oh, I didn't want to get home that bad. But, then, I was so tired. Well, that was it then. And it was later that I was talking to Uncle Bill and his wife Twyla at the time. I was telling him about that I saw that man standing in the road. And that man happened to have the same color shirt as they call him Swish. when he burned up in that house, that was the color shirt that he was wearing. And I'm thinking that, you know, he showed up there to make me slow down. And I did slow down then. Grandpa, my hair was standing up in the back of my head like that. And I thought I gotta wake up, so I stopped and I pulled over and I was stood outside for a little while. That was enough to make me, you know, get me home without falling asleep. So that was one of the ghost stories that I had. I got scared at that time, and because I thought, well, you know, who was that man standing in the road? What happened to him? When I got up to where he was standing, he was no longer there. But yeah, it was then that Bill and Twyla told me that that was the same color shirt as Swish was wearing when they burnt up in that house.
That's not the only unexplained experience Jane has had. She says she has someone watching over her.
Before Earl moved away, him and his family were staying with me. And I woke up one night and I woke up to the smell of cigarette smoke. We don't have no cigarette, no drinking, nothing in my house. But there was this strong cigarette smoke. And Buster used to smoke a big, long, brown cigarette, which was called Moore. He's the father of my children. And everybody knew him as Buster. I got up, went throughout the whole house. There was no smoke in the hallway, in the kitchen. But I went to my bedroom, and there it was just strong. It gets strong that you kind of get headachy like. Especially if you don't smoke, you smell cigarette, and it's not a good smell. That happened 2 or 3 times. I was cleaning the top of the stove, and I was home alone, in the house alone. I know that because nobody was around before that. I was washing the top of the stove like this, and I could feel the pressure of a hand moving down, halfway down my arm, and then I thought, well, did one of them boys come in and I didn't hear? So I went through the house again. There was no one there. And there was another experience that I had there with, the actual feeling of that, the pressure of that on my shoulder down to mid-arm.
It's unexplained.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe through the voices of our elders. Today we'll be talking with Mary Strong.
I remember my grandparents taking my sister, my brother, and my younger sister, Sarah. And we were left where Phyllis was taking care of us. Mm-hmm. And we took and lived with our grandparents until we were old enough to get out on our own. I am so happy that my grandparents took us in instead of letting us go to a foster home or adoption or boarding school or anything like that, because I don't think I could have had the good life that I had. And my grandparents were traditional.
Mm-hmm.
They would hire people to come, other elders to come and tell us about what happened a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good because we were brought up having to work hard, and where I lived was called Strongville back then. And my grandfather had his family living all around them. We had our own gardens, we had horses, work horses, and he would haul logs out of the wood for whoever was cutting back then. I thank them because I have the good life that I have nowadays. My grandmother and my Auntie Annie used to teach us how to we'd have to go and pick berries and can them, and there were so many things like learning how to harvest wild rice, and we never were hungry. Whereas some people, even some of our neighbors, they didn't go out and do what we did. Our Waganagon stood up long after everybody else's were knocked down by the Indian agents, and ours were up. They didn't dare come in between my two grandpas. I was brought up traditionally, and the only thing is my grandmother didn't want us to learn how to speak Ojibwe because she was put in a dungeon when she was a young girl. They took and more or less starved them. They would put them, if they heard them talking their language, they would take and put them in a dungeon with water and bread, and that was it. And every time they spoke, they would get a longer sentence in that dungeon. Her sisters had to help her to get out of there because she was so weak she could not even get out by herself. She used to talk about what they would do to them. They'd slap their hands with a ruler if they even tried to talk in secret. And she said, I don't want you to have to suffer anything like that. My grandmother's name was Rosie Beargrease Strong, and the reason why her and her sisters were put in this boarding school is because their mother died. She was really traumatized by that because they would take and get punished all the time, and she didn't want us to have to go through something like that. And she said, but education, she said, you make sure that you graduate from school. And that was really important for her. She said that's the only way you're going to make it in this world. Her sister Mary lived in Ely and was married to a white man. When her husband died, his relatives just moved her home with only the stuff on her back, and I found out later that they own a hardware store in Virginia. And I said, well, I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't mention it. I said, because what you did, I said to my great aunt, I said, was wrong. I said, you took her land away, and she worked hard. I said, she had hernia. And I said, and you people didn't care. He didn't know what to do or say, so he just walked away. But she would tell you never marry a white man.
From those earlier days, is there any real significant memory that stands out growing up in that area, Strongville?
My grandfather, he was such an influence on a lot of us because he was so fair, and he taught us different things that I remember to this day. And one was I used to follow him all over. In the winter, we'd go down to Fish Creek and spear fish. They raised 13 grandchildren. And they'd say, as long as you are a good person and you hold that tight to your heart, you will always understand what you have to do to be a good person too. And where a lot of people were drinking, I said, my grandparents never did. And we always kept the lake clean. My grandpa and his horses, they'd go across a lake and they'd dig up all that muck and put it on the side, or some people even took it to their gardens and had nice black dirt. He would haul it home for them,